Ready, Clint? And yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to get going. We have a full day planned, and hopefully we can get through everything. I'm sure we will. Just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Brad Brooks, and I have the privilege of being the director of the Board of Public Utilities. I've been in that position about 7 years now. Our former director, a lot of you knew him, was Tim Wilson. And I've been with the board about 25 years. So there's a lot going on right now at the Board of Public Utilities. And hopefully our goal today is to kind of line everybody out of what issues we're dealing with, where we're at with our current water, but just give you a kind of a good overview today. But I couldn't have done any of this without the help of my staff. So all staff, BOP staff, and you stand. Some of you are standing. I'm going to start with I'll have you introduce it. Brian is in the back running computers, so I'll introduce Brian, but Brian's vital with our IT. But why don't those of you stand, just introduce yourself and say what you do, please. Clint, you want to start?
Clint Bassett, Water Treatment Division Manager.
I have worked operations and maintenance division.
John Simon, Operation Maintenance Distribution Supervisor.
Casey Whitman, source water. Nick Dennis, water treatment plant supervisor. Bryce George, capital projects supervisor. Brad Bowen, administrative division manager. Matthew Blue, water executive manager.
Aaron Mayor, administrative.
Frank Straw, engineering.
So I just want to thank, we can give these guys a hand because they did a lot of work for the days. You're going to see that because I'm going to talk very briefly just to start off, and they're going to do the rest of the day. So, but get going. Just wanted to kind of go over what some of our goals are today. You'll see here, I want to really just kind of establish a foundation and understanding of how the Board of Public Utilities was created in our operation. And I've got some state statutes that we were developed under, some city ordinances, and just explain those. And then a couple of slides of just what of our key responsibilities are. We want to go over our current and future water status. You're going to see and hopefully be educated. There's a lot of things that we're facing today that are possibilities with the changing hydrology that we're looking at, and just things that we're doing within the city to take care and try to be prepared and plan for the growth that we see coming. Learning to live within our means. This is kind of maybe one of my new mottos is just living within the means of the water source we have. We do have right now a finite water source. It isn't unlimited. So the wiser we are in how we use that water each day, that resource is just going to last longer. So that's something I really want to try to hit home with everybody. Just remember that the conservation we do, whatever we do and how we develop our system, the longer we can make that water resource work, the better off we're going to be. Critical water issues that we're facing, city of Cheyenne Board of Utilities, and we're going to get into those a little later this morning. I actually have Brandon Gebhardt, who's our state engineer, is going to be here a little later this morning and share about the issues specifically to Colorado River. And he's into them about this high right now. So he's a real busy guy, and it's a benefit to have him here. Some of you may or may not know, but the board is almost 81 years old. So the board was established on April 27, 1943. And the city of Cheyenne established the Board of Public Utilities and Management of water and sanitation sewer systems. I didn't get a chance to look at this, but somebody in this room may know. But I think we may be the only Board of Public Utilities in the state of Cheyenne. Yes. Okay, this Caster's in Port. Well, Tom Brower's here. Where'd Tom? I saw him come in. Tom, are they aboard?
Not any.
Okay. So, yeah, so we're somewhat unique. And people will probably say that. So our governing statutes and ordinances that we fall under, these are just a few of them. 15-7401, 501, 601. They kind of regulate, how we're regulated. The Board of Public Utilities, also follow the city ordinances in, chapter 1304 and 1308. And those are kind of the areas that, what they cover. So if you ever look at those are the details of how we are to operate, how our boards to be set up, how we're to run and operate the Board of Public Utilities. But just a little history. I'm not going to go. There is some key wording in some that I wanted to read on the establishment of power in 1401. It just says any city or town which owns and operates a municipal waterworks, a sanitary sewer system, a sewage disposal plant, or any electric utility distribution system may establish a board of commission to be known as the Board of Public Utilities. The Board of Public Utilities shall manage, operate, maintain, and control such plants and make the rules and regulations necessary for their safe, economical, and efficient operation and management. The board may also improve, extend, or enlarge plants provided in this article. Then 404 is another one that kind of tells, and this is some one that we kind of look at some a little closer. The Board of Public Utilities has exclusive control of all municipally owned waterworks, sanitary sewer system, and sewage disposal system, and any or any of them as specified by ordinance. The board is charged with producing and supplying the city or town and its inhabitants with water for domestic and industrial purposes for public use. And they, and we do this, it's the may, and may sell and dispose of any surplus outside of the city or town. The board may also furnish surplus sanitary sewer facilities for persons outside the city. The thing that we're going to get in a little bit later is, I bet if I went around this room and asked everybody to give me a definition of what surplus is, we'd have probably just as many people in this room. So we're going to talk about surplus. What does that mean? This is just our quick organizational chart, just so you can see how we're organized under the city. You can see, first of all, at the top, we serve the city of Cheyenne. And we have the city council here, which we have several city council members here, and I really appreciate Mayor Collins right here. Mayor Collins is here. And then they are all appointed, our board members, which are 5. Why don't I have my board members stand up? Would you guys mind standing up? Thank you. Yeah, so there's everybody except Alan. So Alan Cunningham is our board president, Keith Sapp is our secretary, John Edwards, Mary Guthrie, and Jeff Bassett. So, and then it goes to me, and then I have 6 managers below me. Kathy over human resources, Brad Bowen, admin, Clint, water treatment, that's some of them. Todd Hepworth O&M, Frank Strong engineering, and Matthew water reclamation. So that's kind of how we are established as a board and our connection with the city. People have asked, well, do you report to the mayor? No, I don't report to the mayor, I report to my board, but I will tell you that I am involved in all the meetings that the mayor has with all of his directors that we meet about every 2 weeks. So I'm very involved with the city as far as keeping, communication going. So that's very important and it's very vital. So there's a good relationship there. And I think that is it. So I'm a little early. So we're going to keep going. Well, unless anybody had any specific questions for me, I've got about 5 minutes because I'm supposed to be done by 8:15. Any specific questions anybody has about the board, things I didn't cover? I tried to keep it pretty general, but just to give you a little overview of how we're established. Right. Well, let's get the next group up here.
Brad, would you introduce?
Yeah. So this is Casey Whitman, and he's over our source of supply. So our source of supply is basically everything from the plant west, clear to Hog Park, all the infrastructure. Casey and his crews go over that. So we're going to do an overview of our whole system. And one other thing that I didn't mention in the back here, the map here by Aaron, from right here, is our existing distribution collection system in town. So if you go look at that, it shows all of our water sewer mains in town. The one over here on the right is basically our source of supply. It shows everything from Hog Park, how all of our trade water works, and you can go look at that map when you have a chance. We'll go into those in detail so you kind of understand how those work, but it's a pretty complex system, and so Casey's the right guy to share. Thanks, Casey.
Sure, just like Brad said, Casey Whitman, source water supervisor. My team oversees the operations and maintenance of our source water system, that's surface water and groundwater. Here you can see, some folks don't know, but our water supply comes from across 3 counties. Here in Laramie County, we have our Crow Creek system, our original water system, along with our original diversion off of Crow Creek, our local groundwater system. And then in Albany County, we have the start of our trade system, Rob Roy, Lake Owen, and the pipeline delivered across the Laramie Valley into crystalline granite. And then the very much lesser known system over in Lower Carbon County, close to the border, the Colorado-Wyoming border, is our Little Snake diversion system and our Hog Park reservoir. So starting on that furthest west side with the Little Snake and Hog Park system, you can see here's a beautiful picture of Hog Park. If you've never been to Hog Park, make the trip. It's beautiful. The greenies haven't really found it yet, so it's still really nice. But anyways, there in the background, that ridge you see in the background is the Continental Divide. And we bring over water through a very large collection system on the west slope of the Continental Divide. So the red line delineates the Continental Divide. On that left side, the west slope, we have 121 collection points and 30 miles of pipeline where we bring across water from that west slope. And when you think west slope, that's that Colorado River water. So that's going to be key for the rest of this presentation, the rest of today, where we have that Colorado River water we're bringing under the Continental Divide through a tunnel, and we'll store that in Hog Park Reservoir. Hog Park Reservoir can store 22,500 acre feet of water. And some of you don't know what an acre foot is. It's a storage measurement. So Bryce is going to start talking about the cup later. What is the cup? That's our storage cup, and it's an amount of water. It's an acre feet covered in a foot of water. It's 325,851 gallons to be specific. So that's why we use acre feet. So it's a smaller digestible number. So that the water is stored in Hog Park, and it's also stored in Seminole. So we'll release that water from Hog Park down into the North Platte Basin and store an amount of water in Seminole. And why do we do that? Why do we release it into the North Platte Basin? It's so we can collect in another reservoir in the North Platte Basin to deliver that water over into Cheyenne. So for us to collect water in Rob Roy along the Douglas Creek, we have to release water from that Colorado River water. We're not allowed to divert this water from Rob Roy without this trade system in place. Rob Roy can store 35,600 acre feet. So if you think we've got a larger body of water on this side, Hog Park smaller, that's why we need the Seminole storage. And so that we can balance that equation with the size of Hog Park and the size of Rob Roy. Lake Owen is really just a pressure break between Rob Roy and Cheyenne. The pipeline pressures through the Laramie Valley are over 600 PSI. During stage 1 in the 1960s, when the pipeline was first built, it was the longest high pressure pipeline in the world. Between Rob Roy and Lake Owen, there's 26 diversion structures, the same type of structures that are on that west slope, where we take water in directly through the creek, delivered to Lake Owen and on over to crystalline granite. This portion of the system from Rob Roy to crystalline granite has over 100 miles of pipe. So again, if you start thinking about this, these are very large systems. And Frank's going to get into this a little bit later, that there is no more easy water. Even in the 60s, and when they expanded this in the 80s, this was very difficult and expensive water to find. Onward in the system, we have our Crow Creek resources. This is what really helped establish Cheyenne in the early 1900s, was our Crow Creek system. We have crystal and granite, everybody's fairly familiar with, 8,720 acre feet. Again, that's the cup that we have in those two reservoirs. 30+ miles of pipelines to deliver that water from crystal and granite to the Sherrard water treatment. And then we have the Upper North Crow, Lower North Crow, and South Crow reservoirs that we utilize as a raw water irrigation supply. Again, combined almost 2,000 acre feet of storage, 30+ miles of pipeline to deliver that water to Sloan's, Absaraka, and Kiwanis Lakes in town to be used as irrigation for Country Club, Airport Golf Course, and Lions Park. Another part of this raw water irrigation supply is our original diversion structure territorial water right that we have on Crow Creek just west of town that we continue to operate. And lastly, our groundwater system. Here in Laramie County, we have over 35 production wells and 120 miles of pipelines. That water is delivered to Sherrard and Round Top Tank for potable drinking water. Clint will go into it. He uses a 15% groundwater blend. And Frank will also get deeper into our different well fields, our different aquifers, much deeper into it.
So Brad kind of introduced his staff. And let me know if I'm talking loud enough. I had a high school coach in high school that could always speak without a microphone. They'd hand him a microphone, he'd put it down. Coach still won't. Appreciate you.
So let me say something.
Yeah.
Just make sure you get that. So.
Very good. So with that, I do have two great supervisors that are here today. I have a third who's out covering for us. But Casey, thank you. Good job. Nick is actually over the water treatment plant. So if you have specific questions about water treatment, please chat with him. But with that, we have a great water treatment plant. It is a conventional water treatment plant. That means it uses some processes, flocculation and sedimentation, plus filtration, and then we adjust pH and that type of thing. But this is the process that we have up on the board. The key parts are the flocculation tanks. That is where most of the suspended solids that we use in water, or that in the drinking water that we consume, is being removed. And then we have a polishing step with the filters. Just as a reference, the EPA says we can deliver water that has a clearness measurement called turbidity. We can deliver water that has less than 0.3 nephelometric turbidity units or NTUs to Cheyenne. We average coming out of the water treatment plant about a 0.02. So we produce very great water. We go way above and beyond what the EPA requires of us. We're proud of that. Our water treatment plant does a very good job. That is partly due because of the water, where our water comes from. Because the water goes from reservoir to reservoir to reservoir, it gets a lot of settling. So we get great water coming into the water treatment plant, but also because of the treatment plant capability itself. And then as well, that we operate that 24/7 every day. Super Bowl Sunday, yeah, still 2 people there. Christmas morning, still 2 people there. They are operating that plant all the time, and we have very qualified staff who do so. To be an operator that operates that water treatment plant, it takes 3 years of training, education, and experience to be able to operate that water treatment plant. So it does very well, but we're also very, very proud of it. First thing water, when it comes in, first thing the water does is it goes through a new process that we have. We added that this fall, and that's our hydroelectric facility. So the water pressure coming in from Crystal Reservoir comes in about 250 PSI. We spin that, run that through a turbine. Oh, it doesn't look like the video's playing. That's right. There we go. And that generates the electricity that we use to run the plant. In fact, I think today we're running about 5.5 million gallons. It's generating somewhere around 300 kilowatts. The plant is using about 130, 140 kilowatts. The rest of it is being put back onto the grid, being sold back onto the grid.
Thank you, Black.
Yes, thank you, Black Hills. Yeah. This is what the flocculation tanks look like. They just look like big dark tanks, but inside of those tanks, we do add a chemical, and I'll admit, chemicals are getting a little bit expensive, but we add a coagulant. And that coagulant is going to attract the suspended solids that are in the water together. It's going to form something called floc. And that's what this process does. At the very end, there are some settling plates. It just allows that material to settle out, and that's how we remove it from the water. The treatment plant is designed to be expandable. Right now, I think our capacity right now is 32 million gallons per day. It is expandable to 50 million gallons per day. So we have plenty of capacity that is out there. One way that we would expand this is at the end. There, we can add a whole other train for another flocculation sedimentation train. So the plant is designed to be expandable. This is what one of our filters looks like. Water comes in at the top, goes down through 5 feet of filter material, and then through a foot of sand, and then under drain. After that, we adjust the pH to a 7.6 and bring it into Cheyenne. Cheyenne's water that we bring into town is 85% surface water, 15% groundwater. The reason why we do that is back in the 1990s, we started blending groundwater because it brought up the pH of the water a little bit and added some alkalinity, which acts as a pH buffer. So water stays consistent in its pH as it's being delivered to town. That helped us maintain and prevent lead, the water dissolving lead from people's pipes. With the construction of this new plant, this new facility, we have the ability to also adjust the pH by adding a sodium carbonate. Think sodium bicarbonate, you use that a lot in cooking, right? So sodium carbonate, you can adjust up the pH with it. That allowed us to reduce down. We were able to reduce from 75% surface water, 25% groundwater, to 85% surface water and 15% groundwater. What that's doing for us is helping our aquifers on the west side of town to start recovering. We've already seen some recovery in the Bell Well field, which is west of town and a little bit north. The Happy Jack Well field it doesn't get as much recharge, so it's lagging behind a little bit. And then we are seeing some recovery in the Bory and in the federal well fields as well. So that was done to help prevent that, or to allow the groundwater to recover a little bit, partly in preparation for some of the things that we'll be talking about today. Our 3-year peak, since enacting water conservation, our water demand has decreased in Cheyenne. Our 3-year peak was only about 28 million gallons per day, and that includes both groundwater and surface water. Our average, though, over the past couple of years has been about 10.3. So with the water treatment plant, and then our wells can produce around 10 million gallons per day, we can produce up to 42 million gallons of water per day. So that 28, use that to compare to the 42. That's what our capacity is. We're talking a little bit about cups and straws. This would be more of a straw. This is what we can produce. We can enlarge it to 50, and we could probably get up to 60 million gallons per day. And with that, hand it over.
Thanks, sir. Well, good morning, everybody. Everyone can hear me all right. So I'm Matt Buell. I'm the Water Reclamation Division Manager. Everyone in here thought we're talking clean water today. Sorry, first of all, we're going to talk a little bit dirty water right now. So most people do not know, but we do actually own and operate 2 water reclamation facilities. So it's a wastewater plant. So on there, we own, like I said, 2 water reclamation facilities. We have our direct creek facility is out off Campbell Road, just across the street from Burford Ranch. The other one is our Crow Creek facility, right off South Industrial Road, kind of right behind Peterbilt, kind of tucked in there. Not a whole lot of people know where it's at. So we do utilize 2 different technologies. Crow Creek does utilize an MVPR, and Direct Creek utilizes an IFAS. There is a quiz after this, so you guys don't get lunch unless you know what the academic was. One cool thing between the 2 facilities, we don't handle any of the solids that are at our Crow Creek facility. So anything that settles out in the primary clarifiers or secondary clarifiers all gets transported via interceptor to our Direct Creek facility. And then we handle all that there. We thicken it, we dewater it, then we use it for biosolids. Then we're also looking at the biogas that we produce off the solids. Talking to the mayor, Mr. Seagrave. We might be using that a little bit later in the future for some beneficial use. One trade-off of that is our Crow Creek facility. How many people in here know the purple pipe within town? the purple pipe that runs all the way. That's our reuse system. So one trade-off with our Crow Creek facility is we have reuse over there, tertiary treatment. So we take the wastewater treatment, we add a little bit more disinfection to it, run it through some sand filters, and we use that Prairie View Golf Course. You guys golf up there. That's our pond up there that we use for storage holding. We use that for irrigation purposes through the VA, Airport Parkway, of course, Prairie View Golf Course, and numerous little parks throughout the town. So with that, this is our dry creek facility. So similar to what Clinton did with water treatment, a little bit more going on. I won't bore you guys to death on exactly what's going on, but we have our headworks come in. We have a pre-treat that screens all the big materials out, so the flushable wipes that aren't flushable, so please don't flush those, those are headaches to us. Flushable wipes, then we go into our primary clarification. From there, we go into our anoxic zones. That's our denitrification process. From our denitrification process, we go to IFAS. IFAS stands for integrated fixed film activated sludge. It's a big word for, we have media in there that little microbes attached to that do the work for us. We just make sure that they have conditions enough to treat the wastewater so we can send it to the creek. Then from the IFAS, go to the secondary clarifiers that just lets everything's light is going to float, everything heavy is going to sink. And then from there, we go into disinfection. Disinfection, we used to use chlorine way back in the day. We like our beards out of dry creeks. So we don't use that anymore. We don't have SCBAs. So we actually use UV disinfection. We run it through a series of UV channels and we send that off into the creek. We do use a portion of the stuff that we do send to the creek to use throughout the plant. We use it to water the grass. We use it to cool down the pump seals, you name it. We try and use as much, and that way we're not using our potable drinking water. We're using what we're sending to the creek. Dry creek numbers. Dry creek was built in 1974. Design capacity is at 10.5 MGD. Right now, about half capacity. We're averaging right about 4.8 MGD on the influent. That's incoming flow. Peak is 5.55. And then solids handling, the biosolids. Biosolids is very good. It's kind of a soil amendment. Here in Wyoming, we really don't have soil. We have clay and dirt. So this is a really good soil amendment. Super high in nitrogen, phosphorus. We're producing about 3.22 dry metric tons per day. So right now we are giving it away to a small ranch here in Laramie County, and then also a ranch over in western Nebraska. Crow Creek facility, just a quick overview. Looks similar to Dry Creek, just without the IFAS. So we got our headworks of pre-treatment. Go to our primary clarification. Like I said, primary clarification, everything light is going to float, everything heavy is going to sink, everything that sinks is going to get pumped over to our Dry Creek facility to get handled there. And then from there, we go into our anoxic zone. Like I said, it's our denitrification process, then our nitrification process, secondary clarifiers, and then into our disinfection. This is the facility that has our reuse on here. So on the bottom right-hand corner, you kind of see it, and we'll start to see the back. What we do have our secondary disinfection. That's where the reuse starts. We're going to add some sodium hypochlorite to it, disinfect it even further. From there, we'll send it up to our filter building, run it through a series of sand filters, get all the foreign particulates out of there. We'll add a little bit of aluminum sulfate in there for coagulation. Then from there, we send it to the big 2 circles on the top right-hand corner, and then we send it to the Prairie View Golf Course, and then the city uses it throughout the town for irrigation purposes. So the numbers for Crow Creek, as far as I know, like Brad has said, someone here could probably tell me I'm wrong. As far as I know, Crow Creek is the first wastewater treatment plant that was built in the Rocky Mountains. Originally built in 1943, design capacity is 6.5 MGD, just like Dry Creek, we're about half capacity there, 2.68, and then peak is 3.32 million gallons per day. So half capacity of both. So you'll see that, especially with what Frank's going to talk about. Even though Clint's producing 10, 11 MGDs a day, we're not seeing that whole lot at Dry Creek. So a lot of it's irrigation. And with that, I believe Frank's up next. Any questions? Cool. Thank you.
Okay, before Frank starts, you kind of covered a lot there. Any specific questions that anybody has, particularly on our collection system, the Hog Park system, bringing water across? Did that all make sense to you? Right now would be the time to ask questions, and then anything also on our water treatment or our water reclamation facilities. We got time right now to ask questions. So
yeah, I got 2 questions. First, what are the baffles out there at the treatment facility? The big, just out of curiosity.
If everybody's talking, there's
Thank you.
or Paul's talking about, there's the big bags, they're like big bladders that are out there in some beds along Happy Jack.
Those are actually drying bags. So the solids that we remove from the water that we're producing to bring to Cheyenne, we decant off with a lot of the water, then we pump them into those bags, they dry them. And then that makes it easier for us to haul them off, usually to the landfill where it's used as cover.
Second question, you said that the average or daily usage was 10.3 million
That was for a whole year.
for a whole year, or wasn't that per day?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the average for.
Per day. Could you give a guy just a reference of what that looks like as far as size? Is that like? Just to give you,
Yeah, that's a great one.
One of the tanks.
Yeah,
just to give you a size, is that the size of?
The Buffalo Ridge tank, everybody knows up on the hill,
Right.
that's 5 million gallons, so 2 of those.
So that's what Cheyenne uses daily on average.
in the wintertime, we're maybe around 5 million gallons per day, and then in the summertime, like say upwards of 28.
Although there's some times, like you said, the demand of town is up there, like in the summer. So even though we may not, the demand of what's coming in town has been as high as it used to be in the high 20s, almost 30, right?
I think the highest we've seen is in the 30s.
So like
Yeah.
Sloan's or Sloan's Lake, that, how many acre feet of water is that?
Right, do you remember?
Or just roughly to get a size?
Was that Casey about 12? 12 acre feet?
Okay, so that's what we use a day roughly.
Well, an acre foot would be 325,851 gallons, so.
Yeah,
Somebody could do the math real fast.
The number you do, we talk a lot in gallons, acre feet, people don't know that, but I mean, an acre foot, another way to look at it, an acre of ground, 1 foot deep. Okay, so it's 325,851 gallons per acre foot.
Like a football field,
Here you go. Yeah.
So there's a foot of water on it.
or 3 acre feet per.
Great questions. Go ahead.
Reclamation question. I heard that that water that they irrigated for the golf course was killing the trees, the spruce trees.
So I'll address that a little bit. There's 2 challenges with that. One, the water that comes out of the recycled water does have a little bit more salts in it. However, the trees that we have planted there were also very salt sensitive. So when you get the salt on the leaves and that type of thing, it can reach a toxicity level. So we've been looking at that. There are tree species that are not as salt sensitive and that can thrive just fine. It was mostly hitting pine trees that don't shed the leaves. So the trees that shed leaves are able to release that toxicity every year and they don't, doesn't impact it. So is that a very simple way to?
Yeah, absolutely. And then to mitigate that, we're actually blending. Right now, I'm blending 30% potable, 70% fresh water right now. So we're kind of putting it down a little bit, but just trying to keep that solid. So we appreciate that.
I can tell you though, the way we're heading, we're not gonna do that probably very much longer. We're working with parts, but another thing that can really control that issue product is the spraying of the beds. So right now, a lot of spraying will spray up and they actually get the canopy of leaves. That's where it's often occurring. So if they get those spraying angles lower,
And that's part of what we need to talk about today. What is the future of Cheyenne going to look like? And we need to start planting trees that can handle that kind of water.
And this is the way I look at it. We're using reuse. Why? We want to conserve potable water, right? So if we're having to blend reuse, okay, we're just kind of shooting ourselves in the foot, so that it kind of defeats the purpose. We work very closely with Jason and his group because it is a concern trying to blend, but eventually we're probably going to weed ourselves off. So
The great question.
yeah, that's a really good question.
How many gallons per day does each household use in Cheyenne? With that 10.3?
So I think we were down to about, 87 gallons per person per day in Cheyenne, which is actually pretty good. I think some national trends are 150 to 300 gallons per person per day. So Cheyenne, you heard a lot of things today. We heard the first water reclamation facility, first pipeline that long with pressure in it. We're a very innovative community. We have a history of coming together, finding solutions and moving forward. And that's kind of why we're here today, right? We're an innovative community. Okay, I'm sorry. Keep going. We're good.
So that.
My question is to the recommendations of water. The water that's being used beyond the Cold Creek, they're saying that it has a higher sodium content. How is that going to impact the reputation of the creek? Does that goes down into the aquifer or to the irrigation? How will that affect the crops? So that's how it's as a gardener, I know that if you put too much salt in the ground, it can sterilize your ground. So is there any plans maybe to improve the desalinization of that water at all?
So the water that's going to the creek, so we're talking the sodium level in the creek, so stuff that's going to the creek is very low, that's coming from the sodium chloride system, that's using disinfection. There have been talks that we can use UV disinfection over sodium chloride, but water that's within the creek. We do a Whitney permit, why we need to every month. We just got it reviewed, everything's right spot on there. About we do downstream monitoring, I think facilities, collection on this ones of property, do a downstream monitoring point there. We do the same thing on the river. Do the same thing on
I think one other thing to see there is kind of what we're doing with potable water. I mean, while there's not a lot of water in that creek, there is some runoff that comes through there, and that does help with that. So, I think it's important to remember too, though, is that that water that's in the creek has been there for a long time. Since what, 1943?
Yeah, it's been there 80 years.
So, I mean, it's supplementing the water that.
I can ask too, what's your guys' thoughts? So we have a couple ranchers, put you guys, put my friends on the spot. Quality of water and use of that water, have you seen any?
Water's pretty good, it's been irrigating down there since the 80s. It's good.
So
It's better now than you could. I used to do it. I have an irrigation dam on my shoulder 30 years ago. I looked away more than I have to now.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We don't grab hand.
But I can't say that I don't dip my truck to drink out of the dish.
Just when you're really thirsty, right?
I've never been that.
Actually, we'll let Frank take that one.
Great. We're gonna pass the buck on that one. Great.
Yeah, when you guys have questions, can you repeat them so that these people?
So you get a question on the new tank we're building? Okay, so I'm sure everybody's seen up by the existing Buffalo Ridge tank. If you can't hear me, throw up your hand and I'll talk louder. We're building a new 6 million gallon tank. The reason we're doing that is the round top tank that's west of town, which we had in service for well over 100 years, is at the end of its service line. It can't be maintained. It doesn't meet standards. So master plan called to go ahead and replace it out there at round top. But since the master plan, we're now seeing more growth on the north side, and we saw we had some limitations. So we did a study to determine what is the best way to replace that storage and service the city of Cheyenne. And so by moving the tank from Round Top over to Buffalo Ridge, we actually go from being able to have another 400 homes on the north side of town to somewhere around 4,000, because we now have adequate supply to meet future growth. So that's kind of why that tank is located there, as opposed to being replaced at Round Top.
So that tank, when it was designed was really not designed properly. We're gonna use it for a different area of town, but we need another tank. One other question that may come up too, you guys may want to, I can bring it up right now because we're at that point. So discharges from our wastewater plants, you know. All the water that we are permitted to use, all of our stage 2 water that we drink, so all of our out of basin water, we can use that water and our in creek, Crow Creek basin water that we have senior rights on west of town. We're allowed to use that to extinction. So what that means is when we use it, people use it in their homes, it goes into the sewer system and comes to our water reclamation plants. Theoretically, we're not required to release any of that. But of course, we're not at a point now for using that water So we're releasing some to the creek, but I have been asked, I've had discussions. I serve on a board that manages, what is it, Pond Group One, right? Yeah, and so on that, I get a lot of questions because we have a lot of ranchers like Ed is one downstream that, okay, what's gonna be the impacts in the future? How much less water are we gonna see in Crow Creek? If we start using all that water at our facilities. And the reason we do that, maybe we sell some of that wastewater effluent. There is a market for the sale of wastewater effluent. Or as we continue to expand our recycling system. Recycled water is not the cheapest water to produce, I'll tell you that right now. But it's one of those waters we have to do. It's just a no-brainer because every gallon that we use there is a gallon that we save on the other end. That just increases the ability for us to grow. So when I was talking earlier of making that water resource expand, if we can supply it with reuse water that we've already used once, let's use it again, and that will just free up on the other end of the water we got coming across from the trans basin. So they had a question, let me get like, but you know, what is the amount right now on a daily basis that's discharged to Crow Creek from those plants? So Crow is, what do you say? What do you say?
About 280, right? It's 40.
Earlier, you said you use the direct flow, the territorial rights, you use that to extinction.
Yes. Yeah, we ran that by the state engineer's office. It's just currently we're not, because we don't have a place to use it.
Quick question on WHR number one. You just said how expensive it is to clean up wastewater without buying water. That reservoir right there on the map, 880 acre feet, cheaper to clean that up, well, it's just coming out of that anyway. Close to your.
Well, the thing is though, I guess if we bought that water, you know, it depends on what we use it like for drinking water.
No, for the same thing, you go right through the pipe.
Oh,
They're already in business to sell
that's,
water.
that's an opportunity. Yeah, I mean, that could be an opportunity to get some of that. Yeah. It's just that we're not using the water we have right now, so we should probably do that. We're gonna use our existing. Yeah, that's great question. Tom, did you have?
Yeah, during the irrigation season, how much of your wastewater treatment plant effluent do you reuse?
So during reading system, we're just right anywhere from 0.8 to 1.5.
The facilities designed as a quarter.
Yeah, for the deep can extract is double that. Right now we're about 2 million. With that also go through that same purple pipe you pump with there. It'd be what Brad's talking about. The driver.
Yeah, currently the dry creek facility doesn't have reuse, so
Right.
all that water is
Right,
reused.
just plants. Right, yes.
Okay, we got about one more minute, and then we got to start.
Just a question on your 87 gallons per person, if I heard that right. Is that, what's in that number? Is that,
That's the indoor household usage. That's what each home is using. It doesn't include the irrigation. Another frame of reference we have that includes everything. About every new home needs a 1/4 acre foot a year to be able to, that's what they typically use in a year. So that's 80,000 gallons plus or minus, is kind of what a typical home uses with indoor use and outdoor irrigation.
so that does not include industrial use or any of that usage?
Correct.
I think a gallon industrial use of like and residential, it's slightly over 100.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay,
All right, well,
I think we'll get started with the next presentation. We'll have some more time for questions. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our supply, demand, and quote unquote surplus. But I just want to talk about each of our supplies and kind of how they're unique. So the Crow Creek Basin, Granite, Crystal, New North Crow, Old North Crow, South Crow, was really our original water source, you know, the Crow Creek Basin. You know, we have 2 main reservoirs, a bunch of smaller ones. The challenge with the Crow Creek Basin, this was our first water supply, but it has a firm yield of almost 4,000 acre feet. But the big challenge is it fluctuates dramatically. So give you an idea, the 3-year low average is only 1,000 acre feet a year. So, you know, we only get a third of it a lot of the time because the snowpack isn't consistent in the Crow Creek Basin. If it's a warm winter, we have none, depending on snowfall. So that was Cheyenne's first water supply, and that's where they ran into their first drought. Because as it fluctuated, I got to quit moving, don't I? Sorry.
So
You're fine. Help me.
George just made a comment, so there's some white noise over here, so just make sure you're kind of trying to stay in the middle of the room, like I did really bad, I went to one side.
I'm just following your example.
Don't follow my example.
So Cheyenne, that's where they had their first drought. The Crow Creek couldn't meet their supply because it fluctuates so much. So the next. Blank?
No,
No?
well, it was.
I gotta fix it now. Give me a second. Okay, so the first solution to drought was our well fields. It started in the 30s. The city went out and started developing the well fields. You know, Clint mentioned the Bell well field. We got Happy Jack north and south. We got the Bory, and clear up north, we have the Federal. So that became our first solution to groundwater. And it's created some unique challenges. Right now, we say there's probably a firm yield from our well fields about 3,200 acre feet a year of water. If you would asked us that 15 years ago, it probably was closer to 5,500. If you'd asked us 10 years ago, we thought it was 4,000. So we are seeing a decline in what we feel is our firm yield from the well fields. Well fields have good and bad. Clint talked about it helps us with our water quality, helps with our corrosive nature of our wells, or excuse me, of our water when it gets into the distribution system. But a well field is kind of like a storage tank. You can pump it hard a couple years and deplete the aquifer, but able to meet that demand. But in the end, you got to stay at that average of 3,200 acre feet. So we can produce as much as 5,500 acre feet for the SEO, but really all I think we can do is 3,200 to be able to keep the aquifers level and not have excessive decline.
What does SEO stand for?
State Engineer's Office. No problem. We have acronyms for everybody and everybody has different acronyms. So if you have any questions, please speak up. So that was our solution for a long time, but we knew it wasn't going to be enough. I talked about 3,200 from the well fields. We talked about 3,900 from our local well field. So we're up to what, 7,000 acre feet. And currently we're using somewhere around 14,000 acre feet just a few years ago. So Cheyenne had to continue to chase water. So I don't know all the history of who figured out what, when, and how, but we developed a very unique solution. So we created what we call stage 1, stage 2, and that was our long-term water supply. So the first part of it was to develop the Rob Roy Douglas Creek reservoir and collection system. So this is where we get the majority of our water, and it is a key asset that we have. So we have the Rob Roy Reservoir, and that drainage has a firm yield of about 15,000 acre feet. But it's a lot more reliable. We talked about the 3-year low for Crow Creek going from 3 to 1, or excuse me, from 4 to 1. At Rob Roy, our 3-year low is 12,500, so it's much more consistent. It is a better water supply for us. One challenge here is we don't actually have any water rights for any of this water. We have no rights to this water. So we had to go further west to come up with a solution. So we found water rights in the Little Snake drainage. So the Little Snake is, of course, on the other side of the Continental Divide. It actually flows to the Colorado River instead of the North Platte or South Platte River, depending on which section you're talking about our stuff. So what we did is we created a collection system to bring water across the Continental Divide and store it in Hog Park. So the Little Snake has a firm yield of about 13,000 acre feet. So it helps balance our need. And essentially, we have a trade system. So for every drop of water we collect in Rob Roy, we have to release it from hog farms. Was the initial premise. And it works quite well for us. It's allowed us to supply water year after year without any problems. The big issue we have is the hog park drainage that we can release into. Because of downstream restrictions, we are limited on how much water we can release. And obviously, it doesn't match, of course, it doesn't match what we can collect at Rob Roy. So we also store water in Seminole Reservoir. But the big challenge there is to get the water from Hog Park to Seminole, we have to release it down the river, which it gets there, but we have some transmission losses. So that 12,500 acre feet of firm yield drops to 11.7 because we lose about 8% of our water flowing down to Seminole. So what does all that mean? We put together a pretty extensive model trying to understand this, but right now, as things sit, and it's a little bit different number because and I'll explain that in a little bit. Right now, we have a firm yield of all of our water supplies of about 19,000 acre feet. The reason that is because our Hog Park firm yield and our Rob Roy don't match. There's about a 3,000 acre foot difference. So if we can find another 3,000 acre feet of trade water we can store in Seminole, our firm yield can go up to 22,000 acre feet. And as we'll discuss here later, we'll talk about our usage, but that far exceeds our current demand. So we do have the ability to grow, with the exception of some issues that have developed in recent years, which we'll talk about here in a few. But before I hand it off to Mr. Bowen, any questions in regards to our water supply?
On your well field, you included the bellbore. Did your firm yield include bellbore?
It includes the existing wells we have in the bellbore. Yes, he asked the firm yield we talked about in the well fields, does that include the bellbore? It does include the few wells we have now on the bellbore. I will talk about some of the future expansion we can do later on, but that's currently with all of our existing wells is 3,200 feet.
Just as a comparison, we're about what, 13,500 acre feet now on average?
Yeah, we'll talk about that here in a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I have two questions from the Oakley standpoint. What defines a drought? And then the second question is, are the transmission losses consistent? It looks like it's like 8%. Does it vary?
So I'll be happy to go into that. So his question is, what do we consider a drought? Right now, based off our WISE water plan, we associate drought with our reservoir levels. So we monitor our reservoir levels, and based off where they're at the beginning of the season, that's what really indicates if we're going to do water restrictions and whatever the water conservation method we're talking about. Right now, we're going to have to reevaluate that because of curtailment, and we're in the process of updating it. But right now, it's based off our reservoir levels. Your second question, I drew a blank all of a sudden.
The transmission losses, and if they're consistent, it looked like it was like 8%, but do you have water?
So our transmission losses are based off when we release it. So that was something that's worked out with the SEO when we created this trace system. So if we release the water in the winter, we only lose 5%. If we release it, quote unquote, in the summer months, we lose 12%. So obviously we try to release as much as we can in the winter months, but it's a big guessing game. What is the snowpack going to do? How much storage do we need? So it's changes weekly on us. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Bowler, right?
So kind of taking off of what everybody's talked about so far, we've talked a lot about the production of water as it gets to Cheyenne in the administration area. We're kind of concerned about where does the water go? And so on a monthly basis, we report out to our board related to these major customer categories. The one change that we've made to this one from what our board normally sees is we've added the city of Cheyenne into this graph also. So even though the city of Cheyenne isn't billed for their water, they're up here as a billed customer, just so we can have that comparison. And as you can see, looking at the graph, I've looked at this as the fiscal year. So the irrigation season is in the middle of this. So a wet year and a dry year can make a difference as we're looking at this. But the comparison of FY23, which right towards the tail end of that, we did have a pretty wet season. So June billing can make a difference. But as we look at this, on a 10-year average compared to FY 23, we're staying pretty consistent with roughly 45 to 50% of the water produced is going to the residential customer. From there, we're around about 20% that is going to industry, excluding Holly Frontier. Because Holly Frontier was a large customer of ours for a very long time before they changed their production methods. We've kind of singled them out just to kind of see what trends have happened there. Then following that, we've got the South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District and F.E. Warren. Both of those, you're going to have a combination of residential and industrial commercial type use within those categories. But they're their own billing group as we look at it. And then the city of Cheyenne at roughly 8% of water usage, which on the next slide, we'll kind of see a lot of that is associated with the irrigation side of things. So kind of taking the same side of it, comparing August billing cycle, which would basically be kind of July usage. So maybe a little bit of Frontier Days is included in this data. It may not be based off of the date somebody's meter is read. And then comparing it to January 2024, saying most realistic data. What you can really see when you look at this is that during irrigation season, we increase on the production side to almost 3 times as much because of the water being used to irrigate. And then finally, kind of looking at it from the commercial standpoint of where do we sit, looking at who are the biggest users in Cheyenne. We've excluded Holly Frontier out of this calculation, the base and South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District, because we kind of look at this of just our commercial and industrial side of things. And what I found really interesting as I looked at this category is you start getting into, we tried to take all accounts from a customer. So Walmart with the distribution center, Sam's Club, and 2 stores, we considered them one customer in this analysis, thinking about if we go into a conservation effort, how do we affect different businesses in that comparison? Because what we do for one location is going to affect another location. And so looking at this, there's 6 businesses per se that show up on this category as being a high user during irrigation season and during non-irrigation season. And so that means that some of these, if you look at hospitals, the VA and the hospital, that's health and wellness. So if we were to do a conservation effort, what would you do inside that facility? So one of the things we have to look at as we're thinking about conservation efforts going forward is, how does this impact everything in Cheyenne versus just one thing? The other thing that I'm going to throw up here on this slide that I found very interesting was in the irrigation side of things, the HOAs start kind of popping up. Their common areas, they start kind of popping in as a larger customer. But then you go to the January timeframe, the car washes start popping up. Even though they're not both showing up here, on here, Grease Through did show up in the January side of things. Blue Beacon Car Wash also, Truck Wash also shows up in this. So it kind of starts looking at, if we start looking at conservation efforts, or if we hit a curtailment situation, a drought, there's businesses that would be affected if we didn't have the water to provide to those customers. And with that, I'll answer any questions or hand it back to Frank.
I don't know if I heard you correct, but you said you did not bill the city of Cheyenne?
We do not build the city of Cheyenne.
So the city of Cheyenne, like the building right now, you do not bill them?
Correct.
Absolutely. Yeah, every community that I've ever represented, even within the city, you know, we Park Street for their own water, the city pays for its own water, because it truly is an enterprise. And when it's a business enterprise, you know, power company doesn't not build and stops with power. So it's, that's why it's been a startle, because that yeah, for Casper, it doesn't matter if it's system investment charges, tap fees, water usage, whatever, they pay the same rate as everybody else. So, and I remember years ago, it was a big battle because we were building a, Casper facility called Metro Animal Control Center, and we needed a 1-inch tap. Well, they had to pay their $5,000 for a tap. And everybody argued, well, it's just a pocket switch. No, but in the essence, it's truly an enterprise account. And that is, the water system is an enterprise, and so it needs to be fully self-funded and supported, separate and distinct from the general funds for the city. So that's, again, I'm only been at City Casper for 6 months as an employee, with a consultant Casper for years. Out of my 2 biggest clients, or 3 were Douglas, Glenrock, and Casper over the years. And I know just before I left and I came to work my current job in Wheatland, we were pushing them to make sure they put meters on their parks, so that they were paying for their water. And we've seen dramatic reduction in water usage when indeed they do have to pay.
And even though we don't bill the city, we do work directly with the city. We've got meters on all the accounts. We're watching it. If we're seeing a flow issue, we're seeing leaks, we're in contact with the Parks Department. But it's kind of one of those unique things about how each city operates. And I've only been here 2 years, so I don't know the history behind it. I just know it's the history.
Yeah, it's just fascinating. I'm not being critical of shit.
Been that way from inception.
Yeah, it's just, it was news to me because kind of my whole history has always been that it's been the other way around, and I've heard a lot of people complain about it for years. But
We do charge the county.
And 2, what is it Black Hills gas that shows up on the box?
Black Hills is shaking their head, yes. I didn't go into the detail. I saw it and I was like, I'm gonna get caught on this one. I just have a gut feeling right now.
Right. Well, you get stuck listening to me again, so,
The break, you're setting 9:03, you got 9:20.
okay, I'll talk really slowly. No. So this is something interesting that shows up for us and other communities. As we have grown through the years, our water use hasn't increased dramatically. So we got a nice little graph here, shows the total water delivered in each year. The orange line is population, and then you can see our trending line there. We are actually staying pretty consistent at 14,000 acre feet a year. What's really interesting is I was digging through some files, and when we applied for stage 2, guess what our consumption was in 1967? About 14,000 acre feet. So water conservation has done a lot to extend our water supply. It allows us to use our water more efficiently, and therefore we haven't had to go chase new water. So that's pretty powerful. So let's talk about that. In 1967, our usage was 13.7. That's when we applied for stage 2 and started building. In 2002, we just put our brand new Sherrard water treatment plant online, and we maxed it out. It was a dry summer, everybody was irrigating, we were hitting 32 million gallons a day, plant capacity. Oddly enough, this was a significant drought, and I'll show you some slides on it later. Our reservoirs took a big hit. So I can't say they, I wasn't here yet. They instituted water restriction, tiered water rates, and all sorts of things to try to promote water conservation. So you can see in 2003, we started putting in rates. We went down to 15,000 acre feet. And by 2004, we were back down to 13.5. We were back into that 14,000 acre foot range. 2007 was another dry year. We were back up to 16, but our plant only peaked at 22 because we instituted, alternating days. So we didn't stress our plant every Sunday because that's when everybody wanted to water. Some of the more recent events, 2018, we were back down. In 2021, we kind of took a big hit in revenue, but we saved water. Holly Frontier changed their operations. They went from crude oil refining to biodiesel. So they went from using 2 million gallons of water a day to using 500,000 gallons a day. So saved us a lot of water, but definitely was a hit to our revenue. And as of right now, we're using about, in 2022, we're using about 13,000 acre feet. So we are staying there. We do go up, we do go down, just depends on the year. So earlier they asked, drought. What do we consider a drought? What are our drought risks? So I'm going to talk about some of the risks that we're facing, what keeps us up at night, so to speak, when it comes to operating this system. And I'm going to really talk about our different basins, our different stories. So this is the Hog Park Reservoir and the Little Snake Collection. What you're seeing there on that graph, and I know you can't see the text, but this is going from 1933 to 2018. So we developed a mod-sim model that allows us to essentially go back to 1933 and impose a large demand so we can see how our system will operate. And what this graph is showing you, what would the Hog Park Reservoir level be, the beginning of each water year, so to speak, to the low point till it refills again. And you can see, as we started out right away, starting in 1935, we had a big hit. You can see that water level in the reservoir drops down to basically zero. And then we come back up and we have a lot of good years, but something changed in 2002. After 2002, you can see we are not seeing as much water as we had consistently seen in the Little Snake drainage. When did I say we had our big drought? We had inner water restrictions, 2002. Something happened there and it really changed. Something changed in our snowpack in the Little Snake. But when you look at Rob Roy, it's a whole different picture. So you can see Rob Roy here. You can see that if we were putting a big demand, that 22,000 acre feet I talked about, because this is really showing how the whole system interacts. If we started putting 22,000 acre feet of demand on our system back in 33, you can see in 41, we'd have been in trouble. 56, we drained it down. 78, 90, and then you can see there in 2002, 2003, we had 5-6 years where we didn't have much runoff and the reservoir was suffering. We're back up now, but that's what we talk about in firm yield. What can we take consistently from that reservoir and never have it go completely dry? What is the max we can take out of it? And that's the value of the mod-sim model. We're not predicting what might happen in the future. We're going back 90 years to see, what has it done, so we know what we hopefully can depend on. Of course, with climate change, everything's changing, but it's the best information we can use. Other things that keep us up, wildfires. Everybody knows that we've had a lot of big wildfires in our area, and it attacks our areas differently. If we talk about a wildfire in the Little Snake Collection, it doesn't concern us as much. We might get some turbidity, we might get a little less water into Hog Park, but that water we're not treating, it gets released to the river, is probably going to be a minor impact to us. However, if we have one at Rob Roy, where that water is coming to us, that's going to create a lot of concern for us. Because if we get a lot of ash, we get a lot of material in there, that means we got to drop it out at the water treatment plant. We might have to change our methods of operation. We may have to restrict flows from Rob Roy for a year so that we can let everything settle out. So that may create an instantaneous impact to the water we can deliver, as opposed to Hog Park. It might create a minor impact. You citizens probably aren't going to know, the users of the system. The other issue with wildfire is it changes our snowpack. The tree canopy protects that snowpack so we get the runoff in the spring. If that trees are gone, everything melts, you get more evaporation. You get a lot more debris going into our reservoirs, which consumes our storage permanently. That sand, that grit starts building up, it fills up our reservoir, and then we're out of storage. So those are kind of the things we worry about in the wildfire. The other thing we worry about is infrastructure failure. We have some key points in our system. If we have a failure, we are in trouble. So we'll start again at Little Snake. If we were to have, this is a picture of the concrete pipe that we have for our collection system out at Little Snake. If this were to break and we did not get a full collection one season, it's not a significant impact to us. You know, we might do some minor water restrictions, we can repair it. And the next year we're back into service, no big deal. But as Casey talked about, we have two large pipelines that come from Rob Roy to our Crow Creek based, you know, stage 1, stage 2 pipelines is what we call them. If we were to lose one of these, it would reduce the amount of water we can deliver to our community. Stage 1 can bring across 10 million gallons of water a day. Stage 2 can do 16 million. We were to lose stage 2, we probably have to institute some restrictions right away to be able to bring it down. And God forbid, if we lost both, I mean, we'd probably be down to just human consumption for water, health and public safety, because we have just lost that critical pipeline and we only have so much storage locally. Probably one of our biggest bottlenecks we have is our Crystal Reservoir. All the water that flows to, I shouldn't say all, the majority of our water, 95% of the water we have to get to Sherrard has to go through Crystal Reservoir. The Crystal Reservoir is 110 years old. You can see the picture on the left is when they built it. You can see we have 3 outlet pipes that go from the wet side of the dam to the dry side of the dam. And that's how we get all of our water to Sherrard. The picture on the right shows what that dam looked like before we did the most recent rehab. You can see it's showing its age. It's 110 years old. I can tell you, we are aware of this. We have done inspections on the outlet pipings. We've done rehabs. Everything is good right now, but we're going to continue to monitor it. But if God forbid something happened to Crystal, the reservoir, or this dam where we couldn't get water out of it, we've just lost all of our water. All we have left are the well fields. So those well fields at most, if we push them as hard as we can, they can produce 10 million gallons a day. So if it happens in the winter, you know, we can plan for it. But if it happens in the middle of summer, everything's going to be shut off as far as irrigation and everything, because we can't do anything until this is fixed. So we have some pretty good challenges ahead of us. We're aware of that. We have developed a means to get around the Crystal Dam if we need to, where we still can deliver 16 million gallons to Sherrard, and we're implementing that. But there are a lot of challenges with such a complicated water system. And of course, the biggest one we have out there right now is curtailment. Who hasn't heard about the Colorado River and curtailment? Okay. And as I said earlier, all of our trade water is Colorado River water. And unfortunately, we do not have free compact water rights. Our oldest water right is 1956. More than likely, if there's a true curtailment on the Colorado River, we're going to lose all ability to collect that water. That means we have no trade water. That means we cannot collect any water at Rob Roy. Granted, we have storage. We could survive a year or two, but if we had a 3, 4, 5-year curtailment, it would be a significant impact. To give you frame of reference, with Hog Park, Rob Roy, our firm yield is up to 22,000 acre feet. Without those, we're down to 7,000 acre feet. And how much do we use? 14. So we have to cut our water use in half to be able to meet that. So we're aware of this. We are chasing down options and solutions for additional trade water so that doesn't happen, but we don't have them yet. So we're working on it. But those are the things that we are facing here at the BOPU in regards to drought and water shortages and what we feel are risks to our system. Questions?
Got 15 minutes.
I knew there'd be questions. Go ahead, Betsy. The question was, if we have something bad happen, do we have a list of who goes first? So in our Wise Water plan, the first thing to go is going to be irrigation, and then it stair steps down to other outside usage. The Wise Water Plan doesn't go down to the 7,000 acre foot level. We've got to update that because what, 6 years ago, we never dreamed curtailment was a thing. So we are updating that, but yeah, it's gonna be outside water usages, car washes, and it's just gonna stair step down to the point that if it's bad enough, we're gonna have to start implementing water restrictions about inside water usage, but we are trying to avoid that, but that is the worst case scenario.
And I think too, that's one of the things that I think is important, that we get feedback from the community as well. That it's not necessarily our say in terms of which, who goes, who stays, you know, how do we want to get down to that? From my standpoint, I think that's a collective discussion we all have. And that's what we're kind of hoping that, you know, this afternoon, we kind of get into that we can maybe get into some of the discussion, and talk about, you know, what comes next and how we address it.
I believe you were next.
Okay, Frank, you talked about, you know, volume of water being delivered to Little Snake in phase 1, 2. Give us an idea on what size of pipes those are.
Oh, the size of the pipes?
Yeah.
So the Little Snake collection, what is the biggest pipe?
Largest size pipe, 72.
Probably the biggest restriction we have right now is the tunnel that goes through the Continental Divide. And it necks down to a 6 foot? A 6 foot diameter pipe. So that's probably the bottleneck we have on that collection. And the reason that has to be so big, I mean, 6 foot. You can stand it, I can stand in it, not all of you guys. Everybody squat down. You can walk right through it, and I have. The reason that has to be so big is we have essentially a month at best to collect 10, 12,000 acre feet. So we have to get a lot of water through that pipe quickly. Stage 1, stage 2, I should know this, but Casey's the expert.
It's 26 inch and a 30-inch pipe across the route. And then from Crystal to the Gerard Water Treatment Plant, 30-inch and a 36 inch.
And those pipes run coming off of Chief Mountain about 600 PSI. So when you have a leak, and I've seen it, you can see it driving out 230 from the south towards Bisland. So
At that pressure, there's one advantage, they're typically self-excavating. It pulls everything right out of the hole. Yes, sir.
I wondered, you said you're looking to try to improve your position on the Colorado River. Are you looking to buy some older water rights?
So
Not that if anybody's here, I don't want to drive up the price.
you're not driving up the price. It's that state to the south. Guess it's that way. So right now we are exploring a lot of options. We really see our key is to maintain that trade water we have in Cinnamon. So right now we are exploring options in the North Platte River Basin on water that we can have a pay to use, where we have a first right of refusal, so to speak, that says, hey, if we have a curtailment, we're going to pay you this much for your water so it can flow into Seminole, so we can continue to collect water at Rob Roy, is the area we're chasing the most right now.
and we have that story in Rob or in Hog Park and Cinnamon combined. You know, we lose our Hog Park, we don't have transfer, so that we need to look at something else in the North Platte that's the most logical. That then we could offset and use that for our exchange water. So we can.
Yes, sir.
Related question, but did the legislature do something this year that makes that work better for you guys or not?
So the question was, did the legislature do anything in this year's session to help us with that? They did do some amendments in regards to how exchanges can work and how long they can be in effect, which does benefit us. And I'm gonna talk about it later, but trying to find someone willing to sell that water is not an easy thing.
So that, they did make 2 changes. Those are just probably the tip of the iceberg. I think that what continues needs to be done. So through Brandon's office, I think there'll be continued more stuff because we're gonna have to be creative on how we put the water around the state. If we're gonna, you know, we're an odd entity. Really, we have a lot more options than anybody else over the Green River Basin. They're stuck in their basin. We're in a whole different basin, so we have options with North Platte. They don't have that stuff unless they, you know, we're gonna pump that stuff. So we're gonna have to be creative of how we solve these problems. But it's a start.
Yes, sir.
On the demand side, are you guys gonna talk at some point about the outside users like South Cheyenne Sewer Water District?
We do have a panel session tonight where we talk about some of that stuff for this afternoon tonight. Getting ahead of myself. By the way, we're supposed to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Any other questions in regards to our water supply and risks?
Frank, you said that you guys don't have the water rights you want to do. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who does?
What's that?
Who does? I was just curious.
So actually, yes, I'm gonna repeat the question. The question is, you guys don't have any rights to the water at Rob Roy, and who does? So we quote unquote have water rights, but the water rights are completely tied to the trade water we have in Hog Park. The water that's in Rob Roy, so to speak, drains down and ends up in Semino and is stored there. And more than likely, there is not a set
Single person.
location, but that water gets released to meet the demands of Wyoming and Nebraska.
So because we store in Rob Roy, okay, that goes down Douglas into the Platte. We have to make that whole, because now we're prevented, so we have to make a whole from another location. That's why we're releasing from Hog Park or Semino, so that we make that system whole.
Okay.
Because we don't have the rights to store that water in Rob Roy unless we replace it with Hog Park and Semino storage that we have. So it's just to make the system whole. Otherwise, we're depleting that system. We're gonna have people calling Brandon's office, what's going on. Does that make sense?
Yep. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So do you, in these reservoirs and lakes, do you own the land? You don't own the land. Do you lease it from the government or do you own the water or?
So, yeah, I can talk to that. Question is, do we own the land or do we lease the land that our reservoirs sit on? In the local basin, Crow Creek, the city of Cheyenne owns land. We're part of the city of Cheyenne. As far as Rob Roy Hog Park, we have a lease with the Forest Service for having those reservoirs on that land. We own the water that's in them, but the land that it sits on is the Forest Service.
It costs us about $130,000 a year for that piece. So,
We do own some of the land, but we have to lease some as well.
Any other questions? Yes.
Going back to the wildfire risks, Frank, do you mind expanding a little bit on current and ongoing vegetation mitigation efforts and how that was key in the last big fire around Rob Roy that really prevented?
So the question is, can I go a little further? I can't. I'm just telling you right now. Can I go any further in regards to wildfires and what we're doing for vegetation and fire mitigation? Now I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Bassett.
Thank you. So we actually do work very closely with the U.S. Forest Service. They have implemented some landscape and vegetation analysis where they have identified what they feel a healthy forest is going to look like. We have had several projects with them recently where we have removed some of the dead trees that are up there that would essentially be a potential devastating fire. And we are continuing to work with them. We've got a couple more projects that were being planned. Hopefully we'll be able to get them implemented. Brad, did you add anything to that?
We budgeted about, we've been budgeting about 100,000 here 2 years ago. We just spent that, giving them some money to help. They've done a lot of restoration work around Lake Owen. They actually had a tree sale because of the dead timber that they cut down. They really cleaned it up. That money that the Forest Service is just transferring to other projects. So they transferred it now to a project around Rob Roy. If anybody's been up to Rob Roy in the last year and a half, you'll notice there's a lot of timber cutting going on around there, around the lake and just west of the lake. And a lot of that did help with some of the fires we had here, 2 or 3 years ago now. So
In fact, we got a lot of it removed around Lake Owen, and when the Mullen fire came through there, very minimal damage in that area. So that was very good for us. There is still quite a bit to do though.
All right, saw her hand up first. Go ahead, man.
Speaking of while you're moving trees, has there been any work done as far as controlling the ash and and erosion that might come from a heavy rainfall or snow melt.
So the question is while we've been doing that reclamation work around Rob Roy, have we been doing any work to help mitigate the ash or sediment that could be coming down from that? We watched it very closely. For a couple of years, we did shut off one collection structure on Forest Creek. That was a watershed that had been hit very hard. We watched it very closely. We were able to determine that we were able to get enough vegetation going around the creek that it was acting as a buffer, and it was filtering out that sediment, so we were able to open it back up. So that was one of those structures. Fortunately, upstream of the reservoir itself, it was a very patchwork burn. And so that worked well for us because there was vegetation around those burn areas to help filter that stuff out before it actually hit the reservoir. We watched it carefully. We installed some additional water quality monitoring stuff up in the reservoirs. Haven't seen a change in water quality, but we are, like I say, the cuts that are being done upstream of the reservoir, they're making sure they leave adequate trees in there so that the forest can bounce back quickly and still provide some of that filtration that we need.
I saw someone's hand up over here.
I know that you were a key partner in helping fight the Jack wildfire. I'm just curious, when the guard starts doing water drops, what kind of stress does that put on the system and how many gallons are used?
So fortunately, the guy that we
Repeat
had.
the question, please.
Oh, yes, thank you. So with the Happy Jack fire recently, and the response to that, especially using the helicopters to point, drop water and to suppress the fire, right? The person we had on that was actually Casey Whitman. Casey was the person at the Emergency Operations Center. He had recommended, and very astutely, to use a closer reservoir that we can feed from a local source. That is the reservoir that's at Round Top Reservoir. So they were able to dip out of that. Those buckets don't hold a lot of water, and they only took about 21 buckets. So
I think that's a
minimal
gallons.
That's a great question.
500 gallons.
For bigger fires over, like the one we had 3 years ago, the Mullen fire.
Yeah,
They continually drew out of a reservoir, Rob Roy, we've had ones over by Hawk Park. When we do that, it's a requirement of the Forest Service of people who fight. They keep hourly, daily logs on how much they pull, because then we report that to the state engineer's office so that they can keep track, because all this stuff is a big water balance. So it's done on a daily, monthly basis, but we can report that so that they know, hey, there's another 3,000 acre feet of water that's gone. Well, so it's all has to be accounted as best we can.
Casey, do you remember how much water was used on the Mullen fire? My recollection is around 8,000 gallons, but I don't.
8,000.
Yeah,
Much.
there's much more than that. Okay. It's not. Maybe it was 8,000.
I think let me jump in.
Go ahead.
It doesn't put a big demand on our system because they only can transport more water. They're really hitting, the leading edge of the fire to stop it. So they're not taking 1,000 acre feet for a fire. It's not a significant impact to us.
That's astutely said. Thank you.
Okay,
That's it for me.
maybe 1 minute.
Oh,
Yeah, so I just have one more. So I noticed that Holly Frontier was like a 14% user. You want water conservation efforts, they come to you and say, we cut it down 75%. I'm wondering if internally, is there a compensatory effort to try and replace that income and sell more water, or say, hey, you guys just got water, what's the internal reaction?
Yeah, so the question is, how did we react to losing Holly Frontier and them cutting their water use by 75%? Water conservation is a good thing. It's nice if it's spread out over a little more of a duration so we can plan for it. I can't say we've been actively chasing people to buy water, but we have been working with development, the Microsofts, the data centers to bring them into our system. So we are slowly replacing Holly Frontier, but by no means have we replaced them yet. Okay, I think I'm out of time.
Okay, we're good.
Thank
We
you.
have a 15-minute break, so 9:45, we're gonna start right hydrologist with the National Weather Service here in Cheyenne. And so he's going to be talking to us for about the next 30 minutes on just what the current forecast hydrology things are looking like, and very pertinent to what we do. And so appreciate Tony taking the time to be with us today. So welcome, Tony, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As Brad said, and thank you, Brad. My name is Tony Anderson. I'm the Senior Service Hydrologist at the National Weather Service Office in Cheyenne. I will say, the saying goes in the Weather Service that we are strictly a marketing agency. We don't do production, so please don't kill the messenger. As a service hydrologist, my job is to handle, I don't do weather, I'm not a meteorologist, but my job is to handle the flooding, flash flooding, water supply, snowpack, doing all that analysis and assessment for the office, and making sure that my colleagues on the operations floor have the resources they need. So I'm kind of the program manager, if you will, for the entire hydrology program in this part of the state. I actually support the Riverton office as well, because they do not have a service hydrologist. What I want to talk about today is just kind of a brief summary of what our current drought status is, what our current drought outlook is, and then look at the winter. How have we done precipitation wise, temperature wise? Temperature, that's been a huge one this year. And then how we're doing on the snowpack. What's it look like? Then we're going to move into, actually, I'm going to switch that up a little bit. We're going to look at weather forecasts and outlooks, and then I'll look at our current water supply forecasts that we get from my colleagues at the Missouri Basin River Forecast Center and from the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center, since we're concerned with the Little Snake in the North Platte. So looking at our drought information, this is actually a week old. The current drought monitor will come out this morning, and I'm not really supposed to talk about that until it does. So I'll just kind of leave you with hints. This is last week's, and you're going to see a pattern as I talk about this winter, and it's a north to south pattern in the state of Wyoming. The north is not doing terribly well. The south, we're doing a little better, especially into the west. We've got some fairly healthy snowpack in some of the western basins. The Little Snake and the upper North Platte, both doing okay, not great, not bad, just kind of hanging out in the middle. But up the north, it is dry and it is worsening. The next drought monitor will look worse than this one. In the north, in the south, it will look better. It's kind of a strange year. And I will say, talking with our climatologist in the office, that is an El Nino pattern. And we are in the middle of a fairly strong El Nino right now that will be should be transitioning to a neutral state and then a La Nina state next or later in the summer. So looking at this is a timeline of the drought by percentage, by category percentage for each county. And I'm going to look at Laramie, Albany, and Carbon counties. And in Laramie, we haven't seen a drought since the middle of 2023, which is actually pretty good. However, we're in a bit of a snow drought right now. The Upper Crow Creek, Upper Dry Creek are both exceptionally dry in terms of snowpack, which doesn't help things. But it hasn't been enough to affect the soil sufficiently for us to push that into drought. And part of my job is to work with the drought monitor crew. And about every 4 weeks, I'm the guy that submits Wyoming's recommendations to the drought monitor. So we are involved in this process fairly in-depthly. In-depthly? Is that a word? But right now, Laramie County's doing okay. I'm concerned about the snowpack and how that may translate into soil moisture later in the year. Looking at Albany County on top and Carbon County on the bottom, Albany County also doing okay. They have a little bit of drought. They have a little bit of abnormally dry conditions. Most of that developed this winter. And it spread from Sweetwater and Carbon counties over to Albany. In the last month or so, it's been recovering. We've been drawing back those drought conditions out of Carbon and Albany County. This most recent drought monitor should pull that back even further. So we'll probably be in the abnormally dry or in the moderate drought category in Carbon County. But Carbon County is a little bit worse than the others. You can see there, well, you can barely see. There is some
D2 severe drought. And there is a considerable moderate drought, but again, that has been shrinking over the last month, month and a half. And so the trend is good across southern Wyoming. And as I said, that is consistent with an El Nino year. So that's the first part of that's the current drought conditions. The Climate Prediction Center also does a 3-month outlook of drought conditions. They try to anticipate what is the drought going to do everywhere in the country, and then they publish this map. And this is a fairly optimistic map. It's showing the drought down in Carbon County probably hanging on, but not expanding or worsening, which is consistent with what we're seeing right now. And it may actually be a little pessimistic with what we're seeing right now. Up north, I think that's probably optimistic, given the trends we're seeing. The northeast part of the state is getting hammered right now. No snow, very low water, and it's starting to affect all the other drought indicators that we look at. So I'm not as optimistic up north as they are, but they know a lot more about the climate than I do. So that's actually good news up north. And what, how's that for hedging? Okay, so now we're going to look at the winter overview and our current snow conditions. What have we seen? What are we seeing? And this is a comparison of March 1st snowpack and March 13th snowpack, and I accidentally buried my legend over there underneath the right-hand slide. So that doesn't help you very much, but green is good. Green indicates a fairly heavy snowpack. And as you can see, the western mountains below Yellowstone and into the, I don't even know which ranges those are. Things are looking pretty good over the last 2 weeks. They put on a considerable snowpack, which is kind of what we expect in March. The Snowy Range and the Sierras, they both picked up some. It's not as evident as it is out west, but they did pick up some more snow over the course of the last 2 weeks. So things tend to be improving. The storm that was supposed to give us 5 inches by this morning and did not do so. Again, I'm strictly marketing. That storm actually was doing really well in the mountains. We were looking at the snow tells yesterday, and we were seeing between 0.3 and 0.7 inches of snow water equivalent in the early stages of this storm. So what happened overnight, I haven't seen yet, but my hope is that we probably put down another inch of snow water equivalent in this storm. So yay. And it did it without making me shovel my driveway, which is even better. Okay, so this is from the Natural Resource Conservation Service. These are the basins in the state and their snowpack as a percent of the long-term median. So about a 30-year median. And again, if you can look at that northwest to southeast line across the state, that trend's going to keep coming back as we look at the winter. Dry to the northeast, wet to the southwest. And things are looking pretty good. Little Snake at 112, the upper North Platte at 102% of normal. That's it's not abundant, but it's normal, and that's a good thing. We're going to zoom in a little bit. Those basins were on a larger scale. We're going to look at just southeast Wyoming and look at the smaller scale basins. And here again, things looking pretty good, except for the upper Lodgepole and Crow Creek basins. The southern Laramie Range is not picking up a lot of snow this year, and which is kind of surprising because we tend to be getting storms that are moving from east to west, which usually allows, as the storms move upslope, they drop their moisture. This year we're missing the Laramie Range, the Snowy Range, the Sierras, the Absarokas up in Yellowstone are doing great, but for some reason the Laramie Range is not getting that abundance. So we're going to look at this a different way, basin by basin. This is the black line is the accumulation of snow water equivalent in the basin through the course of the winter, and the range of values you see behind it are the historical conditions that have existed over the years. And the purple line at the top is your all-time maximum, and then the red line at the bottom is your all-time minimum. Green line in the middle is your long-term median or your normal value. The little star in the middle is your average peak snow water equivalent for the year. And right now, on this little snake, 112%, we're climbing nicely. This storm's gonna help even more. So it's actually looking quite good. And I will say with these graphs, and I'm gonna qualify this even more heavily than I did before. This is not a forecast, it's not an outlook, but there's a trend during El Nino years that pushes the peak back into the spring. We tend to get late winter, early spring storms during El Nino years that tends to push that peak out. So this peak made in some of those years, it was up to a month. And we were deep into May in a lot of our peaks during some of those years. So I can't say that's going to happen. I'm just going to say the chances are better this year than in any other, or not any of it, but in most others. So looking at the upper north or the upper Platte, not as good, right at the normal line though. We're heading towards that peak and hopefully we will get those late winter storms and those spring storms that will push that peak back and allow us to keep accumulating snow deeper into the spring. And the upper Laramie not doing as well. It's still at 94% after doing this for 20 years. I would call that normal just because anything between 85% of normal and 110 falls within what I consider my normal range. And we're well within that right now. So being the adaptive economy that Wyoming is we're usually more than prepared to handle 94% of normal. So the next three graphics are the precipitation as a percent of normal at different time scales. So this one is water year to date, and it's kind of a mishmash across the state. We look a little dry down south, except maybe there in Carbon County and Sweetwater a little bit. Up north, it's looking dry. But as I go through the shorter time scales, you're going to see this change a lot. And it's been a very interesting year with drought because we started mostly out of drought in this part of the state. And through the course of the winter, we have gone into drought in Carbon and Sweetwater counties. And over the last 60 days, we've been coming out of drought in those areas. So it's been a very strange year to try and follow. Again, dry in the Northeast, that's going to be my song for the day and for the winter. So this is the last 90 days. And again, now you can start to see that northwest to southeast pattern even more strongly. The Northeast is getting hammered. The bighorns are getting hammered. And we're starting to pick up some nice moisture in the Carbon Sweetwater area and down here in Laramie County. So much better looking over the last 90 days. So now we're looking at the last 60 days. And this is where you can see that drought recovery. It's wet down in the southern portions of the state and up in the Bighorn Basin, over in some of the western basins in the Green River. So a very strange year in terms of patterns and consistency. And then you can see the bighorns in the northeast part of the state. They have the drought monitor degradation has almost accelerated over the last month. We keep adding more drought to that area because the snow's just not coming. And I will add, well, actually, I'll talk about that here on the next slide. This is a comparison of mean temperature since November. And that's on the left side. On the right side is precipitation. And it's as a percent of normal once again. The big story here is on the left side. The temperatures this winter have been astronomically high. I've been here 2 years. I lived in Laramie for 6, and I don't ever remember a winter like this. Yeah, we've had 3 cold snaps. And other than that, we've been above normal. We've been in the 40s and 50s frequently throughout the winter. It's been crazy, and it's been that way across the state. As you can see, we're above normal to well above normal across almost the entire state, which makes for a more pleasant winter, but it doesn't help us with drought because that moisture just keeps, or the temperature just keeps sucking moisture out of the system. Over on the right-hand side, you can see very clearly that the impacts up in that northeast part of the state where it is exceptionally dry. And then again, that northwest, the southeast line to the southwest of that, things are nice and moist. To the northeast, things are dry to painful.
And that's being reflected in our current drought conditions. So now, this is what we get paid for looking forward. 7-day precipitation forecast actually looks pretty good. I put this in the slideshow yesterday, so it's actually picking up the storm that we're getting right now. And that's why we're seeing a lot of that moisture that's shown in the southeast part of the state. But by and large, it's showing at least a little moisture everywhere. And, from a quarter to an inch up across southeast Wyoming, up to 1.75 inches in the snowy range, and maybe 1.0 to 1.25 inches in the Sierras. So, and those numbers are actual precipitation or snow water equivalent. So we may be looking at 1 to 2 feet of snow up in the snowies, and probably 1 foot to 1.5 feet in the Sierras. So again, we're going to move to the Climate Prediction Center because they're really good at that climate stuff and looking at El Nino and the other worldwide global climate indices and putting them together to create long-term forecasts. So for the first one is 6 to 10 days out. So kind of at the tail end of that slide we just looked at. On the left is temperature, on the right is precipitation. And we're not seeing any strong signals. These first color bands are what I in my interpretation, I call them a weak signal. The next color up, I call a moderate signal. And it's not saying that yes or no, it's going to be warm or cold. It's saying that there's a higher chance of being above normal or a higher chance of being below normal. And I'll talk about that more on the next slide. But right now, for the next 6 to 10 days, we've got a weak to moderate signal in Wyoming for above normal temperatures, just like the rest of the year or the rest of the winter. And on the precipitation side, the entire state is covered by a weak above normal or above normal precipitation signal, which probably goes with the storm that we're experiencing there. But I don't know, how many of y'all have seen these slides before, these CPC graphics? I looked at them. A colleague of mine in Riverton, Lance, Ben, oh crap, I forgot his last name. But anyway, he gave me this slide, and it's a great way to look at these graphics. And I'm going to educate her. The graphics that we're going to look at over the next 2 slides, and the one we just saw, are basically conveying a probability. And so if you consider a coin and you're flipping a coin, you got a 50-50 chance, heads or tails. But if you weighted one side of that coin and you knew that that coin was weighted, you'd flip it, and there's still a chance you're going to get the unweighted side. So maybe it's 60-40. And what the CPC does is they have information and they put it all together to look at those probabilities, and they weight the coin. And so when you see above normal, below normal, or equal chances, normally that's 33% chance of above normal, 33% chance of below normal, or 33% chance of normal. When you look at all of the climate signals that they have, they can weight that and say, no, there's probably a 40 to 50% chance of above normal. Now, there's still a 40 to 50% chance of below normal, but so you can still get the below normal even though the weighting is for above. And so it's just basically a weighted coin flip or a pushing of the probabilities. So when you see those outlooks and you see equal chances, that means over the long term, climatology is your best forecast. Just call it average and make that report. But when you start to see those weightings increase out to 50, if you see 60%, that's an exceptionally strong signal that they know or they strongly expect above normal or below. So if you see the first color band, you've moved from 33% to 36%. So it's not a great signal, but it's a signal, and they've examined it enough to know that, yeah, we should push it a little bit. I hope that explains some of that, because that's probably the most misunderstood graphic, or these are probably the most misunderstood graphics I deal with. And that includes people in the Weather Service. So now we're going to jump out to 8 to 14 days. And here, again, we got a very weak above normal temperature signal for the southwest part of the state.
And in the northeast part of the state, equal chances. So our long-term forecast, our best long-term forecast would be just average. On the precipitation side, we've got a moderate signal, so we're in the second color band, 40 to 50% chance of above normal precipitation across the entire state, which generally that means they're pretty confident. So jumping up, they also do a 1 month outlook, but I thought I would just jump to the 3 month outlook. And here again, on the left-hand side, the temperature outlook, we've got a weak to moderate signal across the northwest third of the state, or 2/3 of the state, and it strengthens towards the northwest. And for the lower part of the state, the southeast third, climatology is our best one. Jumping over to the precipitation outlook, there's a whole lot of nothing out there. There's no signal at all for us. So our best forecast over the long term is going to be averages, which isn't great for snowpack, but hopefully we'll be able to sustain what we've got in the lower parts of the state. So now, getting to what this is all about, water supply. The National Weather Service does water supply forecasting, as well as does the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and we do them separately, we do them differently. And it's actually a benefit, I think, in the long term, because it gives you two models to look at. And the more models you have, the more accurate you're probably going to be in the long run. And I've done both systems, and I've worked with both systems, and I trust them about equal. So what are the forecasts showing us? The Little Snake River, it's later. The current forecast is for 140,000 acre feet, and that's about 92% of the median value. So a little below what the snowpack's telling us, but that may have to do with there are lots of variables. The North Platte River above Seminole, 862,000 acre feet, and that is 99% of the long-term median, which is just about spot on normal. And then the North Platte Northgate, which is that's all the Colorado contribution. They're expecting 363,000 acre feet, and that's about 134% of normal. So the snow down in Colorado is doing really well in northern Colorado. They're benefiting from the same systems that are hitting southern Wyoming, and they're piling on the snow pretty well. There's a third one in there that I can't. Can you see it? No. There's a third one down at the bottom of that chart. I guess I made a mistake there. I believe it's the Little Laramie River at Woods Landing, or the Laramie River at Woods Landing. And very strange, I forget the number of the actual volume forecast, but the percent of normal was 52%, which stands out as a contrast to the snowpack. Snowpack's running 85%, so I called the office in Pleasant Hill, Missouri, who does the forecasting, to see what was going on. And they think it's a discrepancy in the upper snow versus the lower snow. The snow tells are generally at high elevation, and the snow up there is doing really well, but their estimates of the snow in the lower elevations is nowhere near as good. And so they think that's what is being reflected in the total water supply forecast for the year. So that is the end of my talk. How did I do time? Good. I got all kinds of time.
There's about 10 minutes for some questions. If you have any questions, then we can start earlier on the next session.
No one ever gets mad when I finish early. Any questions? Yeah.
Those stream gauge forecasts, do they take into account water being taken out for things like Hawk Park or North Rock Roy?
Okay, he asked if the forecast account for water being taken out, and the answer as diversions or whatever, and the answer is no. We try to forecast what is called native flow. So we estimate only what falls in the basin and is going to come out of the basin either through groundwater discharge or from snow melt or precipitation. Any other questions? And let me tell you, that makes things interesting.
So you mentioned that this winter was kind of crazy. I mean, is this like is it a trend, like crazy weather with highs and lows and snaps, or is this just an anomaly? Like, do you just experience this, or do you project this even further?
Tony, can you repeat the question?
Sure. He threw me a hard one, so I was thinking. He asked if the variations this year, I mentioned things being a little crazy, are a trend or if it's something we just see all the time. And I've only been here 2 years, so I'm not sure I can answer that, but we are seeing greater variability year to year in a lot of our mountain snows. The variability tends to be stretching out a little bit. But I don't know if this is a normal year or if I'm just frustrated because it's making my life hard. Sure. Thanks. Yes.
Do you do the river flooding forecast later?
Do I do the river flooding forecast later? I don't actually do the forecasting. I do the warnings, all right? I make sure everybody in the office knows how to do the warnings. Our forecasts come from, our flood forecasts come from the Missouri Basin River Forecast Center in Pleasant Hill for the North Platte and the Missouri system. On the Little Snake, they come from Colorado Basin River Forecast Center in Salt Lake City. Anyone else?
I don't know what percentage of the developer. I do know we're below. No, like they said, we're not terrible, but you look at that Green River Basin, it looks pretty good. Now, we're not near where we were this time last year, but it's looking like it's.
Tony, could you comment on how the Colorado River is doing as a whole?
Okay, thank you. He asked if I could comment on how the Colorado River is doing as a whole. And I just did a presentation on this a couple of weeks ago. And I wanted, when you were talking about earlier with curtailment, I wanted to jump up and say something. Here, I wish I had good news. The upstream reservoirs in the Colorado and Wyoming, in Utah, even not so much in New Mexico and Arizona, but in the upper basin states, the reservoirs are doing pretty well. We're at our conservation storage, we're at our design capacities. And so that looks good. But if you go down to Lake Mead and Lake Powell at the bottom of the Colorado system, and you look at the long-term outlooks from the Bureau of Reclamation, they're not forecasting those reservoirs to go up much at all over the next 12 months. Even at going out 24 months, the increase is minimal. So we're in a deep hole on the Colorado River as a whole. And it's going to take a lot of water to get out of it.
That was gonna be my next question. Many years of a way above average to get out of it, right?
I'm going to hesitate to answer that because I don't know my answer for sure, but the last time I saw an estimate was 5 years above normal. 5 consecutive.
I'm trying to speak to that turn. Brandon's gonna be our next speaker, and he can address it, but I heard it took us 20-some years to get here. It's probably gonna take 20-some years to get some. Brandon can correct this, because he does it, but it's gonna take a while. You know, one wet year like last year is a great thing as a start. We gotta have multiple of those and manage the water smart between upper lower basins to make that, you know, get those, build those reservoirs. Perfect lead in. Tony, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
We'll get Brandon.
You'd be able to just advance the next slide.
So, yep, I don't think, is there a pointer on this? Maybe. Yeah, right there. So our next speaker, is a good friend, Brandon Gephardt is our state engineer. He's a great guy. He's got a lot going on right now. Like I shared when we started this morning, he's probably up to about here with Colorado River issues and other issues he has responsible for in the state. But I really feel it's a privilege that we have him here this morning. I get to work with him regularly as being on the governor's workforce for the Colorado River. They're really watching this, him and Chris Brown with the AG's office, working this closely day in, day out. So I'm going to turn it over to Brandon, and he's going to give us a real good update of just where we're at on Colorado River issues. So Brandon, welcome, glad to have you.
Thank you, Brad. I'll try to talk loud. If you're having trouble hearing me, please raise your hand. As Brad mentioned, I'm the state engineer, but I'm also the governor's representative to the Colorado River. There are a lot of things going on right now. I think some of the previous presentations kind of explain why things are occurring the way they are on the Colorado River. In the two and a half years that I've been working on the Colorado River, one thing that I've picked up on is you can't hardly say Colorado River update in less than 20 minutes. So if it seems like I'm bouncing around from topic to topic and skipping over things, it's because I am. So bear with me, but I'll try to bring you up to speed a little bit on where we currently are in the Colorado River. So what I thought I would talk about is Cheyenne and the Colorado River system. Why is Cheyenne concerned about what's happening in the Colorado River system? To help explain that, provide just a very, very brief overview of the law of the river. And then provide an update on what's actually going on current day. And I'll try to leave some room for some questions. This is very easy to go down rabbit holes, so I'll try to stay out of those rabbit holes and keep it high level. I know there was discussion on the Cheyenne's water supply system. Well, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but roughly I think 50% of Cheyenne's water supply is managed to exchange the diverse waters out of the Little Snake drainage. That is in the Colorado River Basin. I know there was discussion on curtailment. If that curtailment were to occur, that could put a portion of Cheyenne's water supply at risk because of that curtailment. So an overview of the law of the river. The Colorado River is managed and operated under numerous compacts, federal laws, court decisions and decrees, contracts, regulatory guidelines for the river. The collection of documents apportions the water and regulates the use and management of the Colorado River among the 7 basin states in Mexico. 7 basin states including Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona, and California. I put up a partial list of some of the documents that make up the law of the river. One thing that I think this does is that this illustrates that over time, changes were made, agreements were made, disagreements were settled on how to manage the river. I think it's important to know that over time, as things change, the people who were in my shoes and negotiating for each of their states on the Colorado River had to make changes based on the circumstances they saw at the time. I think they would all acknowledge largely that they could not foresee enough to solve all of the problems at any given time. That's still the same situation we're in today, and I think we will continue with that situation going forward. We're trying to resolve the issues in front of us to the best that we can, hopefully under agreement with the other 6 states. I think that's important to know as we talk about some of the current events. I just want to point out a couple of documents that we'll be touching on today. The
1922 Colorado River Compact. That's the foundation for everything we're dealing with on the river. That did multiple things. It's a very short document, 4 or 5 pages. You could read it in a cup of coffee. But it left a lot of ambiguity. Again, part of the reason why some of these other things occurred through the development. But a couple of things that I want to point out in the 22 compact. What it did is it divided the Colorado River Basin into the upper basin states and the lower basin states. So the upper basin states are Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico. Lower basin states are Arizona, Nevada, and California. And it divided the basin at what is called Lee Ferry. That's an important location because that's where a majority of our obligation in the upper basin is to the system. A couple other ones I wanted to point out. So the other thing that the Colorado River did, or the 22 compact did, is it apportioned 7.5 million acre foot to the upper basin, 7.5 million acre foot for use in the lower basin. It also recognized tributary use in the lower basin, so it apportioned an additional 1 million acre foot to the lower basin. So now we have a portion out of the Colorado River, 16 million acres. So the 1944 Mexican Treaty recognized that Mexico should conserve some of this water. So that treaty largely apportioned another 1.5 million acre foot to the country of Mexico. So now we have apportioned 17.5 million acre feet out of the Colorado River. Then in 1948, the upper division states agreed to the Upper Colorado River Compact. What that did is divvied up the upper basin water and apportioned it to each of the states. The original compact did not apportion to each state. The 48 compact did that. It also provided for the establishment of the Upper Colorado River Commission. I bring that up because when we talk about curtailment, that Upper Colorado River Commission is the one that is responsible for determining if curtailment would occur. That commission is made up of the 4 states and the federal chair. So we are the commission, collectively as the 4 states. And on my next slide, I'll show you why some of these things were created. But in 1970, the long range operating criteria was established. What that did is it created the guidelines for how Lake Powell and Lake Mead would be operated. After that, in 2007, well, let me just go to the next slide. And I'll get to the interim guidelines for the lower basin shortages and coordinated reservoir operations in 2007. Those are 27,000 guidelines, and also the drought contingency plan in 2019. So this slide, I'm going to kind of walk around a little bit. But in 1922, this graph showed the cumulative annual flow at Lee Ferry. Remember, that's the dividing line between the upper and lower basin. So in 1922, you look back on the information we had at the time, it was a wet time. Come over here and show you what I mean. 1922, if you look to the left, that's the history that they have. At that time, they felt like they had more water available in the system than what they apportioned under the 22 compact. They weren't wrong. That's the information they had. Following that, our hydrology has started to decline. You look at the right, we've broken it down even a little further to try to create some averages to show you what has happened over the last 20 years. over the last 20 to 23 years, it's been said that this is the driest period on the river for over 1,200 years. So it's a significant drought. But remember, we divvied up 17.5 million acre foot. If you average 1906 to 1922, we had 14.7 million acre foot. Break that down a little more, 88 to 2022, dropped to 12.9 million acre feet. Then in the last 23 years, that dropped down to 12.1 million acre feet. Then we got pretty dire between 2018 and 2022, and dropped our average down to 10.5 million acre feet. 2023 was a great year. It produced about 17.6 million acre feet. That brought the previous 4-year average to a 5-year average up to 11.8 million acre feet. I will say that roughly at about 12 million acre foot river is where things start to collapse. System starts to break. You either have to give up uses, you have to give up the obligation at Lee Ferry, or you have to use storage. And that's what's going to occur. The two largest reservoirs in Wyoming, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, are on the Colorado River system. This is what those reservoirs, how they're behaving. The blue shows the storage volumes in Lake Mead. The gray is for Lake Powell. As you can see, over the last 20-some years, that storage volume has plummeted. I think in 2021 or 2022, they reached the lowest levels they had seen since they were built. They had gotten so low that reclamation was concerned about the stability and the infrastructure of those reservoirs to not only be able to bypass flows, but to bypass flows safely. So that prompted an announcement from reclamation in June of 2022 that it needed 2 to 4 million acre feet of additional water in Lake Powell and Lake Mead above their forecast to protect that critical elevation. So I want to back up because this is going to bring us back to more of where we are. So 1970, I mentioned the long-term operating agreement out in this area. What I tried to do is define the operations to live within the hydrology that they thought they had. At that time, over time, it became apparent that wasn't enough. So in 2007, the state got together, reclamation, and ultimately agreed on what's called the 2007 interim guidelines. Those interim guidelines modified LROC, long-range operating criteria. It modified those, and those are the guidelines that we're under right now to operate Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Those were established as temporary, intentionally. That agreement, well, let me add one other thing. 2019, the drought contingency plan was developed. That was because hydrology continued to drop. They needed to do something, so they developed the drought contingency plan. So we are operating under the 2007 guidelines and those changes and modifications that were brought by the 2019 DCPs. So when I started my job, I thought, well, we've got a few years to replace these expiring 07 guidelines, 2019 DCPs that expire in 2026. We've got a couple of years. We can do this. And then I'm not sure, Brad.
What happened is our storage plummeted. And reclamation needed to take immediate action. That created a lot of work for the states. And so that meant that we had to deal with the emergencies that we had in front of us. And we weren't concentrating on the replacement of the '07 guidelines, which we call the post-26 operating rule. I'm sorry? Yes, thank you. So because of the really bad hydrology and the depletion of our available storage, created these immediate needs to address the situation we had. That led to Reclamation's announcement that we needed an additional 2 to 4 million acre feet to protect those critical elevations. With that announcement, that kicked off multiple things that occurred at that time. One of those was significant funding from Congress, from the United States. The other thing is the Upper Basin states developed what we call our 5-point plan. That's how we can contribute to the problem that we saw. The Lower Basin in Mexico established a voluntary compensated, mostly compensated, some of it's not compensated, plan on how they could reduce their use to an aggregate of about 3 million acre foot over the interim period to get us to the end of the '07 guidance. So from 2023, 2026, they're reducing their uses to the tune of a cumulative about 3 million acre foot over that period. As part of our 5-point plan, the Upper Basin also agreed to, I believe that the drought response operation agreement was a good thing for the Upper Basin. What that does is it gives the Upper Basin a seat at the table to influence how the upstream storage units, CRISP units is what they're called, that includes Flaming Gorge, Aspinall, Navajo, and the Upper Basin. That puts us a seat at the table to determine how that water can be used to move down into Lake Powell to help protect those critical elevations. So in 2022, Reclamation moved, I think, about 121,000 acre foot out of the upstream units in the Lake Powell. Wasn't enough. 2022 was a rough year. That required additional DROA is the acronym action. So the DROA plan was established. That moved an additional 500,000 acre foot out of the upstream units into Lake Powell to help stabilize, protect critical elevations. 2023 came along, very helpful year. That allowed us to recover all of the water that we had sent down from our upper units in the Lake Powell. All of that water as of middle of February last month, all of that water has been recovered and is back and accounted for and stored in the Upper Basin State Reservoir. So it's a good thing. The DROA agreement, I think, helped lead to the ability to expedite that recovery in the Upper Basin State. I don't think that DROA did anything that Reclamation couldn't do on their own, but it gave us a seat at the table, and allowed us to influence how quickly we could recover and put sideboards on what and how the upstream units participated in protecting Lake Powell. Some of the other things that we promised in our 5-point plan that we're still currently working on is consideration for demand management program. The 2019 DCP established storage dedicated to the Upper Basin states in the federal facilities. So if we develop a conservation program, we have a place to put that water
and keep our name on it in the federal facilities. So as part of that, our commitment was that we would investigate the feasibility of a demand management program, which would be a voluntary compensated conservation program in the Upper Basin, all 4 states. We have not established that. We were studying and doing the investigation in terms of the feasibility of what the program would look like. Program that all 4 states would have to agree to and could agree to. But with the reaction to the 2 to 4 million acre foot, that kind of got put on the back burner. That did a lot of things. And so we are still working through that investigation. But it also provided significant funding. Part of a 5-point plan was to reauthorize what was called the System Conservation Pilot Program. That is a compensated conservation, voluntary program for the Upper Basin water users to decide if they want to get paid to conserve water or forego their use. So we had to reauthorize that program through Congress. We did that very quickly. From what I understand, going through Congress is not quick. We were able to do that. I think there was a lot of attention in Congress to what was going on in Colorado River that helped expedite that. And then, the IRA funding was a $4 billion allocation to the Colorado River Basin. Of that, 500 million was dedicated to the Upper Basin. That was split into 2 buckets. 125 million was dedicated for the short-term conservation efforts. That would be the SCPP, the System Conservation Pilot Program. We're in our 2nd year of that program right now. But it also set aside $375 million for longer-term conservation type of project. That money has not been put to the ground yet. We are still working with Reclamation on what the criteria is for those projects and what could be eligible for that. So that should be coming in the next couple of months, I believe, that money would hit the ground. The other thing that was funded through the IIJA was DCP funding. That provided $50 million to the Upper Basin states for studies, for advanced measurement, and to help us better manage our water supplies. So because of that 2 to 4 million acre foot request, a lot of things started happening. It also tried to push back our negotiations of the post 2026 operating guidance. Bring us to today. Those post 2026 operating guidelines have begun. They began for us. We started meeting probably 18 months ago among 7 basin states, trying to get to a consensus alternative that we could submit to what is the environmental impact statement process, the NEPA process that Reclamation has to go through to replace the 07 guidance. We've been meeting for 18 months, 2 years, trying to get a consensus. We could not get a consensus. The lower basin felt like they had a lot of work to do. So the upper basin and the lower basin each submitted our own alternative. Those alternatives were submitted 2 weeks ago, March 5th and 6th. And the hope, at least my hope, is that we still have time to work with the 7 basin states to come to a consensus. We can use the 2 alternatives we have, see how we can mash them together. And ultimately, I believe our best opportunity for success is to have a 7-state consensus. Because that's how all of these things have been determined in the past, other than some court decrees and disagreements that were settled in court. But from my perspective, an agreement among all 7 states is going to be better for us than letting the courts decide or letting Congress decide how the system is going to operate. So I am I'm a big proponent to continue to work with them to see if we can come to an agreement. We got 5 minutes. Okay, I will kind of skip this. I hit on most of this. I just want to point out on this slide here, I don't know if Brad's going to share the slides, but if you want to see the Upper Basin alternative submission, there's a website. It can be found on our website. This is the link to it. Please go review it. But what it really is it's a very high level, there's a lot of detail framework for reclamation to model. Based on some of the principles that Upper Basin does, what the Upper Basin does, separates it from the Lower Basin so that we don't have to get in their business about how they use water, how they conserve water. That's a very high level of what it is. Because I'm short on time, I think I will stop here and answer questions if we have them on our alternative. But I did want to say one thing. I think I'd be remiss to say, as we've gone through this process, the Lower Basin continues to say, what is the Upper Basin doing? We have answers for that, but as part of that, we try to tell them of the conservation efforts that we undertake. And I would be remiss in this room to say that Cheyenne has been very integral in those conservation efforts. They have, I wrote some things down. You may have heard this, but in 2003, Cheyenne residential customers were using about 809 gallons per capita per day. Today, or at least in 2022, that was reduced to 84.45 gallons per capita per day. That's significant. The recycled water, reusing the water, reduces the demand on the Colorado River system. The development and adoption of the Unified Development Code. Enforcement of city ordinance and plan on wise water use, education and outreach, landscaping ordinances, tiered rates, summer watering schedules, all of the things that Cheyenne has been doing, we have been using as examples in our discussions with the 7 states. I think they should be applauded. I will also say that the Cheyenne BOPU has been very proactive in trying to use every tool available to increase their water supply portfolio. Brad mentioned that we talk frequently, and we do. But that's because he is trying to, and the BOPU is trying to increase the portfolio, create certainty to our water users. They should be applauded for that. I will stop there, and if there are time for questions, I'd be happy to answer. Start here.
I mean, it's a bit of a provocative question, I guess, but like, are one of the stakeholders harder to deal with, holdouts versus the other? Is everyone kind of on board with the general mission?
The general mission, yes.
Okay.
Every,
Can you repeat what he asked?
yes, he asked if all of the states.
Yeah, sure. So basically I was asking them, if there's one particular stakeholder who's a holdout or who's hard to deal with, or if everyone is mostly on the same page with the mission.
Did everybody hear that question? That's a loaded question. But everybody is pushing the same direction. Each of the states, the difference between the upper and the lower basin, we have different perspectives on what the law says. Not saying that one is right and one is different, but that leads to disagreements that have not been resolved yet. So the obligation at Leaf Ferry is one. We have a different perspective than the lower basin does. So we're trying to figure out how do we come up with a plan when we've got all these different thoughts going on. But to answer your question, immediately, it's very dynamic. California and Arizona in the lower basin have disagreements. Upper basin, lower basin, fundamental different perspectives and disagreements on what things say. But I would say, from my perspective, everybody is trying to work towards a solution. Everybody's doing the same thing. We're trying to protect our water users and our water use the best that we can while recognizing that we've got to do something. That help?
Yes.
Only one more question.
Jeff, sorry.
As a new board member on the Board of Public Utility, really appreciate your comments and feedback about what we're doing. I'm interested in what other kinds of volunteer conservation efforts in Wyoming you're beginning to see under these very recent programs for the volunteer with compensation ideas.
So our SCPP, and I think I have some numbers, I can get those to you afterward. Our SCPP program, the System Conservation Program, utilized some of the federal funding, and it did conserve roughly 60, don't quote me on that, but tens of thousands of acre foot, both last year and will again this year. There's a lot of interest from our ag community on some of this upcoming funding to improve the efficiency and rebuild or build resiliency to drought within their system. So there is a lot of interest, there's a lot of work, and a lot of acknowledgement that we need to conserve something, we need to do something. So it is picking up speed at a rapid.
Okay, well, I see Lonnie taking,
There's a lot of talk about the states in Mexico. In the post-2026 operations, how have the tribal nations been involved? They have a lot of the free territorial water rights on the Colorado River. So how are they actively being involved?
So the question is, how are the basin tribes involved in the process? So more so than I think they ever have been. For the upper basin states, we have monthly meetings with the upper basin tribes. And reclamation, the Bureau of Reclamation has established a states tribes group. So the information that comes from reclamation to the public goes through that group first. So there is acknowledgement that they need to be part of it. They are being included. We're trying to hear their voices and bring them into the solutions. Okay, and I know you have a question. I will stick around if you have.
About the process with all these different kinds of interests, what kind of process do you have in the negotiations? Does each group have so much time to talk, or and you said there were 9 representatives. So how do you manage to get together and not just think you're herding cats?
Yeah, so for Wyoming, it's easier because we have fewer people on our team. But it's also harder for us because we have fewer people on our team. Some of the other states have 30 stakeholders that all want to be at the table. So we did shorten, we've got different tiers of groups that we need to deal with. One is the 9 plus the 9, that would be the commissioners plus 1. And that's where a lot of the negotiating and the talking occurs. We also have tech teams that are behind this and doing all this work. But what we typically do is we will meet for 2 days face to face. At least it had been monthly, and then Zoom calls in between that. It's not a well-defined process, but it is sit down face to face, try to talk to them. And our other groups, legal groups, technical groups, they all have meetings as well outside of that that group 18. So we have different groups trying to communicate different levels and then bring it all up. Hectic is the correct answer. Thank you. We have a 10-minute break at 11. We need to start right up again.
You're on. Okay, we're right there. Our next speaker, and I want to give her as much time as we have, is Julie Guns. Julie's with the Wyoming Water Development Commission. And she's in charge of a program, whether you want to call it cloud seeding or weather modification. But it is a project that we're involved in and have been involved in for what, maybe the last 4 or 5 years. We partner with the state, we put funds forward. It's something that is approved by legislature. It's part of the bill, omnibus water bill every year. And so just wanted to share that this is one of the things we're doing as a state, as a community, to kind of help with snowpacks. And so without saying any more, I'm going to turn it over to Julie Gonzar. Thank you, Julie. Welcome.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be speaking here today. I am going to try to keep my presentation concise. And as you can see by the title of the presentation, we look at getting water from the ground, from the rivers, from reservoirs. What about getting it from the sky? So snowfall and runoff is really an important piece of the puzzle when we look at increasing water supply. And in Brandon's presentation just a few minutes ago, one of the things that he said when he was talking about the lower basin and the upper basin in the Colorado River Basin is that the lower basin is always asking the question to the upper basin, what are you guys doing? So cloud seeding is one of the tools in our toolbox for helping to increase the water supply for not only the state of Wyoming, but also for the larger Colorado River Basin area. So I'm from the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the office over there. I've been working there for about 6 years now. Cloud seeding is one of the many programs that we manage over at the Water Development Office. It fits into our planning studies and our construction studies. So technically, our cloud seeding program ends up on the construction bill, the omnibus water construction bill, as we do not only studies and research on cloud seeding, but we have 2 operational programs as well. So the Wyoming Water Development Office got an application from a conservation district in Star Valley back in 2003. And it was the first time that we were asked as a state, can you look into cloud seeding? Because Utah had been really driving forward with cloud seeding research. And there was a lot of hustle and bustle and talk about what cloud seeding could do for drought mitigation. So it was in the early 2000s when our state kind of came on board. And it's been about 20 years consistently that we've been doing either cloud seeding studies or an operational project on the ground in the state. We've been lucky enough to have legislative support for our cloud seeding every year since 2004, either to support our studies or to support operations on the ground. Our program tends to have a seat on a roller coaster almost every year in the legislative session, as a lot of other projects and programs do, but we always come out on the other side with all of our limbs still attached and the program still operating. So we're very lucky and very proud to have this program. What's the purpose? What's the whole reason for doing cloud seeding? It's really to increase snowpack to ultimately increase stream flow at an incremental pace in the springtime for water supply and water use in Wyoming. This is a drought mitigation tool and a water management tool that's been around for a long time. The science has come a really long way in probably the past 7 years or so, especially the past 5 years. There's been a lot of new understanding about how it works and what the benefits are. So there's been a lot of research, but I just wanted to point out with the time that I have 2 major studies that have been done over the past 20 years that we've been involved in cloud seeding. And one of the first ones was a 10-year study that was funded not only by the state, but a lot of other funding partners. And it was called the Wyoming Weather Modification Pilot Project. And this was a study that looked at would cloud seeding be viable for the state or would it not be viable? And the results did show an expected impact from cloud seeding. And then from there, the decision was, yes, let's move forward with it as a state. The other study, for short, is called the Snowy Project. And that was conducted in 2017. And they're actually still pulling results out of all of that data, like right now. And that study was kind of the golden nugget and turning point of cloud seeding, because it was the first time that actual evidence, or you could argue proof, was documented that cloud seeding works. I wanted to spend about a minute or so showing you guys a radar image. And this is a radar image. I'll have to take a second to explain, but it was taken by the University of Wyoming King Air aircraft. They have a research aircraft over there, and it was part of the Snowy study. And this was done over the mountains in Idaho. I'm going to use my pointer, and I'll go over to both sides in just a second. So what you're looking at is a radar image that will either show you if there is snow or no snow. So like you would see on the Weather Channel or something. The wind direction is represented by this big white arrow over on the top right here of your screen. And the aircraft flight path is indicated by this pink arrow kind of towards the bottom of the screen. And when you see clouds, the aircraft will fly back and forth on exactly the same linear pattern. So the plane is going back and forth and forth on that line. So when you have a wind direction coming out of the southwest, anything that might happen from cloud seeding is going to be pushed in this direction, potentially in a zigzag pattern. You don't often see a zigzag pattern in precipitation, or you don't ever see a zigzag pattern. I think I can confidently say that when you see snowfall. So the next image here, just try to remember where the plane was flying. You can start to see that snowfall was starting to occur and showed up on this high resolution radar. And this was in a winter storm cloud that had not yet produced precipitation. So typically in this entire region and out west, it's very inefficient for cloud. I shouldn't say that. I should say clouds are very inefficient at producing precipitation. And the physics of that I can get into on another day. But here you should be able to see a little bit of a zigzag pattern from the aircraft cloud seeding, and also some dotted patterns right here. They'll show up in like the third frame. And that's a different type of seeding method called ejectable flares. So the whole point of this picture was just to show you that this was really a big deal in the cloud seeding industry to be able to finally have this documented. Okay. So periods of drought lead to inadequate water supply. We know that. Wyoming has 2 operational programs that we've been operating for several years now. One is on the west side of the state, and it benefits the Green River Basin and the overall Colorado River Basin. So everything that Brandon was talking about. This is a ground-based program where we seed from the ground using ground-based generators. This is over the Wind River Mountains and the west slope of the Sierra Madre Mountains, which is also in the overall Colorado River Basin. Our aerial seeding program is benefit to the North Platte and the Little Snake River Basin and the city of Cheyenne. So this is the project that the Board of Public Utilities contributes to every year, which we're very, very grateful for. As we know, and we've talked a lot about this, winter snowfall and stream flow is really an essential part of Cheyenne's water supply. So I always have to have a couple of slides in here to talk about how cloud seeding works and debunk a few myths, because it's very challenging to present without having a little bit of that information. So one of the things I'd like to talk about is sort of how it works and a little bit about the physics of it. orographic cloud seeding. There's different types of cloud seeding. For purposes of what we do in this part of the country, we're doing cold season cloud seeding or orographic cloud seeding, which is just indicative of cloud seeding over mountain ranges. And so for the goal of augmenting snowpack. So what it does is it basically enhances a cloud's natural snowfall process, because clouds are generally inefficient at producing snow. It doesn't create something from nothing. So you have to have very specific types of clouds, very specific types of temperatures, specific types of water content within the cloud. So there's very specific criteria that you have to have for this to even work. The seeding agent that's used is silver iodide. So it's silver plus a salt, which is silver iodide, low environmental impacts in a lot of the studies that have been done. And really the point to drive home is increasing snowfall efficiency means that more cloud water can get converted to snow and reach the ground where we can use it. I just have a really simple graphic here just to explain that you need to find a cloud that already has a high potential for producing snow. And then it's just a matter of initiating that snowfall and then nature takes over. I won't talk a whole lot about how it works, and it's basically cloud physics to help the liquid water in the cloud convert to ice crystals and become snow. Silver iodide and its environmental impacts have been studied extensively. There's also a lot of ongoing studies on the long-term impacts of silver iodide. It's really not the iodide that comes up in question. It's, the silver. It does not dissolve in water. So what are the long-term impacts of that? And all of the studies that have been done so far show that the impacts are really negligible. Not a lot of it is used over a season, and so there really aren't too many concerns. And then the only other point I wanted to just drive home is extra area effects. And so cloud seeding, there was a theory, and I get a lot of questions about if cloud seeding reduces moisture downwind. And actually in like the past 3 or 4 studies, it's shown that it actually can do the opposite effect. And there can be a little bit of carryover with the cloud seeding to help increase the precipitation a little bit downwind, less than 50 miles or so. Okay, so, and then this is just a graphic. I forgot to put this in here. This is just a graphic. There's 2 different methods to cloud seed. For purposes of the city of Cheyenne, we are, that's our aerial program. So we seed with an aircraft. And in the western part of the state, to help benefit the Colorado River Basin and the green, we have ground-based generators scattered in their high elevations. They're way up in the mountains to target those high elevation mountaintops. So you need to have orographic flow, having basically a static cloud constantly being created over a mountaintop. You have to have the right, wind direction and all of those criteria. Then dispersion of the seeding agent, and 15 or 20 minutes later, you get that initiation of snowfall and nature will tend to take over. We're not the only state that does this. In fact, there's a lot of other states in the West that cloud seed for purposes of water supply. All of the shaded areas in blue are states that seed clouds for purposes of increasing snowpack. The other reason to seed clouds is indicative by North Dakota and Texas in the green shaded areas. They seed thunderstorms, so they only seed in the summertime to help reduce the size of hail and reduce damage. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay, this is a picture that I borrowed from another Board of Public Utilities presentation, just kind of showing the overall trans-basin system from Hog Park all the way to Cheyenne. The 2 areas that are highlighted in orange are our target areas for cloud seeding. So for our aerial program, we seed over the Sierra Madre range and the Medicine Bow range. This is including Hog Park, Rob Roy, and Lake Owen. This is just another picture of our target area. Like I said before, on the west side of the state is our ground-based program. And of course, for the southeast part of the state, we use aerial. And another photo just to show an overlay of our target areas over the river basins. So this is the aircraft that we use. Our season every winter goes between about November 1st through April 15th. So we're in the middle of our season right now. And actually the aircraft flew yesterday morning between 1:30 and 4:30 in the morning. I'm not exactly sure which mountain range they targeted at this time, but they're flying yesterday. We've had a pretty good season so far, about 28 flights. The snowpack has been very different than last year. We were way above average last year. We actually had to suspend our operations. We always have a suspension criteria. We don't want to seed if we don't have to. But this year, you know, we're right around normal, so we're doing really good. We have a great partnership with the City of Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. And we have one aircraft based out here at our airport. Couple different things on the plane. There's two different types of flares that are really cool and interesting. I always geek out over this. The first type of flare are burn in place flares, and they're located on both of the wings. Those flares burn the silver iodide, aerosolize that into the atmosphere. Takes about 4 minutes, and they just do one at a time. So they stay on the wing. The other flare is about the size of like a cigar. And it's held on the belly of the plane, and they're called ejectable flares. And they are released from the bottom of the airplane, and they burn up in like 6 or 7 seconds. And it's just a different way of distributing the seating agent for protection of the airplane. If they can't fly in the icing and they want to fly above the icing, then they'll drop the ejectable flares. You want to be, the pilots always joke, because when you train to be a pilot, you train not to fly in icing unless you're a cloud seating pilot. Then you want to fly in the icing because that's where you want to be. One big question is, and this is always a challenge, that this is the challenge we're constantly talking about and addressing, doing studies for, evaluations. How much additional acre feet are we actually getting from cloud seeding? It's a big question that comes up all the time. And this is kind of where the science is right now. Also, a big question is, after we figure out approximately how much additional acre feet, what does it cost? So is it worth paying for this additional water? We just did a recent study on just one season, but all of the studies that have been done have generally showed a positive outcome for there is additional acre feet that is being produced. There's a lot of variables, like if you have a really dry ground, like if your ground is really dry for the whole year prior, then how much water is actually getting into the river system, you know, versus when you have a really wet year and a really, you know, moist ground. But the cost per acre foot, we just had an evaluation done, and it definitely varies whether you're looking at agriculture or municipal, but overall, it's a pretty cost-effective way to increase the water supply. It depends on the type of year that you're going to have. You know, we never know what kind of winter storm season we're going to have. If we don't have a whole lot of winter storms, there's not a lot of opportunity to seed. But if we have a lot of winter storms, there's a lot of opportunity to seed. The key is being able to capture that water in our reservoirs and then, you know, really be able to use that as storage. These are just a couple of conclusions that I wanted to kind of highlight. It's really a valuable program, and, you know, Brandon talks about having a lot of different ways to, you know, navigate drought, and this is just one tool in our toolbox. If Tony is right about an El Nino season this year, hopefully that means that we get a few more late spring storms. We still have about a month, almost, yeah, just exactly a month. We're done on April 15th. So let's hope for a few more good winter storms and seeding opportunities. Thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it. Here's my contact information. There's a lot of conversation to be had about this. So if anybody's interested in asking me questions or want to talk more, I'm definitely open for that, so.
You say you guys actually own these planes and you hire the pilots?
So we don't own the plane. We hire a contractor to do the seating for us. So the ground-based generators in the west part of the state, we lease, and the aircraft and the pilots we contract out. So we use the same company for both of our programs, but we don't own the equipment. We own one instrument.
Cause I was kind of thinking like a crop dusting business in the summer, only works in the summer. And why couldn't they just keep the plane going in the winter? Is my idea, that's the problem.
Oh, okay, if we owned the planes.
Yeah. The contractor using these planes for crop dusting the rest of the year.
No, so these planes are very specific to seeding winter storms. These planes are turbojet planes, so they're not like a prop plane, like a crop duster. They fly up to 14,000 feet or higher, and they have to be able to hold icing. So they're really powerful planes. They do have a way to break the icing off where they're in the cloud, but it's not a fun ride when you're in the type of cloud that you need to be in for cloud seeding. So they're higher power plane. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd add, I mean, when she mentioned that earlier, in talking with these pilots, yeah, these guys are flying in and their windshield, they come back, their windshields are iced up, all the leading edges on a lot of, it's like, you guys are nuts. But they have expandable bladders on the front leading edge of their wings, so they can actually push a button that expands those and that the ice will just break away.
And they also use these planes for other projects to seed thunderstorms. So these planes cut through the updraft of thunderstorms, and so they're just a little bit more powerful than like what you would think for like.
Well, that's hail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes the hail actually smaller.
Right.
So it still produces hail, but instead of big hail,
It tends to melt by the time it, reaches the ground.
We
at that
actually
point.
talked with them here, that we had a meeting with them in the mayor's office about that because of the amount of hail we have in Cheyenne.
Right.
Possibly doing that at some point. It hasn't gone into
the same plan.
Yeah, the amount of hail damage we can have in the summer.
Okay.
Any other question? Okay, thank you, Julie. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up is Bryce Dorr, and he's gonna take us through the straws and the cups, our terminology, so Bryce, take it away.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, Bryce Dorr, Capital Project Supervisor with the board. I know a few of you have probably heard this straw and cup illustration before. Does anybody want to try to take a stab at explaining it to the group?
No pressure.
No takers. Okay, all right, I'll just do it then. So essentially, when we talk about our water supply, we really want to think about it in two kind of concepts. I think the first one, which is the cup, is what we normally think about. We think about, snow melt, runoff, storage, groundwater reservoirs, those types of water supplies. The other thing that's important in terms of how much water we use, how we get that water to our customers, is this straw concept. That's how you get your water from one place to another. So that's looking at pipelines. That's looking at you could call a well a straw. Treatment plants. Some of our storage tanks in town, while they might look like a cup, really actually benefit us on the straw concept in terms of getting water from one place to the next. So for today's discussion, we will stick with the cup side of the discussion. And we've already talked quite a bit about this, so I won't belabor it too long. But seeing it graphically, that trans-basin portion of our water supply is a big percentage. And the potential to lose that is a very, very high risk for Cheyenne and some of the decisions that we would have to make moving forward to continue operating as a city and the lifestyle that we're all accustomed to. So how do we fill that cup if it gets smaller and we lose that? in my mind, I think there's two buckets that we can look at. And I did color them on purpose this way. So one, kind of in case of emergency, you break the red bucket. You go find a bucket to fill the cup. That's our shortage response. That's not something that we're going to have access to all the time, every year. It's something that we really look at from more of a short-term kind of evaluation. The other one's the gold bucket. That's our firm yield expansion. We've talked a lot about firm yield and what that means today. This is where we're looking for that longer term, that traditionally what you're saying of go find more water. So from the shortage response standpoint, some characteristics that we can think about when we're talking about that is, you know, again, these are more short-term, limited use. This is where we're talking about working with different partners, whether it's, you know, agriculture, you know, the buy and dry concept, working with other entities who may have some water that they're not using, that they'd be willing to lease us over a short term. Some of the benefits of that is that if we can integrate it into our existing infrastructure, it comes at a lower capital investment. However, a lot of these, for us to, you know, stay at the front end of the line, you know, we'd be probably paying some sort of fee annually to keep that place in line. So there are some costs that are tied to that. One of the other challenges with this is working through some of the legal issues in terms of water rights and you know, changing uses and temporary uses and some of the things that we work with the state engineer's office with to do that. Luckily, we have been able to kind of pilot some of these ideas through the system conservation pilot program that Brandon discussed a little bit to kind of prove conceptually that we could get some of these done if we needed to. So again, emergency, break the glass, shortage response. So the other approach, and I think this is what traditionally we all think about when we say we want to go get more water, is this concept of a firm yield expansion, getting more water, expanding our portfolio, that type of thing. These will allow us to look at long-term growth. They do help some of that shortage response as well. So it's kind of a, you know, a two-pronged effort there. Again, the gold standard of what we're looking for. However, some challenges here too. There's not a lot of options for these, which we'll talk to a little bit later. And a lot of them come at very high capital investments. We're talking tens of millions of dollars. So there's no easy water that we can go look at. The other thing that we'll talk about is there is a ceiling. This is not an unlimited, we can go keep getting more water, find more water. Our system is limited in terms of how much water we can get to Cheyenne for use in Cheyenne. We cannot grow indefinitely. So what are we doing from a BOPU standard? How are we trying to expand our firm yield? A lot of you have probably heard about the gold mine that is proposed west of town near Crystal Reservoir. Well, I think you see up there the big cup and the big straw. So how does that all tie into a firm yield project? We'll get there. So just a little background for those that don't know. So the proposed mine is here, just northeast of our South Crow Reservoir, northeast of the reservoir, southeast of Crystal. And then here in the corner, that's the Long Tree well field. That would be the water supply. They'd be looking at installing municipal wells there, and then building a pipeline to bring the water to South Crow. And then we'd release the water through South Crow to the mine. And that's how they get the water. Yeah. So just to reiterate, here would be the well field with the pipeline that would come to our South Crow Reservoir, which then would bring it into a pipeline that could get it to the mine site. Again, this is a pretty big water user. 1,000 acre-feet, 1 million gallons a day, constant all year long. So that seems like it could be a risk to us. So why would we take this on? Couple benefits. One, it's raw water, it's not going through the treatment plant, so there's that benefit, we don't have those additional operational costs. We don't consume some of that straw capacity through the plant. And then it's outside the city, so we get a little extra money during the project, which helps with operational costs. Could be beneficial in some of those points where we maybe have some shortages and revenues are down a little bit. Also, all the infrastructure that goes in is paid for by the developer. So again, a benefit to us because ratepayers don't have to pay it. We don't have to consume state funds. So that's a benefit. In terms of the water, the way that we have negotiated the agreement with the gold mine is as they develop their 1,000 acre feet at the beginning of their project and the duration of their project, right? We're also saying that they need to develop an additional 500 acre feet as part of this effort. So from the time the project starts to the time the project finishes, BOQ could have up to an additional 500 acre feet of water from this project. So that's a benefit, right? It's really good when the mine shuts down. They've brought everything out and they no longer need the water anymore. We now have an additional 1,500 acre feet that we can use. And again, that didn't come at any cost to ratepayers or any grant funding or anything like that we had to go out. So that's the big benefit there. It seems a little counterintuitive that we're bringing on a big user, but in the end, we do actually gain a firm yield out of the project. So the other benefit, and we'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide, is this Lone Tree well field that you're seeing here is part of our Belvoir well field. The water will come out of the Casper Aquifer, which is not tied to the Colorado River. So again, it's kind of diversifying that portfolio. We currently don't have any of our potable supply that's tied into that Casper Aquifer. So this is, again, an additional benefit. It's not only quantity, but it's, you know, diversifying that. It's putting eggs in multiple baskets. Thanks, Brad. So speaking of the Belvoir, I'm pretty sure most of you have heard of this. There have been a lot of studies that have gone into this. It's always, what about the Belvoir? Can we go get water out of the Belvoir? Well, when we look at it, again, that circle is the same one from the last screen. That's about where the that Lone Tree well field will be on the west end, deeper Casper Aquifer. For us to develop, it makes the most sense to move to the east side. A couple reasons. It's the closest to our existing infrastructure. We already have some test wells in that area, and it does show like it can produce there. So that's where we'd be looking to develop next. We have done quite a few studies in the area, however, that have shown that from our existing well fields to the north, as well as Dino Bell wells to the east, that groundwater aquifer is slowly depleting. So which essentially tells us that we're pulling more water out of there than's coming back in. So if we go put additional wells in there, we're just going to draw that down faster. Or that might give us additional variability, more wells. It's probably not going to give us a whole lot from a per unit standpoint. Differing viewpoints. George might have an eyebrow or two raised. So there's more to go here. I think that's kind of the story. It's not the home run that maybe we thought that it could be, but there is potential there. And one of the things that we are looking at is working with a partner. That they have a priority that they're trying to work through, and we may be able to piggyback that and kind of have a secondary beneficial use to where we could use some of their waste streams that would allow us to collect close to 500 acre feet of water a year. So the other things, what can we do operationally? How do we extend the water that we have? So one of the things that we've done, we referenced that groundwater surface water ratio earlier today. Historically, that number was 75% surface water, 25% groundwater. So that kind of made that groundwater a real limiting factor in terms of how much you can get to town collectively. So we ran a study, we looked at what happens if you reduce that groundwater to 15%. We were able to do that, show that there's no detriment to the water quality, no more likelihood of corroding pipes, kind of leaking that heavy metals, the coppers, leads out of the distribution system. That alone, just the study to say we can reduce that blending, was able to increase our firm yield by almost 5,000 acre-feet a year. So that's a big thing. And I believe that study also showed that we could increase that more. So as groundwater continues to deplete, we might not lose that completely if we can change and work with that ratio. The other thing we're looking at, lakes Absaraka, Sloan's, and Kiwanis on the west side of town. They all provide irrigation water to the Country Club Golf Course, the Airport Golf Course, and Lions Park. Currently, that water is fed from South Crow and North Crow surface water resources that could be used as potable water. So what we're looking at is how do we convert those parks or those lakes over to using some of our recycled water supply. We talked earlier is that's an underutilized asset that we have, that we can bring that water over and use that for irrigation. Currently, we're doing a study that's looking at impacts to the lake, the recreation, fishing, people using it like that. So how that would impact. So that could determine whether we use the lakes as storage or if we have to come up with other sorts of solutions there, engineered solutions that get that water there. But that is definitely something that seems like the next logical step in the expansion of our recycled water system. And then third, this picture here is actually our old North Crow Reservoir. Does anybody see what's happening there? Oh. All the water is going over the top of the reservoir. So that means that's water that we're not collecting, we're not using. It's going over that reservoir and it's going downstream. We talked about the variability of these basins. There's years when it's dry and it doesn't happen, but in my time this happens more years than not. So I think there's an opportunity here for us to be able to maximize water that we collect. We have a very similar situation at our South Crow Reservoir. The problem is that historically we weren't able to collect this water because of hydraulic differences between those reservoirs and crystal. So essentially the crystal water was at too high of a pressure that this water could not make it to the water treatment plant. With the installation of our hydro generator, we set up piping networks that allowed those two systems to come into the plant independently. So now we have one that's kind of at a higher pressure, one that's at a lower pressure, and now we can utilize these waters simultaneously. So one change leads to another, we maximize what we have. That's about it on the expansion piece. We said it's limited, right? There's not a lot of opportunities out there. So we not even talk about firm yield expansion, we need to talk about firm yield extension. How do we make the most of the cup that we already have? One of the ways we're doing that right now is really working through the development side of town and having partnerships. We talked a little bit about on the Belcourt how we're doing that, a little bit about the gold mine, how we're doing that. And then, really the day-to-day, I'll call it, development that we see in town. A lot of that comes through leads. I told Betsy they were going to miss their shout out. They're in a separate meeting working with one of these partners right now. But when I first started, it seemed to me like BOPU came into the picture very far into the discussion. And oftentimes we got to be the bad guy and say, well, we don't have the water to do that, right? As of late, we've worked very closely with leads. And she made it, all right. And they're becoming water wise, right? They're learning that water is critical. We have to think about that when we're recruiting companies to come here, when we're talking about size, when we're talking about placement, how we want to put them. So very important that we work together as a team to make sure that we're bringing in the right types of companies that fit Cheyenne and what resources we have. Saying that, data centers have been a hot topic. We've seen a lot of them. Again, we've worked very closely with them, explained to them the situation that we're in. They've shown interest in terms of helping the community. You know, what kind of things can we do to help with the system? We've worked with them to lower their consumption, start looking towards other technologies that they can do on new construction that is reducing that water usage. What things can they do internally to reduce their take? And we've seen each year that we see a new data center come in, they become lower and lower.
Grace, wasn't the newest number
I'm not sure. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but we have seen a pretty steady decline. As much as some data centers are going towards dry cooling, which that puts a bigger hit on the electrical grid, but you know, it's that balance of what we do to that water energy mix system. So the other one is development codes. This afternoon we'll have a chance to work for y'all to talk to our city planners, some of the things that they've been working on, but over the last couple of years, we've really had a big push towards rethinking our landscaping and looking at some of the requirements about what needs to go into these developments and where it makes sense and where it doesn't make sense. The other one that I think is that we've already seen a pretty big change is this recent reduction of minimum lot size. A few years ago, 2 years ago, we came out with a 5/8 meter, which is essentially meant to, you know, reduce the amount of water that can be used for a residence. No one was buying that. And then all of a sudden we have this reduced lot size. Well, that reduced the footprint. There's less landscaping. Now it becomes a viable thing to do. And since we've seen that, you know, we've seen a lot of opportunities and people showing interest with that. So there's lots of things that we can do that, you know, might not seem like they would have an impact, but when we work together and think about it, I think we can really set ourselves up for success in the future. The other one is looking at non-potable. One of these that just blows my mind. There was a car wash that came into town, and it was being constructed right next to one of our purple pipes. And we said, hey, you can tap into this recycled water line and get your water for cheaper, and it'll be awesome, and we won't be using potable water to clean our cars. No interest whatsoever. So trying to figure out how we can promote that has a really, really good impact for us. Recently, we've had interest in using some of our reclaimed water to where the developer actually would do the treatment on their site. So I think so long as we're leaving these options open and making sure that we're discussing them and pushing them and giving them as options, you know, it really opens that opportunity for different things to occur. And then finally, it's really making the culture shift. And I think that's really what we're hoping for this to start, you know, for you guys to be the disease spreaders and tell everyone about what you've learned here. Yeah. So it's really saying, you know, not only are we going to enforce this on our community, but we want our community to want to change. We want them to see the difference. We want to see the value of thinking differently and being the trendsetters that we have in the past. Because there is a ceiling, and Frank's going to talk about that next. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, so good news, bad news. I'm the last talker before lunch. So if you ask lots of questions, it just takes longer to go to lunch. So it's whatever you guys want to do. As Bryce talked about, I'm going to talk a little bit about the ceiling and the limitations we have on getting additional water. Everybody would like to say, hey, just go get more water. It's easy. And I wish we could, but we're not quite that fortunate. So this slide right here is kind of showing our Crow Creek drainage basin right now. The area in red is all the ground that we can capture in our existing reservoirs and diversions. So pretty much we can capture all the snow melt off. There's not a whole lot of snow left beyond this point. But that's it. And as we talked about, it's very limited. We have a few areas that we're not capturing all the water, and that's most notably South Crow and Rust Creek diversions, but they're very small numbers. We may be losing 400-600 acre feet a year at most. So we pretty much maximize this local basin.
You're looking west, that's the east.
Yes, I'm looking west here, looking up towards the mountains. This is a wonderful image from Google Earth. Hopefully they come through well. Sure, I've got that covered here. Similar thing, here is Rob Roy. And this is looking up the mountain, and you see, you know, we're capturing quite a bit of land here between our diversions and our reservoir itself, but you know, we're capturing every drop of water that flows our direction, we're able to capture. There's not more water to grab at Rob Roy because we're grabbing everything we possibly can. We're at the top of the mountain, and that's going to be a reoccurring thing here. We're very high up in elevation, so there's not much we can do. Similarly, you have Little Snake here. You can kind of see off the bearings here. We got the continental divide. Oops. Yeah, what did I do? That really quick button.
Are you hungry, Frank?
Yeah, we're done. So you kind of see we have the continental divide, water coming through the tunnel. Everything that's coming from the top of the mountain down toward diversions, you know, we're pretty much able to capture. Runoff is too quick. Yeah, some gets by, but I mean, we're capturing every drop of water we think we can. For you guys over here, I apologize. You kind of got the continental divide right here. So we're doing everything we can to capture that water, but we have our challenges here. With the way we're set up with the SEO, you know, as we're collecting water, we have to monitor the Dixon gauge, which is just a gauge down by Dixon. If it drops below 500 CFS, we're done. We can't collect any more water. We have to start shutting off our structures. So there's a tough balance we have to have there where, yes, we can collect as much water as we can, but if we collect too much, we're shut down. So we have to balance that every year. So that's kind of our major basins. And then as Bryce talked about, you know, we have a ceiling at our groundwater. There's just only so much groundwater. And we have areas where we're already depleting that groundwater. So we're hoping to develop the Casper, hoping maybe develop a little bit more on the Belvoir, but that's limited. You know, we might be able to get another 1,500 acre feet, maybe 2,000 acre feet if we're lucky. But let's say the gold mine doesn't go forward. If we try to develop the Belvoir the way we would need to get all that water, we're talking $20 million plus in infrastructure. It was $20 million before COVID. I don't know what COVID did to it, but I'm afraid that COVID's a scary number. So, but you put that in perspective, let's say it cost $20 million. That means every account in the city of Cheyenne would have to go up $870 to pay for it if we didn't get any grant funding. That's a significant increase, not 1 month, but spread it out over a year, 5 years, 10 years. It adds up. But the other perspective we always look at is what does it cost per acre foot? And that could be up to around $20,000 per acre foot. I mean, that's a huge number. To give you a frame of reference, you know, a house uses about a quarter acre foot a year. So that's $5,000 per household to get the water that is needed for that household long term. It's very expensive, very high numbers that add up fast. So when we talk about why is there no easy water? Well, you know, we pull from 3 different basins right now. We pull from the South Platte, the North Platte, and the Little Snake. And I keep moving around to just drive Clint nuts. The Little Snake goes into the Colorado River. We talked about the North. So the Colorado River, we talked about it. Thought it was a great resource. There was plenty of water. We were wrong. There's just not that much water anymore. The North Platte River Basin is already over appropriated. That means they are shelling out more water than they have. So there's restrictions there. You can't develop any new water rights in that area. You have to buy other people's water rights. And we talked about the South Platte, which flows into the Platte River in the end. You know, we're collecting all the water we can there, so there's not a water supply we can just go get. We can't just build a diversion and have more water. We have to buy someone's water or lease someone's water. And as we talked about earlier, no one wants to do that. Everybody wants to keep their water because that's their livelihood. So when we look at, again, at our Crow Creek Basin, you know, we talk about the Belvoir. There's surface water that flows across the Belvoir, but as it comes onto the Belvoir, it actually goes into a sink. You can actually stand there and watch the water drop into a hole and disappear. It's gone. Unless it's flowing hard enough, then you will start seeing it. It's actually replenishing the groundwater in the Belvoir. So that's, if we try to collect that surface water, we're taking from our groundwater. So it becomes, you know, what's more important. Same thing on the north side of our Crow Creek Basin is Lodgepole Creek, which people have water rights to. And frankly, there's not a large amount of water. There's not 2,000, 4,000, 10,000 acre feet of water there. You know, it's gonna be very similar to what we have now, highly fluctuating and not a reliable source. I guess I talked a little too far here, so that would just be backing up, showing, you know, how far the Crow Creek drainage is. Yes, we have our territorial diversion at the wear line, but we capture the majority of the water, and we still utilize the wear line to deliver water to the Peanut Pond and stuff around the Botanical Gardens. Oh, I got lost something there. Rob Roy. So this is a different perspective of Rob Roy. In the foreground, right below that yellow line is the North Platte River. And you can see Rob Roy clear up on the hill. So if we were fortunate enough to get water rights in the North Platte River and actually have it be wet water we can use, we'd have to pump it up that hill. That's 2,300 feet in elevation. 900, or excuse me, it's like 2,100 feet. We'd have to pump that water up to 900 PSI to get it to flow into Rob Roy. So we're talking multiple pump stations, you know, pipeline through wilderness area to be able to get water from the North Platte River into Rob Roy. That's not going to be cheap at all. It's going to be very expensive. So it's not easy to do. People have hit us up. Why aren't you taking water from the Laramie River valley? You've got a pipeline that goes through there. Would love to. Yes, we probably could get some water rights there. We'd have to lease them or buy them or whatever the case be. But we're going to run into the same problem. We'd have to pump it up to 600 PSI to get it into the stage 1, stage 2 pipeline to get it up over the hill. Now I'm going to jump back here. The other problem we have is our grate system that requires no pumps, nothing to get the water to come to Cheyenne is our biggest hindrance. Looking at this image, in the foreground, you can see Crow Creek, and then if you look in the background, you can see some red up on the mountain. That's Rob Roy. When they built this system, they built it so we don't need any pumps. So there's enough elevation from Rob Roy to Lake Owen. It's a head break, and it's able to push it all the way down the Laramie Valley and back over the summit. But that's what's hurting us now, because everything is up high for our hydraulic grade lines. There's no easy way to get that water into our system. And then the biggest problem we're running into is dollars. The people who are potentially willing to sell their water rights, they have good prices on it. There was an auction just done in Colorado, our sister state to the south, that the average price per acre foot for water they sold was $42,000 an acre foot. That's enough water for 4 homes. We have a lot of challenges, so that's $10,000. So we have a lot of challenges on getting additional water supply, and that's why we're here talking with you guys on how important it is to use our water wisely so it can sustain us as long as possible and allow for as much growth as possible. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, man, I feel like I'm taking the mic too much, but, the tap fees in Northern Colorado and Boca, there's like several different districts. But some of them are like 130,000, 140,000. Is that to offset their cost of purchasing the water rights and everything?
I would imagine so, yes. A lot of the districts and water systems in Colorado make you bring your water. Oh, I apologize. He asked, in Colorado, he has areas where he's seeing system development fees well over 100,000. And he's asking, is that why, is to offset these costs? And I would imagine so, yes. I'm not familiar with every system, but a lot of systems have just thrown up their hands and said, you know what? You want to tie into our system, you bring us the water. The one thing Colorado has that we don't is they have all the pipelines at the bottom of the hill where they can interconnect and easily transfer water, and that's what allowing that to happen. But developers just have to go out and buy up farmland or buy up water rights so that they can build homes. And yes, they're paying very high dollars for it. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And maybe, I guess it was on, the slides when Price was presenting, but on the slide showed the potential to develop that eastern corner of the Gulf River. It looked to me like that's probably most of the area of one of the TCE points. Is that playing into some of those decisions, or what additional considerations is that?
Yeah, so everything that is impacted by that TCE plume, would essentially go through, we have an air stripping unit that is, operated and paid for by the, Army Corps of Engineers. So anything that we develop on the Belfort that's impacted by TCE would go through that plant, and any expansions or anything that needed to happen to that plant would be paid for by the Army Corps. That's part of their responsibility of treating that.
And that plume is isolated to the High Plains Aquifer, which is the east side. The stuff on the west side that we're hopefully going to do a joint development with the gold mine. It's actually the Casper Formation that is not currently impacted by, shouldn't be, be impacted by that plume.
What's the depth of that Casper or aquifer that you were referring to? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, absolutely. He asked, what is the depth of the Casper Aquifer? And actually, on the west end, it's probably 2,000 foot deep. On the east end, it's diving underneath of us. So it's really only accessible to us on the west end.
So it's much lower than the Ogallala.
Yes, yes, it is beneath the Ogallala.
That's about 1,500 feet there under town right here, Brett, right here for 1,000. That's all. Other questions? Any other? Aaron, any?
Sure, we have about a 15-minute break, and if you have your lunch back there, Brandon cheese that supply lunches for you. We've got turkey and Sephardi cheese,
And on
Biggest problem.
schedule so far, so I hate to interrupt, everyone's discussions. Hopefully you'll still have that energy after lunch. And I will warn you that I'm pinch hitting on this presentation, so I might do a little more reading than I normally would. But we just wanted to take a minute while we're eating lunch to kind of go through, a couple of things from a water conservation standpoint. And hopefully set the stage a little bit for some of our panel discussions, which we're hoping truly will be discussions with input from everybody this afternoon. So we've already established the fact that water is finite. They're limited, very hard to come by. So we just want to make sure that we're all working together to understand this problem and work towards solutions in the future. We've talked about a lot of overall use and some of our customers and some of that breakdown. One of the things that we haven't really touched on is specifically towards irrigation. It's a big component. It's about a third of the total amount of water that's used in Cheyenne is towards irrigation. And some of that, the pictures that you see highlighted in red, are what people may call non-functional, useless, or most recently I've heard non-essential turf. So, what exactly does that mean? Well, I've got a video from Las Vegas, who's in a very similar situation as us with the Colorado River situation. While you're listening to the video, some of the numbers might not jive totally with Cheyenne and some of the programs that they're doing, but in terms of the situation and conceptually about the thought process around this non-functional turf and how we should treat it, I do think those apply.
But you might be asking, what's the difference between functional grass and the non-functional grass that this law affects? Let's take a drive around town and I'll show you what we mean. First, let me tell you just how thirsty grass is. Just 1 square foot requires about 73 gallons of water per year. That's equivalent to 10 feet of rainfall. The non-functional grass we're talking about with this new law uses more than 10 billion gallons of water each year. That's more than the amount used by Southern Nevada's entire resort sector, and it accounts for about 10% of our entire Colorado River allocation. Think of all that water being applied to useless grass like this. These medians may look pretty, but they're not being used for anything other than aesthetics. It's not for recreation. Kids can't play here. This is non-functional, useless grass. Hey John, how about some Frisbee? There's more than 1.3 million square feet of non-functional grass in our medians. This grass will be replaced with desert landscaping under Southern Nevada's new law. Roadsides are even worse. 11.5 million square feet of this useless grass just sits on the side of the road, consuming nearly 1 billion gallons of water every year. Converting these areas to desert landscaping can still provide beautiful scenery, and it'll use far less water than grass. Now, parks, of course, have plenty of grass, but this is functional grass, and we're going to keep it. We want to ensure that we have plenty of grassy places for families to enjoy, for recreational activities like soccer and football and Frisbee, and a place to enjoy time with our pets. Golf courses are also considered functional as a space for recreation, along with schools. But there are areas around schools, parks, and golf courses that may contain useless grass. Those areas will be identified and will need to be replaced as well. We'll see the most water savings from this new law at businesses and homeowners associations. Grass in these areas is purely decorative and adds up to more turf in southern Nevada than you'll find in all our single-family homes combined. Right now, only 20% of businesses have replaced their non-functional grass. HOAs and apartments have only replaced about 30%. The Southern Nevada Water Authority will continue to offer a $3 per square foot rebate to convert grass to water-smart landscaping. The first step of the new law will be to create an advisory panel with stakeholders across the community to lay the groundwork on how to best implement the change. Here's the big takeaway. Converting these areas will save us over 10 billion gallons of water every year, and that's about 10% of our Colorado River supply. The new law doesn't apply to homes, but if you're considering voluntarily removing grass in your yard, check out our financial incentives at snwa.com. Let's all conserve together.
What we're just trying to show here is that, you know, we talked earlier about how historically BOPU has kind of been a trendsetter, if you will, kind of ahead of the game. I think in this situation in Wyoming, we probably are. We might be the leading edge. I think regionally and in the West, there are other communities that might be a little bit ahead of us. And looking at some of the things that we're doing and trying to evaluate if those are right for Cheyenne or not. I'm not saying that, you know, this cash for grass or any of these types of things that these communities are doing are right for us, but I think it's time to start having the conversations about, you know, what is right for us? What should we be doing? I think the more things that we can get in place now will just lead us to fewer and fewer of these retrofits that we'll have to do and potentially pay for in the future. So again, you know, I'm not going to read the list of what everybody else is doing, but just know that if this is something that is, I'm not a social media person, but it's trending. It's becoming popular. It's something that if we don't get on, we'll be behind, and when you're behind, it's more difficult to catch up. So you know, I think there's just landscaping standards and things that we can do. I like to use the term, you know, redefining beauty. You know, I think everyone says, oh, well, green grass is pretty and all that. I think there's a lot of other things that we can do that can also be aesthetically pleasing that we can do, you know, at lower water consumptions. Some of the things we referenced a little bit earlier that we've done. You know, we've looked at part of the UDC no longer allowing some of those landscaping points that you get being given for bluegrass turf that's put into non-functional areas. You know, and then allowing still points for some of those native type grasses that are lower water consumers. I don't know if it, so the question was, do you think that we could ever get to a point where we might inflict negative points if someone's putting, you know, Kentucky bluegrass, heavy water users in non-functional areas? I think if we're not seeing the outcomes that we want, I mean, I don't see why we couldn't inflict something like that, and part that into our rules. I think it's things like that that are definitely up for discussion and things that we should talk about. And to your point, I guess that kind of leads into this next slide a little bit. It's also not really all or nothing, right? It's not like everyone's worst nightmare is Phoenix, Arizona, where you've just got rockscape everywhere, right? You know, there's some of those plants that might be a little higher maintenance, different maintenance, but this company here, they've got many different options that can reduce the water consumption from, I think, 30 to 50%, depending on which blend you go through. And if you look at any of those, I mean, they look like the lawn that you might be used to. And I think the fact that these turf growers are coming up with these products tells you that there's a market for them, and that there's people that are interested in trying to do something that's a little bit different. Whether they're regulated to or whether they want to. I think we go back to that culture thing. If we can get people to want to, you know, it's definitely more effective.
I do have a question. Now, there was recently brought to me that we've been working with our compliance department, that somebody was actually doing low water landscaping in their front yard. But the neighbors, talking about the culture, the neighbors turned them in for a compliance, and you believe that they were just weeds instead of a native population. And so we have to kind of reevaluate even our compliance and culture change on that one for individuals that were taking on the low water landscaping and now facing penalties because they were turned in by the neighbors because of the aesthetic.
Yeah. Did you catch that one, Brian?
We also, there's also non-irrigated blend, and that will work just like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where I was saying this is, you know, for those who might not like that look or don't want to take it to that, you know, there's always a middle ground. You know, there's options that we can take. It's not we're all over here and then we're all over there. I mean, I think, not getting into certain colors, but I think really the best options usually happen somewhere in the middle. Yeah, so the comment was if we took out half of our lawns, half of our landscaping, you know, so like at a park, if you had a border around the park that was near the greenway that was something different than where the functional grass is, more towards the heart of the park. You know, I think those are great concepts and things where again we can try to find that balance between what people want, what people think looks good, what's low water use. I think it's finding that blend. I think that's a good comment. Anybody else? All right. Okay. So the question came up earlier about who gets shut off first. You know, that's something that that I think that we struggle with, you know, that we've talked about internally. Like, is that our decision to make? I don't know that it necessarily is. I think we can say what the amount of water that we have available is, but I think it's up to the community and you know, decision makers as a whole to determine what is the right thing to do for Cheyenne. You know, whether that's shutting pools down for the summer or whether that's shutting Frontier Days down and closing the additional people that come in. You know, I don't know what that is. Do we want our locals to have what they need or the thing that brings in the economy? Those are hard questions to have. And I think that's something that for me really underlines the importance of making the decisions that we can make now to help extend that capacity that we have in the future so that it's only the really, really, really scary stuff that we have to make the really hard decisions on. But yeah, any one of these things could happen during a shortage. So there really is a lot of planning I think that we can do on the front end in terms of, you know, what we can do next. Oh, love it. Anyway, so the last slide was really just what can we do next, and it's just really a lead into the discussions this afternoon. You know, what are things that we can all work together? How do we maximize, you know, each of our specialties, each of our capabilities to develop plans for Cheyenne that allow us to utilize our resources for the long term. So again, I really hope that this afternoon, the three chunks of discussion that we have, that don't be afraid to ask questions, don't be afraid to challenge us, throw ideas out there. We did this last week with a group of landscapers, and they they really came at us. But we learned a lot from it. So again, I thank you guys for being here. I think we still got some time to finish your lunch, take a break, make phone calls, whatever you need to do. Sure. So the question was, can you elaborate on what the landscapers discussed with us? Essentially, they had a number of things. I think the biggest theme of it really that it's not an even playing field for everybody, because there's no set standards in terms of landscape system design, what kind of parts you need to use, who does those types of designs, what the installations look like. So, there's one side that says, I really want to do it right. There's another side that says I want to do it as cheaply as I can. And that dichotomy is really hard to manage for them. So one of the takeaways that I had was that maybe some of this landscaping code and irrigation thing might make a little more sense to live more on the BOFU side than on the planning side. And that's one of the conversations that we've had at looking at our water conservation position is, is that something that we could kind of push towards that? Working towards some of those landscaping codes and irrigation system design and come up with a set of standards like we have for everything else that puts everyone on that equal playing field, to find that balance of what we want and what we need.
Can you go back to that sod slide?
Yeah.
That have different options. So I just wanted to, I'll try and speak up, connect the dots for some folks. So I develop infill properties. So when people say we should save money, we should do water wise plans, I'm immediately thinking, well, is there a sodded option for this? I mean, do we have to seed this stuff, or because bluegrass is obviously available in sod. On a couple projects I've used EnviroTurf, it's the product that's to the far left. That is a sodded product. It was 27 cents a square foot more than bluegrass, and it literally uses half the water. I've had friends that have had it for over 20 years. I think the Turf Masters gal is a horticulturalist out of UW. So I've seen it over 2 decades. I've seen it at my property over a year. I've quantified it as only 27 cents a square foot more. So to me, it makes complete sense to do it always. I'm not advocating for that, but if anyone didn't have experience with it or maybe was uncertain, I just wanted to share a little bit of my experience. I think it's a great product. It's something I want to put really in a lot of my projects moving forward, if I'm going to allocate areas to turf.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I mean, and when you talk about, I know it's a hot button issue is the low income housing or affordable housing, right? I mean, utility bills are part of it. And if you can do something that's going to cost you 27 cents a square foot on the builder side that goes into a little, I mean, probably not going to see much of that in purchase price.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about half the cost of your summer irrigation bill, people are going to notice that. Any other question before we take a quick break?
Let's start at 12:45.
12:45. Cool. Thanks, everybody.
But also consider new construction of not having to put in an irrigation system.
True. That's very true.
Yeah.
Get started.
It's great.
You really
forgot that he's supposed to be here. He's listening.
So this afternoon, we decided we were just going to do some discussion kind of panels, get some groups of people up here on some different topics. And the first topic that we're going to go over this afternoon is on just existing conditions and enforcement. Then after that, we're going to do integration of water efficiency and land use planning, Cheyenne's priorities. And then the third, we'd talk about maybe just some possible funding strategies. To look at it may just be you and Bryce and Frank. I didn't see Renee made it in. She told me she may not because she lives out west. So I talked with her last night. So, but that's kind of what we want to go over on our first panel this morning. What we'll do is with each of these, we'll just open it up if you have questions that particularly pertain to the topic at hand. Or if not, I've prepared some previously prepared questions to ask to kind of get conversation going. But we've allotted about an hour for each one of these. So this first one will go from 12:45 roughly to 1:45 unless we run out of questions, and then we'll keep bumping up. If we can get out of here earlier, we'll get everybody out earlier. So with the first panel, we have, I'll just have you guys introduce yourself. Why don't you do that? That's probably even better. Just introduce yourself and then we can start.
Read left to right.
Sure.
Okay. Bryce Dorr, Capital Project Supervisor for the BOPU. I think I'm probably on this panel because part of my role is working with new developments from the BOPU side, helping ensure that we have adequate infrastructure, supply, working through solutions where some of those make me a little more challenging.
Charles Bloom, Planning the Development Director for the City of Cheyenne. I've been here for just over 5.5 years. It's been a little while. Probably on this panel because we deal with site plans, retrofit of existing site plans, enforcement of previously approved site plans, and we hold the keys to drafting change. But I heard Bryce earlier say that I think they volunteered to write all of our landscaping ordinances. Is that accurate?
We may go there.
If you want us to.
We do work with the Board of Public Utilities quite frequently and often on landscape amendments because we all have a common interest here, and that is making sure that we preserve our precious resource of water.
Frank Strong, I'm the engineering manager. I'm here because the director told me I had to. No, seriously, I work with Bryce on all the development work. I assist with the reviews and provide comments, and as always, we work with the city to try to make things better. So we're here as a team.
So related to existing conditions and enforcement, is there any specific question anybody would like to ask of these individuals and their expertise? Shoot away. Raise your hand. Yep. Jeff.
I'll take a shot. I was interested, Bryce, in your little video of Las Vegas, which is entirely different, but the functional versus non-functional. But what went through my head was the last time I drove down Powerhouse with the new school. There seemed to be way more grass than just the soccer and baseball fields for that new school. I just wonder how is that an ordinance issue? Is that a coordination district with the school district? I wasn't sure, but that one just sort of jumped out at me, the functional, particularly with brand new things. Not going back, something brand new.
So I would say that that project, when it was approved, was prior to us really implementing a lot of these changes where we're trying to push for the, no turf and the non-functional grass. Now we probably could have done a little bit better and retroactively discussed with them and talked about options. That can be challenging with, the way that work is bid out and contractors have already submitted costs and acquired materials and set those types of things up. So I would agree that what you're seeing there is not what we want to see. And it's an example of, you know, kind of the prior mindset and how the rules were set up. If that were to be in the queue now, I don't believe that all of that functional or all that grass would have counted. Now, to the mayor's point earlier, would it have counted against them? Not necessarily at this point. So there's definitely ways I think that we can learn from that and see how that culture shift's happening. If it's not, if people are still wanting to put in the grass, do we need to have a little heavier hand on the regulation side?
And I'd like to chime in on that as well. And I'm gonna look at staff real quick. That was approved prior to the functional turf amendment, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, we did a functional turf amendment several years back, and that site plan was approved prior to it. So they gained points, landscaping units or points to help come to an overall point total for their project. Grass is desirable for the developers because it's a lot easier to maintain. All you have to do is hire anyone to go out there to mow the lawn, weed whack, control the weeds. That's the extent of your maintenance. When you start getting into more ornamental landscapes, xeriscaping, they are easy to maintain, but there's a perception that they're a lot harder and more challenging. So what we're seeing is a lot of developers in the past want to go for the easiest, most simplest solution where they could just plant it, get their points, check out that box, get their certificate of occupancy, and then walk away. Something that we've done more recently, we've started the conversation on is, well, right now you don't get any points for putting grass in. It's 0 points. There's no benefit other than that ease of maintenance. So the discussion has sort of popped up. Should we look at ways to incentivize not putting in grass? Maybe grass has negative points. I believe that was mentioned earlier. Maybe we look at trying to steer people into better landscape treatments that are more waterized and also less likely to become overgrown with weeds or become future maintenance burdens. So those are all items that Board of Public Utilities, staff, and several others are contemplating.
I have a follow-up. What about other direction, like we were talking about where Ziggy's Coffee on Pershing, it appears to be nothing but rocks now, so it doesn't really, it's either one side or the other. So how do you deal with something like Ziggy's Coffee?
Ziggy's Coffee is interesting. It's not every day you see someone watering with coffee only. So the grass doesn't grow. No, what it is that right now, they've actually put down rock cobble. So that's there. Take 5 is another one that has rock in place. What they've done, because it's not the best planting season for everyone to be able to get at this time to get all of their landscaping, is they've delayed the installation of their living ground cover. So they provide a bond that allows them to open so they can plant it at a later date. What they intend on planting would be bushes, shrubs, and some other trees that will end up having at least a 75% ground cover. And that would be at the time of maturity. So when that landscaping matures, you should only see about 25% of that rock. But yes, there are concerns with rock cobble mulch situations that those do collect dirt, they collect debris, they collect other things, and eventually below that rock layer, but above that landscape barrier, you're going to get silt and dirt, and eventually you're going to get weeds. That has been a discussion that we have had as to try to steer people away from that, how we can do that. The Ziggy's will have greenery in the future.
I would think, this is just my opinion, I think that is an appropriate landscape for that small site though. I mean, you think, I'll compare it to another one. Another one would be a coffee shop. Human being went in just a little while. Go look at their site. Very little. They do have a little, it's 15 by 15 piece of grass out there. And, you know, if you consider non-functional turf, that's people just drive around it to get their coffee. Nobody uses it. So, you know, there's grass being watered that, yeah, it may not be a lot, but we got to remember it all adds up. So, you know, just different perspectives.
So I have a question for you, Charles, I guess. If there are situations like this, can I ask a question as a panel? Is that allowed?
All right, fair game.
So I guess what came to mind, I guess, thinking about that is when you see a new development or something like that come in, and you're just a member of the community and you drive by and you go, oh, that rock, that's ugly. Like, is there anything that we could implement, like signage or something that says like plants to come, that coming soon, like something like that people would get used to seeing after a while, that for these situations? Cause I know a lot of times too, we see those areas where we're planting in the wrong season and then things die anyway, and you're coming back. So is there maybe a middle ground there that we could find that lets people know that the landscaping is under construction or whatever still, that would help educate the community?
There's always an option. It really is how much oversight do you want to provide? Most of you who have driven down Del Range lately, Take 5 open and Les Schwab opened and all the employees were out there waving. Guess we could ask them to hold a sign. We're open, landscaping coming soon. But no, there could be some processes in there where maybe we highlight that this landscaping is delayed to a certain date to sort of let the public be on notice. I wouldn't expect a signage to be put in front of the building or something like that. That's an added cost. That's a lot of possibly a lot of headache, but maybe just a simple paper that could be stuck on the door next to it saying, hey, this is delayed. This is what's going to happen in the future. And it should happen by this date. We kind of put people on notice.
But one thing that we did run into, so we had a development over in North Range Business Park where they were putting in a very large section of grass. And we commented and finally talked to them like, no, we want that much grass. So, we created incentives that you don't have to do it, but some people really want to have that lush safari grass. We're gonna have to figure out how to address that in the rules so that we're consistent across the system, so to speak.
And North Range is a little bit of a unique situation that is served by the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. However, it's not in the incorporated city limits of the city. So the functional turf limitation that we have in the city, that does not apply to this development in North Range because that is a county planning and development review process.
Good point. Go ahead.
We're in the process of encouraging girls to be counted. So obviously that would be grandfathered and they could change it out if they wanted. Some discussion earlier, this kind of mostly formally here about the possibility of using rain gardens or collecting the rain and make barrels. I think if anybody has been over the library and seen they should say collection pond, rain garden over there, Goku has gone out in front of their offices as well. The benefit of having that water filtered down, as it drains through those ponds and through the root systems for the sewer system, and having those plants collect a lot of those impurities that might otherwise go into the sewer system. It's also a benefit to the city as far as what they would have to do to go through to treat that water and reclaim it. As far as the rain barrels are concerned, I've been looking online. They're not, either one of them are illegal rain barrels for the state line. Some states are actually in town, they're actually offering incentives to put a rain barrel system in, and for the same reason that you have the rain gardens, and because you can collect that water off your roof, you can use it to water your plants, water your lawn, but it also filters the impurities out that are going into the sewers. And we don't want to see the cans all plastic and that stuff going down our sewers, so we put these special rain filters. Why not take it a step further and filter out the pollutants before they actually reach the sewers?
So you guys want to give your thoughts? So just maybe reiterate the question again was use of.
Sure. The question was, in a nutshell, why don't we have requirements to have rain gardens or other means of filtering the stormwater before it goes into the stormwater system to reduce the impact and utilize that water to create the green spaces?
And I guess I would think this is a little bit outside of the Board of Public Utilities purview because they are focused on delivery, not letting it as its return. But what we do at the city, and this is mostly with our city engineering department, as we look at water quality measures for new developments and existing development sites that are being redeveloped. So if you're in an area right now, like let's look across the street where you have a area that's predominantly a parking lot and someone wants to redevelop. The engineering department would work with them to create water quality features, which would be essentially bioswales or other types of landscape treatments that would filter the water to provide cleaner, less sediment water that goes into our stormwater system, which eventually works its way down this area to Crow Creek.
I mean, follow up, one of the other things that I discovered is there's actually some tax credits that might be available through the feds. And some localities have also, not taxed water gardens, rain gardens, that kind of thing. For the spring barrel systems, and so as we're talking about property tax, that might be something that, might be attractive. Going forward.
So for this side of the room, she talked about that federal government potentially has tax credits for doing the rain gardens or the, whatever they may be. And some municipalities are not, essentially not taxing that portion of the project. And I have no comment because this isn't my area.
I have no comments on my area on taxation, but
But interesting concept.
Water.
So the question is who is the water cop and what do they do?
Yeah, what are the enforcement? What are the things that we can?
Okay. Okay. So the water cop or our water conservation specialist is currently vacant. Sarah has resigned from the board. That position there was to, kind of work with the city, work with customers to identify waste of water and try to correct it. So yes, you could call us and provide us information and yes, we would respond and try to address it.
and we've worked with the water cop before. They're gonna be forever known as the water cop. We've worked with that person before in cases where maybe a national retailer has a business. This is actual case. National retailer has a business. They're watering the street instead of their new landscaping because their crews aren't educated on how to work their system, nor could they figure out how to call a group to come fix it. So Board of Public Utilities, after noticing this is occurring and after witnessing that they're watering the streets, they would shut off the water. Then we have an issue where we're like, well, the landscaping now is not growing, it's dying. And we have to try to figure out how to balance that relationship. In this particular case, we all worked together and worked with the retail store that was there to provide them information and resources to get their irrigation system corrected so their landscaping would thrive and they could get their water turned back on. But yes, there's a lot of different parties involved when you start to see commercial projects where watering is going awry. And if you do ever notice someone's watering sidewalks or whatever, we have our report of concern item on our website. If we get that, we can send it over to Board of Public Utilities. I believe Board of Public Utilities has their own water reporting portal as well on their website.
And then I'll just add to that. I think when the water cop role was established at BOPU, it was in a time of one of those water shortages. So trying to identify and reduce those, I'll call them minor leaks and things that were happening for individual users was kind of a critical thing. I think where we are right now, maybe we need more of a water detective than a cop that has maybe a broader view, digging a little deeper, trying to develop more programmatic things. So I think that's one of the things, as Frank mentioned, with that position open right now, is that we're looking at ways that we can modify that into something that might have a little more benefit overall to Cheyenne.
And Bryce, maybe we need a water deputy that has jurisdiction of both the city and the county.
And you have use of marketing.
Correct, yes. That's probably another thing that has changed since then, is now we have, the entire system has been switched over, but we're now using Neptune decoders. which actually will notify us if a home has a continuous water leak. Or we can monitor it more on a daily basis instead of waiting for the monthly read. So we're able to pinpoint those areas a lot quicker. And actually, we have a program to notify the public that says, hey, we noticed that your meter's running continuously, you may have a leak. And lots of times it's a toilet flap or backflow preventer that's leaking, and they're able to fix it before they have a very large one.
I wanted to know, when I moved here, I bought a house in 2019. I'd reached out to the water resource person to just get a statement on my house to see what water looked like. And I knew it had been vacant for a while, but she had alerted me that we had slow leaks in some of our fixtures. So I was able to, our smart meters were able to detect that we had a slow leak, so I was able to get that fixed. She also notified me that there had been a water break in my house in February of like 2017, where about 28,000 gallons went out through the house. That's like 4 times the usage on an average summer day for a residential property. So it also alerted me that there was a pretty significant flood that occurred over the period of 3 days. So it's amazing the information that those smart meters will be able to relay.
But the question was, are the smart meters available in the commercial size meters? And yes, they are. We're able to get hourly reads on all of our meters that are e-coders. And actually, we have the ability to download 90 days worth of data at 15 megabits. So you really can see what's been happening in that meter and when issues may or may not occur.
So it's actually the device that goes on the top of the meter that does that. So they hook to the actual meter body. So.
And I'm just asking for a friend, but I believe they can tell you if you're irrigating too many days in a week.
Yes, we could identify that you are not following the every other day concept. Yes, yes. I even had to. We even had a board member, another board member. So I can't understand why you're using so much water. You can see he was watering 10 p.m. one day and 1 a.m. the next day. So essentially, he is watering every day. So it's all those unique little challenges. Did you have more? Or
I actually add on the water meter side of it. One thing is that it has to be picked up by our gateway. One of the things that we're looking at trying to do, we've got a grant out trying to upgrade our gateway system, get more of the community covered. So somebody's meter may irregularly read every 3 to 5 days, or it may read every hour, like we kind of described. It's all about the location, where the meter is in the home, where the meter is in the business. There's just some other pieces of that. But to go backwards to Betsy's original comment about grass and trees and that kind of stuff, I guess I've got the question of, we talk about the site plans and go back to Coyote Ridge. What would have happened if Coyote Ridge, say right now, because for one school occupied, they switch that to a native, or they zero state it, then they change that site plan. Who keeps up the enforcement to say when the trees die, they put a tree back in versus let the native come back in?
So let me read a question here. Code doesn't hold much weight without the ability to enforce it. Enforcement continually sounds like a challenge for city staff. How do we bridge the gap? I think it provides a challenge for us as well. We need an enforcement of water. So it is a real, how do we deal with that enforcement?
I think that's me.
Right, just step down.
Every time we approve a site plan, and these site plans have been being approved since the 1980s, there's an expectation that that site plan remain in perpetuity. So every time we approve a site plan, we now have another item that we have to monitor and make sure it's maintained. Realistically, can we do that? No. What we look at is who's complaining, number one. If there's a complaint that someone's landscaping is not being kept, we'll go ahead and forward that to our compliance division and investigate it. If someone comes in and blatantly disregards their plan, takes out their landscaping, cuts down their trees, removes their trees, like right after opening, then we would enforce that as well. I mean, the expectation is that they bring it back to what was approved. When people do, go through an enforcement process, which is initiated by the compliance department, they'll reach out to our planners to see if they can make modifications. We will work with them to deviate to today's standards, which usually have a little bit more of a reduction in landscaping and allow for more xeric materials. So really what it comes down to is if we have enforcement, we look for a complaint, we look for our big time abusers, and then we try to work with them to right size their plan to something that works today.
Is there another question over there? That was one of our other questions here, the same under that, you know, what are the expectations of maintaining a landscaping plan under an approved site plan? Can these be changed? And I think you answered it. So the answer would be no, right? If you have an approved site plan, it needs to maintain that.
If someone has an approved site plan, the expectation is to maintain it. They can change it, but they have to go back through a city process.
Thank you.
Which is administrative.
Good.
We have a question over here.
Going back to the water meter thing, you said smart meters, are they being put on now? Are they in place now? Is that a future thing?
Yeah, his question was, are we putting in smart meters now? What is the process? So right now in our system, a large commercial meter, we replace every 10 years, residential meters replace every 20 years. So as part of that 20-year replacement, we've been upgrading to e-coders. Because it sounds great to replace every meter in the system real quick, so everything's up to code, but then you have to do that same thing again in 20 years instead of a manageable situation.
Because I have a situation right now in the South Cheyenne Water District where I do not get a bill for about 7 weeks after they read it. And I had a terrible water leak, so I had to pay like $400 bill. And then the next month I got a $390 because it took that long for it to run through the system. So I could very much got a phone call saying I had a terrible water leak.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's your lucky day, because a good friend of mine sat right in the back that works just outside the water and sewer. And Scott right there will help you out. Raise your hand, Scott.
It's terrible. I paid $1,600 in the last 3 months.
So reach out. We have similar issues on our system.
He has reached out to us.
Okay. Okay, good.
We need to have a faster response.
Yeah.
I'll say our goal is to replace 1,500 meters a year with BB coders and not respond, not. We also have others that we replace on need that have leaks for meters. My crews out there actually throw out a shout out right now that I do have a meter technician.
And all new construction, of course, is getting those meters. When they mentioned the gateway a little bit ago, just think about the gateway as our reading antenna. We have them located at strategic points around town, so they're overlapping, but there is places that we aren't reading properly, so we're gonna add more so that we, you know, we're reading every meter more regularly, so. Go ahead.
So I just had my meter replaced, thank you, they were wonderful, I'm out the east side though. And, so the question I have is, I believe that the trees that are, I live near Dildine Elementary, and I believe those trees are on drip irrigation, which is a great example because they're doing very well, which is kind of unusual. It's one of the things with the Audubon chapter here, I hate seeing is people plant trees, then not take care of them, then they die, then they replace them. It's a real kind of a scam, actually. But Dildine's looking good, so I think we should support that because that shows how we can maintain some nice landscape, which we want trees with less water.
And I was gonna add that on our site plan process, when a commercial property goes through, so something requiring site plan, we review to ensure that they are all irrigated. It is a requirement that all of your landscaping is irrigated. And trees, bushes, shrubs, those commonly see that drip irrigation, and that's what we prefer because drip irrigation uses a lot less water than the overhead spray irrigation.
Yeah, and I was just gonna add to that, that's one of the few requirements that I've seen in terms of landscape design is that tree ring with the drip irrigation. I think that's something that I was alluding to earlier, that VOPU may be a good idea to have us help develop that and flesh out those requirements a little bit more, looking at the entire system versus just kind of, this is how you install drip irrigation around a tree. So I think that's a good point to see that, because I know that's a hot topic issue around town, is seeing trees go in and trees die right away. So yeah. It's a hard place to grow trees.
In terms of carrot and stick, what would be a violation for enforcement issue that somebody for out of compliance, say either not watering too much? From our perspective, we have tiered rates with regard to the water usage, but you go to a code violation, we're talking about a $75 fine, or is it just a slap on the wrist, or is it actually a form of punitive measure that somebody come back?
So again, the question was code violations and what's the fine or fee, what's going to be assessed?
Well, the statutory fine for a misdemeanor, which is a municipal code violation, is $750 per day. And basically, to get to that point is a pretty lengthy time. One would have to make a complaint. We send it to our compliance department. They then notify the property owner that there is an issue. There's a minimum 14 days that notice has to be sent. If that doesn't occur, then we notify them again for a second notice period. If we still don't get a response, and if one tree is missing, this could be one tree that's just missing. Then it would be forwarded to our city attorney's office, where it would have to go through our municipal court. That process would take quite some time, and in the end, it would result in a $750 fine, or whatever the judge feels is appropriate. And then in the end, that tree would still be dead, and we could start over and do it again.
Frank or Bryce, would you remember because we have established fees that we charge for watering. You remember what they are? There's like 2 or 3, they're kind of tiered. And they're in our approved rates every year. So we have fees that we charge, and those are in our fee schedule that is approved each year with our budget. It goes before our board and goes before council. So we have exact numbers. If it's your first violation, you pay this much. I think it goes up to 3. I can't remember.
I don't recall what it is, but we do have an escalating scale for violations. First one's smaller, then it builds up from there for continuing the same violation.
And if we send one out, they have a certain period to contest it too. And a lot of times that's what happened. They come in and explain, hey, this is what happened. And we decide either is it valid or not.
And I would just like to add that we did recently do some code enforcement amendments that have introduced some other avenues for enforcement, but we still need to iron those out with other agencies. One of those that our Unified Development Code allows is for a police officer to write a citation to the property owner. However, we have not ironed out the details there. That would be a lot more efficient because a ticket would be issued, court date would be established. They'd have to prove that that tree is still there or living. It'd be the burden of proof would be on them. There are also other ways where we can abate the landscaping issue or the site plan issue, but those also take a lot of time. And abatement orders are challenging because they require time at district court as well.
Just flying at a little higher level. I think back to the genius of the Water Development Commission. And the fact that we set up this commission and this funding mechanism to protect and use the waters of the state and keep them here. And then I think about working for a municipality now and realizing all the different straws that are not about their money that are pulling money out there. I think I'm telling you, I would volunteer my time, help Boku and the city of Cheyenne out to take this to the legislature. When we talk about a $3 rebate, people removing Kentucky bluegrass. 30 some years ago, I remember an old landscaper telling me the reason they call it Kentucky bluegrass is it's supposed to grow in Kentucky, not in the High Plains Desert. And that's why in July and August, you're watering the hell out of your lawn, because you're trying to keep it cool, because it's too hot. And it's so true, and yet what do? 30 years later, we're still putting down Kentucky bluegrass. It's fascinating to look at the value of water rights. And you look at the value of reducing the size of the straw in Boku's bucket, and that is irrigation ban. I think we should push on the state legislature. As we all know, our state legislature likes to control money. They don't necessarily want to dole it out to us municipalities. They don't think we're going to spend it very wisely, as wisely as they would. And so I think it'd be fascinating to put this in front of the legislature and say, if you really care about our water rights, this is an extenuation of the brilliance of the Wyoming Water Development Commission. George may be cringing and may punch me in the knee next time you Casper, but I think we ought to advocate with the legislature to do some of these potential buybacks because of the benefit that it does for water rights. Casper's in the same boat. You know, we're fighting, picking and scratching for every asset we can for our water rights portfolio.
No, I was gonna say, Charles had a follow-up, because I know Cheyenne did a resolution to put before WHAM on the covenant part that we found in regards to low water landscaping. So Charles and I kind of grafted that together because covenant is the own neighborhood, it's not in the code, but that's in the covenants. So we want to cover kind of what we want to pitch to the legislature. And then Patrick is our advocate at WHAM, because obviously extend that conversation. So,
Yeah, we had a development action that was going on, and we decided to start looking at some nearby covenants. As the Crestridge neighborhood was one very large area north of Buffalo Ridge Elementary School, south of Meadowlark, where in those covenants it actually prohibits any water-wise landscaping, xeriscaping, and it says you must have bluegrass essentially. So we had passed through the governing body a resolution to ask WHAM to look at legislation that would essentially nullify any type of covenants that would require heavy water intensive landscaping or restrict xeric landscaping. So that was a resolution that was passed by the governing body, let's say about a year ago, August, and coming up about 7 months ago.
And that subdivision was probably done, I remember it like in the mid to late 90s. Crestridge.
Crestridge, I believe you might have some inside information.
Early 90s.
Early 90s
Early
is what I
90s,
would
yes.
say, yeah. So,
Not you. Those are the early 90s, but that, and the thing is, it's not just Crestridge, it's a lot of different neighborhoods. That is common boilerplate language that you would see in a lot of covenants from the 1980s and the 1990s.
what additional code and enforcement opportunities do we see or possible and maybe we envision coming up? Anything you want to add or throw out?
Well, I'll throw it out again. I think it's come up multiple times, but I think just getting a better hand on and control in terms of requirements for landscape design, landscape contractors, and then, you know, the systems that we're putting in and making sure that we're using the right type of sprinkler heads and that we're using some of these smart controllers that won't set someone's sprinklers off in the middle of a rainstorm. I think that's something that we could do that, you know, from this day forward would have a pretty good impact on any new developments residentially.
And I just note that something that's very important that might be better is just education. Education for those that are planting new plants. They might shop by price tag as to what looks pretty at their local garden nursery. And they don't know if that's really going to grow there. And a lot of folks don't understand that you need to do winter watering on your trees to keep those alive. That trees need more watering at first and they can survive on a drip system. Folks just don't understand that. So I think education is something that is key to help make sure the landscaping that we get put in place lives in its initial period and then continues to thrive over time.
One other thing that I guess comes to mind for me too is I know, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, Charles, but in terms of different zoning areas and the types of landscapes that are required in those areas. Like, you know, an example might be for some of these business parks, we've done common landscaping where that landscaping's kind of pulled away from the local site into areas that are more accessible to the public. You know, I think that that's something that could be beneficial.
I agree. We've been working with leads a lot on trying to figure out the best way to landscape these industrial parks, like Project Cosmo, Bison Business Park, the Leeds Camp Stoll Business Park out on a Camp Stoll Road. The traditional landscaping regulations that you saw in the past that say, take your land, 90% of it, landscape it, put in X amount of trees, X amount of sod, street trees in industrial park, that really doesn't work for those large 100, 200 acre sites. So we've been trying new tools such as the common landscape plan. With every new tool, we realize that maybe it's just not working quite right. So you need to continue to amend it and make changes. And we look forward to working with Dante and Betsy some more to try to keep right sizing these common landscape plans so we can get good plans that really are in harmony with the setting. And they really are accomplishing the intent of our landscaping code and what we want to see out here in our western landscape.
So that sounds like it needs to be somewhat of a nimble process. Oh, I should know this word where you try something and try it again. Yes, that one, thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, so how hard is that right now with the way things are set up in terms of having to take things through the legislative body to make small changes, to move forward? Like, how much of a hindrance is that? And do you think that there's anything that we could do as, you know, Cheyenne that could help ease some of that? It's not an overall overhaul, but you know, the minor tweaks. How do we allow the minor tweaks to happen more efficiently?
I have to be careful because I have council members and the mayor here, so it's
Well, we want
easy.
them to have input too.
No,
No input from you.
yeah. No, honestly, we try to have those conversations with our council members, and I believe a lot of them are recognizing the importance, and we are trying to make progress through a variety of baby steps. We like to call them the spoon feed amendments to folks so we don't get lost in the details and we can digest things in slow amounts. The process is lengthy. What we have to do internally is we have to vet amongst our staff. We have to vet amongst other reviewers, other agencies like Board of Public Utilities. We're trying to make sure we reach out to the development community so we can get their feedback. Then we have to take it to the planning commission. And then a couple weeks later, then we have to take the governing body for 3 readings and 2 committee meetings as an ordinance. So just the approval process to run through it, once we figured out what we want to do, is about 3 months from start of introduction to finish. Things we've been really trying to look forward to is trying to engage the public. Mr. Lloyd, as our senior planner and department, I think he's going to provide some amazing insight here.
Well, you just barely touched on it. The 3-month process is for an incremental small step type improvement. If we're to take a large, make a big change to the community, then we would want to have public input on that, and that's going to increase the process by at least a month, probably multiple months. So you can take an incremental small baby step that's not necessarily maybe not as public, maybe we're more comfortable doing that on the 3-month timeline, but if we're going to make something that's really going to change how the looks, then we want to see and make sure we have some input from the general public, not just folks who are not just the council members and planning.
And one of the largest steps we took in the last couple decades is adoption of the Unified Development Code in 2012. The code didn't write itself overnight, and that was one giant leap, taking a lot of our old regulations that were in different policy documents and different titles of code and consolidating them all into one document labeled Unified Development Code. It's not something off the shelf that you can find in another community. It is just a collection of ordinances with one common title saying it's unified. The landscaping that we see today, the regulations, those are primarily the same as what we saw in 2012. except we've done small incremental changes. It's 12 years later now. So that large approach, that was just one small element of a whole lot of other elements that are rewritten in our Unified Development Code. So we've talked about doing landscaping, a holistic one in the past, but it is very time consuming and we will need a lot of public involvement.
Can you go over, everybody may not know what a common landscape plan is. What's the criteria? How did it get started? Yada, yada.
A common landscape plan is a tool that's available for industrial zone districts and projects that are over 80 acres in size. So these are areas like Hampstead Business Park, North Range Business Park, if they were to come into the city, Project Cosmo, areas like Swan Ranch could be eligible, as well as some other industrial sites in the city. What this does is it allows different lots to see reductions in what would be required for their landscaping, and then they can take those landscaping units and they can distribute them to other areas of that project where it would be better for the community. So instead of having all of your landscaping in the back behind the building adjacent to a railroad berm, that landscaping, those points could be pulled out and they could be put at a more prominent area in that subdivision or development. What this allows is for easier maintenance, easier watering, and a more cohesive plan for the entire park.
Who else? Go ahead.
Hey, so I am often kind of seated on the same side of the table as the developer, representing them through the project. And I'll tell you, just a quick comment, and then I've got a question. Often developers respond best to incentives rather than additional regulation. If you see changes and increasing the amount of regulations and groups that need to be jumped through. Bryce, you mentioned earlier there was a car wash that was adjacent to a purple pipe that didn't end up tapping into that. So it's been a while since I've been involved with the project. It was adjacent to a reuse purple pipeline. But at the time, I believe the system development fees, the tap fees, and the rate were all the same as the regular pipe. Has that changed, or is there thought of reducing tap fees, system development fees for the water rate to incentivize people to tap into this?
I would say right now, I don't think that we have a set system development fee for recycled water. So I think our default answer was probably it would be the same as potable water. That's probably good feedback to look at that and see what that would take in terms of, development, treatment, conveyance, all the things we look at to establish that rate, that fee. But from a rate standpoint, the rate of the water would have been significantly lower, yeah.
And what is it? It's the same as our raw water irrigation or our reclaimed water, which is then you're half the price per gallon.
Yeah, and when you look at that conservation versus revenue balance thing, we mentioned it before, but producing that recycled water is the most expensive water that we have because it goes through potable treatment, it goes through distribution, it goes through collection, and then it goes through the reclamation process, and then it also goes through tertiary treatment to be ready. So
and
then it also has another distribution cost to get to.
And it's at the bottom of the hill, so we have to have very large pumps to pump it up to pressure so everybody can use it. So it is our most expensive water.
Well, another problem is really running 9 months a year. So in that scenario, you gotta have low taps still.
Yeah.
So we got to make it debate inside those people.
Why I won't get one free?
With their potable water tap.
Just so everybody understands that, when we did that system back in 2006, at the time, we thought it was the best way. Doing it again now, what we know, we'd probably do things different, just like you learn. But we only buried those lines 30 inches. So we only run that system. It's strictly used for irrigation in the summer months. And we push it to its limits. We'll go clear to November sometimes before we're turning. But in hindsight, to make a complete reuse system that you could use year round, we'd need to bury that twice the depth down to our normal. So we saved a lot of cost with that because we didn't have to bury it as deep. But in hindsight, if we do other segments, we'll probably bury them deeper so that we don't have to worry about those type of issues. But great point.
So we've seen a lot of good examples of other places in the country doing new, more restrictive solutions. What's it gonna take to take it from this meeting today to having those formal conversations to say, we do need to look at adopting a new landscape standard in the city? Is it a time and resources thing from the city, or is it just somebody needs to say, we're gonna do this?
I'd say it's both. I think we need champions both on the, you know, on the government side and then also on the private side in terms of who would be willing to push this, who thinks it's a good idea, showing that there's community support for it. And then I think the other piece that you mentioned is definitely part of it. It's finding the ability to implement an overhaul like that on top of everyone else's responsibilities of what they're doing.
So let me add something. This is recent as of just a week. I asked permission from Paul if I could share. We have a landscape conference last Tuesday. Yeah. After the conference, I talked to Paul with Browndean's Home quite a bit. He came into our office a couple of days later and said, hey, I have 40 some lots, 38 lots,
39 lots.
39 lots out at Saddle Ridge. I'm really interested on what you guys were talking about, and I want to make this work. And he said, I don't want to just make it work to do it. I want to be successful at it. So what can we do to start incorporate? So we're actually going to meet with him tomorrow to just start looking at some ideas of what can be done. So that's kind of how it happens. I mean, you got to have people that have initiative to want to say, I'm willing to maybe pay a little extra money, you know, do some things differently, but that's, I think, where it's going to start. So, you know, I credit you on doing that. When he came in, we're going to meet tomorrow, see if we can get something off the ground. Maybe it'll be an example project that we can kind of start showing people, here's 38 lots and here's some things that can be done. And I think that's how it's got to start, you know.
And I wanted to add that what we can control with landscaping under Unified Development Code is really related to projects that require site plan approval. So those are triplexes, fourplexes, apartments, industry, commercial, restaurants, coffee shops, banks, you know, all car washes, those things. That's what we can control. When it comes to our water usage for landscaping, most of it is for our residential properties, our single family, townhouse units and those items. So that's where education is the key, to let people understand that they can save water. There are other cities in the Rocky Mountain West, I believe Castle Rock, Aurora, Colorado, where they have outright prohibited any new turf grass in the front yard and limited the amount of turf grass you can put in your rear yard for new housing development.
500 square feet.
So that's common, and that is a trend that's picking up. You see that in Nevada, you see a lot of different communities. It's all that functional turf argument. Things that we are looking at doing, or trying to propose in the planning development department, and who supports this, would be the ability to possibly reduce front setbacks. So you're bringing homes closer to the street. So you're removing the requirement to landscape in that front yard. If you can cut 10 feet out of every lot on about 60 feet wide, you know, you're looking about, 400 square feet of sod reduction on each lot as you go down the block. In having work sessions with the governing body and the council, we understand that they're not quite ready for us to reduce rear yard setbacks yet, but we were under the understanding that they're maybe okay with the front yard setbacks, but we can take these incremental steps. and trying to reduce the amount of sod that is put down. Just to cover the landscape of those residential neighborhoods.
And let me be careful by what I said, just because we're gonna meet tomorrow with Paul and go over some. That's still not through everything. I mean, we gotta get the city to, planning staff has to, but we're just initially meeting to see what can be done. It's a first step.
Good question, Paul.
So we're talking right now, like most of the conversation, I believe, has been with new developments coming in. So what do the opportunities look like, or what has the Board of Public Utilities, even the city, thought about with existing developments? And just me personally, I think about the HOA that I have the great joy to deal with. And if I were to take out my lawn and put in something else, possibility of getting a fine or, a ticket or whatever. And is there that high level of incentive for me to want to conform to does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, maybe you could take the second half with because I think that was referenced earlier, but
yeah.
But in terms of, I think that goes back to the culture piece.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we've been working with city parks a lot with is looking at turf conversion projects. We've got one project now that we're working on where there's a Triangle Park kind of catty corner from the Hearser building that we're converting from an irrigated turf into a more water-wise side and kind of some more native grass along Randall there. So I think it's having those exhibit projects, if we can have, a neighborhood or something that pops up that looks like that people go, ooh, I kind of like that. And wait, I can also have a return on my investment and reduce my water consumption and my water bill every summer. I think from the residential conversion side, it's really trying to lean towards the carrot versus the stick and trying to show people that there is a different way to do it and that still looks great and that can be easy to maintain and saving money. So
would the board be willing to where my brain goes is I really like that idea. If I have that opportunity to say, look, they're doing this in other areas because we're trying to save water for the betterment of the city as a whole. But just thought it potentially is maybe the board being willing to provide a letter that, hey, we've been working with this landowner to do this turf conversion. So like they're actually doing it. It's not just so that they can get out of whatever fine they're trying to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the public education is an important piece. We want to highlight the reason we chose that area is we think it's something that people will see, it's on the parade route. It's something that people can drive by. We'll be marketing it and things when it opens. I know that Sarah was working on an interactive map that highlights different residences around town that people can see what this looks like and kind of do a virtual tour of them. So it really is, it's that education piece, you're right. I think it's stepping that up and taking that, the step farther. I think the first step is having some successful executions that you can show people what it looks like. Cause I think talking about it, people hear Xeriscape and they go straight to that rock lawn.
No, there's some twigs in there.
With twigs.
But to go further on, I hear your problem. You're concerned if you do this, you're gonna get fined by your HOA. So that's a hurdle we're gonna have to figure out how to address. And I can't say I have a good solution. I know we mentioned earlier that they're trying to get legislation to so to speak void that part of the covenant, so it has to be Kentucky bluegrass. So that's gonna probably be a team effort of the homeowner, the board, and that HOA of start talking through things and how can we do this without creating a fine for the citizen, but yet improve the water situation. So that's one of those. There's not a clear path. There'll be a lot of brick walls, but eventually we'll get to it.
Those HOAs they'll pay for the water, right? Is that right? Is it a HOA operated?
No, it's not. I pay for the water, but because of my HOA requirements, covenants and stuff, I have to meet certain specifications for my lawn.
And
Because there's others that are different where they operate the lawn area and.
Yeah, mine is all by land.
And I just want to note with the resolution that was passed in August that Councilmember Johnson was mentioning is that was modeled off of what had been done in Colorado, where they had introduced legislation to essentially accomplish that. And then I noticed in this year's session, there was a legislation that was proposed to nullify an element of covenants regarding childcare homes, family childcare homes. I do not know how that turned out, but I do understand, was it approved? So that was approved. So there has been a successful legislation that actually canceled out covenant restrictions this year.
And the racial ones.
The racial ones a couple of years ago.
Mary?
I've actually replaced my bluegrass yard with buffalo grass. And it's wonderful. Last year, especially with the rain, it was as beautiful as somebody who watered their grass every day. But I think it's going to take more than education because there's an expense associated with this new approach. It's much easier to go out and buy sod and land and rather than go through the very complicated process of having to have the lawn rototilled. And then for a month, it just had to be sterilized. And then we use seeds rather than plugs. And I watered it for like 3 weeks, twice a day. So I think it has to be more than an educational issue. I think it has to maybe be some financial incentive. But I love it. Anyone who wants to come by this spring and see my grass, please do.
It's very nice. I've seen it. George.
So, I'm George Mosier, and I want to make a clear distinction here that I'm representing myself with regard to this particular comment, not something related to my professional capacity that I was invited for, but the term that comes to mind when I'm hearing a lot of this talk is capacity development, and capacity development particularly with one sector. What is your landscape? What is your care consist of? Can you hire somebody to do that?
No, I hired someone and it was expensive, but it was worth it as far as I'm concerned, because then I no longer have to mow my grass because it doesn't get very long. And it's beautiful. And as I say, last year with all the water, it was as pretty as some golf course.
I guess the point that I might strike home a little bit more clearly though is a lot of people are making decisions about their landscaping needs, not only based on the amount of water that they have to purchase in the summer, but the effort that they're gonna have to go through to maintain that. And B, if they don't wanna maintain that, gosh, looking around the community, it's gonna be a lot easier to find somebody that's gonna mow a yard than is gonna try to maintain or weed or do something that is a different type of landscape than what they're.
We know about
That's a
that.
capacity development problem.
We have one of those in front of our building that
Yeah,
takes
I wonder
continual.
what Board of Public Utilities is doing, or what opportunities there might be to build that professional capacity for contractors. and communities.
Well, I'll comment on, I had the same concern. And I spoke with some of the landscape contractors in town last week after our workshop and asked them that question. And they said, if that's where people are, like, we're more than interested in providing those services and doing it the same as we would any other sort of lawn. So I think that there's a willingness to do that. Another one of the questions that came up is, when we put on events like that, can you make them worth credits? And trying to provide some of those education opportunities for that industry in town. I think that is definitely a piece of the puzzle to make the whole thing work, for sure.
Okay, we have gone an hour.
So I think you've had a question, your hand up for a while.
Want to go? Yeah, okay. So what I thought we'd do, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up with the next one with 2. I'm trying to bump us up a little bit to get us out of here a little earlier. So let's start at 2 with the next one. And then we'll try to be done with that one by 3, meaning we'll try to be done by 4 o'clock. I don't know that the last one's going to take as much time. Try to get going so we can start the next section. The next one is on integration of water efficiency and land use planning. And basically, you know, it's talking about maybe Cheyenne's priorities. So we have some same people on this panel as well, but I'm going to let them introduce ourselves and we'll operate the same way. If you got questions starting out, start asking them that pertain to this topic. And if not, I've got some to maybe get us going. So with that, you remember your name?
Yeah, Bryce Door again. So a few, was that 2 years ago? 2 years ago, we went to the water land use. Yeah, a year and a half. We went to a conference with Lonnie, and it was all about land use planning and integrating water into it. So, you know, it was really enlightening for me in terms of a planning standpoint. Like that's not in my purview, but very interesting. And I think that there's a lot of things that we learned there that we could and should implement in Cheyenne. So that's why I get the hot seat on this one.
I'm Lonnie Olson. I'm a planner at the Planning and Development Department. I do long range planning, but I'm really passionate about water. I think that's going to limit how the West grows. And as Bryce said, we went to this conference. We came back and we created the Wise Water Action Committee, or the WHAC, as we like to call it. And that's been kind of nice, coordinating a lot of different city entities to focus on this effort to try to help bridge Cheyenne into the future of being water conscious.
My name is George Mosier, and I work for the Water Development Office. The office supports the Water Development Commission. Just as a brief history, I've been now with Water Development for a little over 2 years, and most of my professional career was actually in the groundwater division of the State Engineer's Office. So I was there for a little over a dozen years, I guess. And so my background is really one more of groundwater and groundwater development interests.
Let me add one thing there just before we go on. So George is probably the one out of any of this group that's, I don't want to say this wrong.
Go for it.
George is here for specific purpose because I know we have some concerns in the room regarding what's going on in the north part of town. So we have people that are on well fields, that those well fields are declining. We've got concerns what happens when those well fields give out, and we've got all these people around us. How is the state, through the Water Development Commission, going to look at more of a regional system? What's that look like? What implications does that have for the city? George is here to help answer that, or maybe direct where those conversations goes.
That's not what we didn't talk about that.
We didn't? Well, you wouldn't have came if I would have told you that. So, but he'll do a great job. So that, and George has a wealth of knowledge on groundwater. So he's kind of cutting himself short there, but he knows a lot about water wells and groundwater systems. So just so you know, that's why specifically George is up here. So if you got questions that pertain to that, which I know Mayor and I have had discussions on that, concerns, George is the one you want to point to.
I just got to pass. I feel like I'm getting the first question right off the bat.
So it's just surrounded.
Okay, my name is Seth Lloyd. I'm with the City of Cheyenne Planning and Development Department as well. Work a lot with development projects and also code amendments. So amending the UDC and looking at those types of changes to how we enforce regulations developments.
I'm Charles Bloom, Planning and Development Director, here again for round 2.
Okay. You see the topic up. Is there anything that specifically comes to anybody's mind that you want to start out with?
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead.
And I guess since you said what George's specialty is, and this has come up. So from when we were dealing with in the legislature, when they were talking about annexation requests and a lot of individuals having wells, it can be built next to, say, a lot of data centers and things that had a very large budget that individuals could not, didn't have the money to actually dig their wells deeper where the deep pocket people could do it. And so when we look at it somewhat on an outside water use agreement, but what kind of advice would you give as like policymakers and the way that we should relate to the public? And when these data centers move into their neighborhoods, that one of the first commodities that they're probably going to lose is their wells because it's just, taking so much from
the outside wells, and these are individuals that are not hooked in with the Board of Public Utilities or the existing infrastructure.
So just a minute though. So your question though, let me make sure you said data centers.
Yeah.
So a lot of the data centers we're looking at, they're off city water
Yeah,
system.
those ones.
So they're not drilling wells that are going to interfere. So
So, okay,
do we have another?
That is not a correct statement.
Okay, well,
There are 2 data centers that have gone in now that have chosen to drill groundwater wells as opposed to purchasing water review.
I stand
Just
corrected.
frame of reference.
okay.
Good.
So I know that was a concern that we heard, when we first started our city initiated annexation. So that when it was presented to the legislature, that would keep cities from, annexing those places in. That if the, big money individuals were doing, ground wells, that, what kind of recourse or anything, because those individuals with wells have, because there was a huge expenditure. So I guess.
George, answer however you want,
Yeah.
buddy. I wasn't expecting that one.
No,
Do your best. Yeah.
That's quite all right. Before we launch into this, since I've been gone from the state engineer's office for a little over 2 years, and I may not recognize every face in the audience, is there anybody here from the state engineer's office to tackle a great majority of that question? Because I feel like that would be the appropriate place.
Jeremy was going to come. But he
Okay,
didn't come.
seeing none, then I'll slide on a hat from a previous employer for a second. So by virtue of Wyoming, all water within the state is of course property of the state, and the state engineer's office and the state engineer is sort of the appropriate authority to be looking at water rights issues, potentially claims of interference, and looking at well construction and whether those wells are suitable or adequate for withdrawing from the source of supply. So I guess I'll just couch by saying I don't really have a way in a professional capacity to speak to this, and that's hopefully an even better hedge than we got from meteorologists and National Weather Service earlier this morning. But that can be particularly a challenge, not just for data centers, but for any high intensity water user, right? Anybody that's going to come in that wants to drill wells that are perhaps going to be deeper or going to be high capacity, and they're going to be in close proximity with wells that are shallower. It's not unlike a situation that we saw for rural development associated with the coal bed methane boom, right? There were a lot of isolated ranches that had lower capacity wells and had concerns about declining water levels. By statute, there is no guarantee of any kind of artificial water level within an aquifer. And the corollary to that is that it's not really a guarantee that your stream is going to stay in exactly the same location, right? If your stream wanders off to the side, you can't raise your hand and say, well, the stream's no longer at my head gate. The state engineer's response typically is, there's still water in your source of supply, go get it. Right. The same thing exists a lot of times for the interpretation of aquifers as a source of supply. If there's still water within that same source, within that aquifer, there's no guarantee that you have any kind of elevated water level whatsoever. If there's still water in the aquifer, go get it. The next thing that comes into play potentially is that there are a couple of different avenues for groundwater users. One is a claim of interference from another water right holder. Be really careful, because one of the few actual claims of interference that went through a full-blown interference investigation was in fact a claim lodged by Board of Public Utilities against a neighbor. And there are a number of remedies that can come out of that as far as recommendations for reductions. One of the more interesting things, and a tool that's available there, is that the party that is doing the interfering can actually just supply the other party with water to make that problem go away. A way that we saw that pan out for some of the coal bed methane development was that the CBM operators just kind of, they admitted, look, our intent is to draw down the water level in the aquifer. That's what makes the methane production happen. And they drilled a whole lot of replacement wells for ranchers in that area, just by nature of the agreements that they had. If it gets all the way down to, past a claim of interference, there are of course remedies as far as priority appropriation and a well and And an appropriator of water from an aquifer could in fact basically purely and simply ask for regulation from a hydrographer commissioner. And that would fall down to an analysis of the uses, whether those uses are adequately permitted, and perhaps an evaluation of what the relative priority dates for those water rights might be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, what else?
So on the agenda underneath the topic, there's some concepts there, if that helps spark any questions.
I'll start one. So what's everybody's thoughts? You know, we've had outside user agreements for a long time. Still have them. They're still out. What's people's thoughts on the panel of outside user agreements? And outside user agreements are what we charge people that, of course, are outside the city limits. So if somebody is outside the city, they have to enter into an outside user agreement. It has to go before our board, has to go before city council to get approved to use that water. And then because they're outside the city, they pay 1.5 times rate too. So just thoughts on where we see that going.
I'll
Yeah, go
jump
ahead,
in
Charles.
and set the tone, I guess.
Yeah.
Over the last couple of years, I think the feeling from the city on outside user agreements has changed. And a lot of that is based on the way taxation is in the state of Wyoming. The way like sales tax and other distributions are set is based on the percent population in a county. So everyone's taxes at Walmart that they pay, the couple percent that go to the communities and the county, that all goes into one pot and it's divided up by a percentage based on where people live. So City of Cheyenne gets 65%, Burns gets a couple percent, Pine Bluffs gets a couple percent, the county gets about 30-something% of that tax dollar. So even though they're driving on the city's roads, you know, city police are responding to the steps there, fires responding to medical emergencies, still, you know, part of that money is going out to the unincorporated county. So there's a concern that if we start approving outside user agreements, we are then increasing the population in the county and essentially shooting ourselves in the foot. We've had some proposals where outside users want to go beyond what their entitlement is, which is essentially one house per about 5 acres, where they can densify that to be maybe 25 houses per 5 acres. You know, that is going to shift that balance. And that balance is reset every 10 years, which is by setting a census. If we look at what we've done in the past, you know, we look at South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District, that's about 9,000 to 10,000 people. They're using municipal water. Granted, we don't maintain their system, but that changed the balance in the way that taxation goes and how those dollars are sent to the community.
I'll go next. So I grew up in Cheyenne, and growing up in Cheyenne, I just thought everything was Cheyenne. You know, I had friends that lived in the county. And they said they were from Cheyenne, right? I mean, just from a show of hands, who in the room has ever lived in the county, lives in the county, or thought about living in the county? See, I mean, I think that outside of Cheyenne, close to Cheyenne, periphery of Cheyenne. Thank you. So from my standpoint, I think that I definitely understand the ideology of the water that we have is Cheyenne's resource. It should be for Cheyenne residents. And therefore, we should not allow these outside users agreements. I understand the ideology. I get it. I don't think that it's a false mindset. I do, however, believe that the folks in the county surrounding Cheyenne are part of this community. And I think they always will be. I think it's a draw to Cheyenne. I think we attract people to this area because of the ability to live that lifestyle. So I think that while it might not be our priority, I think that there's a component of it that that we need to find solutions that make sense, that help balance the need to take care of our community, as well as making sure that the city of Cheyenne is whole and that BOPU is whole and that our resources are being used effectively and efficiently.
Anybody else want to add anything additional? Seth?
So I get a little bit concerned because the Board of Public Utilities has a pretty good incentive to use outside users. It's 1.5 times water rate, whereas if they were in the city limits, it'd be a 1 times water rate. So that helps the Board of Public Utilities. But the city, on the other hand, has that tax benefit if the people are in the city. So there's a little, I feel like there's a dichotomy of finances here that creates a butting of heads that should be resolved in some fashion. I don't have a good answer to how, but it does seem like the objectives are not aligned because of that financial incentive. I get really concerned about outside use agreement in that section in state statute that talks about surplus. Because one way to read it, I'm not saying it's the right way, you can say it's one way. One way to read it is that you have to supply everybody in Cheyenne before you supply anybody outside of Cheyenne. That'd be outside users. So, and if curtailment never happens, then we've got plenty for this short term. We've got plenty of water to service as outside user as well as Cheyenne. But if curtailment happens, we just, for testimony, we use what, 14,000
acre feet.
14,000 acre feet, and we only are going to have like 7,000 acre feet. So if you read state statute in that surplus fashion, then we'd have to cut out outside all those outside users, and I would feel guilty about doing that, saying, hey, yeah, we've got enough water, you can be on our water system. Oh, sorry, we don't have enough water, we have to cut you off first. So I feel like that's not a great strategy moving forward, and so I prefer to keep everybody as much as possible as inside users with outside users for that reason, because then you can just draw down everybody.
So
kind of a little more fair.
let's talk about that a little further. So Frank or Bryce, if we didn't have curtailment, what do we figure right now? Safely, how many years of water do we think we'd have? What's your gut?
Oh,
maybe not gut, you probably modeled it or.
Yeah, I want to say that at a steady growth rate, 20 to 30 years probably.
Okay.
At what we've seen in the past, which is about 1% growth. Now, we do have those step change, like big data centers, industrial type things that can affect that. So that's probably why there's that range there. But at a steady 1% growth and with conservation, I think we probably have 20 to 30 years.
I have a question on that in regards to annexation and our water usage. When Brandon Camerata was our planning development director, I asked him what the actual capacity within our land mass annexation and infill, what we could actually cap out at. And he said at that time, Cheyenne could grow to about 225,000 people before it pretty much extended all the way to the state line and with the ranchettes and everything. Is that still a comparable way, and how would our water affect that if we were to hit that 225,000 population?
Simple math, we wouldn't have enough water.
Well, the other thing is how we accomplish that 225,000 could result in a different looking landscape, pun intended. You know, you're not going to see as many green grass lawns and large backyards. You'll have to see more multifamily denser complexes, which will have a more efficient use of land and water. So it really is, how's that going to look, you know, if we were to densify to that amount?
Well, and to that point, I asked Linda Goku a while ago to compare a little neighborhood in Cheyenne that had small single family homes at 6,000 square foot lots, a few fourplexes that were in that neighborhood, and a couple of 10-unit apartment buildings, all practically within the same block. So there's no variation on rainfall or anything like that. And the single family homes use 35 gallons per unit per day on average. The multifamily use about 13 gallons per day per unit on average. The 10-unit multifamily used about 10 gallons per unit per day on average. So if we're talking about growth and population growth, there is a lot of room for us to grow without necessarily utilizing a whole bunch of extra water if we use smaller lots, denser development. You know, I know not everybody wants to live in an apartment. I understand that. There's a lot of people who probably prefer single family units, but those apartment complex type development we could triple the population, maybe quadruple the population of Cheyenne if we all lived in 10-unit or denser multifamily without adding, in fact, maybe even decreasing water.
What opportunities does Cheyenne have in the code about infill development or adding density? If there's any opportunities.
So I'll take that. We generally actually increase coverage allowance. So that's less landscaping, the more dense your zone district goes. And there's some special infill allowances that even allow that to be more covered as well. So a denser, more urban form, yeah, here we at the Public Safety Center, we have some trees out front, but we don't have a giant grass lawn. So we're not using nearly as much irrigation water as we would if we had made this a suburban, think of like the state capitol building. Now, we're probably not gonna replace that lawn anytime soon, but you think about how much of that space is lawn versus how much this Public Safety Center uses of lawn. You know, there's still some landscaping, there's trees, some ornamental grasses, but as we make more urban development, we don't require nearly as much landscaping that is much more water useful, uses our water much better, I should say.
Let's go back to the question because it's been brought up and it was one of the, and it's in the city ordinance state statute is the idea of surplus. What's your opinion when do we have surplus? What is surplus? Anybody? It's not, I don't know that there's a.
I'm on the board that surplus is extra. I believe it's 15744, where it says that the primary service or purpose of the Board of Public Utilities is to serve the inhabitants, the inhabitants of the city, domestic and industrial users and public users.
Right.
So that would be parks, that'd be our businesses, that'd be our houses. So I think that is the primary purpose of the Board of Public Utilities for the sale of water. Then if they have surplus, then they can offer that surplus that goes out to outside users. So in the event of a curtailment, same thing as Seth said, I would believe that the outside users will be cut off or asked to make those sacrifices first, before the city would have to reduce, their supply. But there are different, political ramifications and a lot of discussions that would have to occur at the state level with that, interpretation.
Go ahead, Mayor.
So I agree with that, if the city was gonna be stagnant, not grow. But if we're gonna grow, how much of what you have surplus is necessary for us to be able to do?
That's correct.
So the question was, you know, depending on growth, how much of the surplus is gonna be needed for us to do that, you know, the surplus amount that we have.
So I think that all ties into the whole concept of the title of what we're trying to talk about. And looking at the land that we have available to develop in Cheyenne and how much water it's gonna take to do that. And what kind of developments we want and the style and those types of things. So I think it's hard to answer that future reserve surplus number without kind of understanding what we see as a whole in terms of how that land is going to be developed. Does that make sense? What I'm saying there?
So it's
to answer your question.
It's an interesting thing. So let's say one day we have a project come to town that we really want. Maybe we want it because it's amazing. It uses a lot of water. Are we supposed to say no and say we don't have surplus because now we're serving all these outside users? I mean, the way we read it, we shouldn't have to say no. We should be like, welcome. And now we notify the outside users, sorry, we don't have a surplus anymore. You're cut off. That's not the most humanitarian thing. But
that's easy for you to say.
But it's easy for us to say, but it's an interpretation of state statute, as Seth had said, that it could be read that way. And it seems pretty clear.
What percentage do we give the outside users currently? 18%, 20?
It's pretty low. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I have.
Do you remember what the numbers were, Brad? I think I saw South Cheyenne was like 10%. Then we got the base.
The population.
And while you're looking at that, we did have.
Yeah.
We used to utilize more water when Poly Frontier, was refining gasoline and oil, not the current product they're doing right now. So with their reduction, we began to have additional quantity in our system.
Let me add, I don't believe if you looked at any of the agreements that South Cheyenne or the base, they're not on outside user agreements. Originally, when their agreements were set up, they pay same fees that, you know, they pay for their water at their metered location and they take it from there. So they're not on a outside user agreement.
I would say technically they're not, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
I
think
see
that
where you're going, but they're.
based on the
they're technically
conversation
not.
we're having, that they would fall in line of outside the city of Cheyenne.
Let's
For
use the
sure.
North Range Business Park. Was developed outside in the county. They're an outside user agreement. Now it may come into the city probably, right? It sounded like there's some workings that may, so then what that would do, then it'd come into the city, then we would just be charging, you know, straight fees.
From a percentage standpoint, the base is around 4%. South Cheyenne's kind of 10, 11 kind of percent. And then what we put into the out of the city bill category.
Yes.
1.5%.
Mary?
I'm wondering if the user's agreement addresses any of these issues. I mean, if I had signed an outside user's agreement and was paying 1.5 times, and it didn't say that my water would be cut off, I might have a legal claim against the city. So have you reviewed the outside user's agreement?
I think the gold mine specifically addressed it because we had identified that issue. We didn't know, I mean, if you go back to South Cheyenne, that agreement was signed in like the '70s.
That's what I'm saying. I think
So
that
the question,
maybe that should be something you should explore.
well, and but the user's agreement with the South Cheyenne Water and Sewer District, in that agreement, it says the city will annex South Cheyenne.
Right, in fact, I think
So-
every user agrees
Yeah.
if the city
Yep.
wants to annex, they
So-
can do so, and
I-
you won't complain about it.
Right, ideally, this is Seth speaking, this is my opinion. Ideally, the city would just go ahead and annex South Cheyenne, and then that issue of are they outside users or not, goes away completely. Because now they're inhabitants of the city. And it would be consistent with the 1970s agreement. Now, politically, does that make sense? That's a very different question.
And I just want to add is that we're a little hung up on outside users agreement where I believe the spirit of the statute says we may sell water to people outside of the city. If we have a
Yes, they
surplus,
may,
it doesn't reference whether or not they're on an agreement or not. It just references the delivery of water to someone who's not an inhabitant of the incorporated city. So I think it really is a moot point on whether or not the agreement is in place.
Well, I think we have always done agreements on any of that, even if it's an individual user or a, you know. large user.
Well, and to Charles' point, I mean, there are people who can drive up to your taps and just
Fill station?
fill up a
Yeah.
truck, right?
And they do.
And they do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily even, you don't fill out an outside user agreement for everybody who comes up to a tap and fills up a truck. So there's other ways people use surplus water.
Yeah, there's people out west of us that have cisterns. They come fill up at our fill station. They fill their cistern, you know, fill up with their truck and tank in the back or a tank on a trailer weekly. Let's see.
So, but I think the reality is that I think that we a lot of sense. And that's part of the right? So it's sad. Water tower here. West. There. You know, with the green part. So now that. And then south of the hospital.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
So, this is really.
Yep.
So I really appreciate. We start construction at roads in April. So then I really thought it was hard to get it down. It's very difficult. It's a killing 5 miles. That opens up that entire. Minute, developer, whoever sees that, sees That's it.
Right.
Project start.
Yes.
And so I think getting a consensus around the fact that we already need to go to the city, which I don't think measure that we get out of the city. We already know that we got a decision that we approved by April. So, you know, reality is cities now.
Well, just like our master plans laid out, and we did, okay? It was a huge investment on the part of the city and the state helping us with those funds to build the Southern Water, Southern Sewer. It was a big part, you know, like on our master plans of recommending, hey, we can see where growth's going. It's going to the south. We need to build the Southern Water, Southern Sewer. So with state's help, we did that. Okay, just think if we wouldn't have done that, all of this wouldn't have kicked off because you look strategically at where these outfits are located. What's the prime? Oh, I'm right next to the 42-inch main. You know, we've got sewer extension. I mean, that's what happens. They said, you know, build it, they will come. We did. We built it, and it's taken a few years, but it is starting to happen. So. Mm-hmm. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Betsy.
Yeah.
You make me feel like we accomplished one of our goals today. I was hoping that would be the takeaway, honestly, that this is truly just the catalyst. It's an education opportunity to say we need everyone in the room to start thinking about these things because we need all of us to make it happen and make sure that we do it right. So thank you. Yep.
Agreed.
But I think it is important to share too, and maybe you shared this, Betsy, but a lot of you have been in this room and I've been in those. We have turned down a lot of outfits. They are not a good match. And I appreciate that just as much as I do bringing in the ones that fit, because those are tough decisions to make. Nope, I'm sorry. What your needs are, what you're bringing, that's not the direction we want to go. So you guys have made some of those decisions. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yep. 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 Yeah, that's key. What else? Any other?
I did have a question. We've been talking about the outside usage, and basically there's a lot of usage. The other outside user agreement is for the sewer.
Mm-hmm.
And that because of state regulations with the health department and such, you gotta have a certain size lot. You know, 201 agreements, sleeping fail, that kind of thing. But I think about what's outside water, we need outside sewer. And that an entity is producing their own water, they're pushing it into the sewer system for reclamation. Therefore, it becomes not fully water, the water that we can be using then throughout the city. And I know that the county's got one that we really wanted to get through, with the Archer complex out there and the sewer line, putting it out there. And it has been approved by the residents of Marion County. we're gonna be pushing water into the system so that you can actually reuse that water within the city. And I struggle with just saying that a water system, water usage on the outside, agreement is the end goal, because there is an economic development factor with that particular project, whereas because of the proximity to the city of Cheyenne, is probably going to see a lot of lodging dollars, a lot of restaurant dollars, a lot of shopping opportunities. People are going to come into the city, and you're going to be collecting the sales tax from the businesses. So I'm going to put a plug in for our agreement, or getting an outside market users agreement for the Archer complex because of that opportunity for economic development out there. Now, what we end up doing out there, some people have a label, have a horse track. But what we end up doing out there is still in question, but it's kind of like Betsy said, if we don't have the infrastructure there to support the development, they're not going to come. So we do have an opportunity to do some economic development out there that could enhance life here in the county. So just shameless plug.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I'll just tell you that, the responsibility is not about, there's nobody living in this place, so they're I look at this whole victory, I really look at presentation. Because while we don't get any property tax, it does increase the activity in the county, it's good for everybody. But when we add to the density in the community, that directly affects our ability to connect. And so I'm gonna start with that. I'm gonna do that.
Can you repeat that again, just for the camera, the live stream, so they know what the mayor said?
And for those of you who didn't hear over there, Commissioner Heath was mentioning that they're requesting an outside user agreement for sewer for the Archer complex that has been voted on. It'll be funded by taxpayers. And the mayor came back and said he's not as worried about that because no one is living there, doesn't change the tax implications. And he supports that because it creates more activity in our community. And I wanted to add on that the outside user agreements for sewer, there are a couple of different scenarios. We have the new sewer line, as Commissioner Heath was mentioning, but we also have a lot of users that have existing septic systems that might be close to the city where they have failed or they're constantly pumping and they've been, they need to connect to a sewer system. Those are the real challenging situations we get into because a lot of these are on denser lots where they cannot replace their septic and they have to have sewer main extensions and other lofty expenses to try to make this work. Those are ones where it's not only planning and development and the Board of Public Utilities working together, we need to work with city county health as well, because now we have a third agency that helps regulate the septic systems. Those are conversations that are never fun, but they do present challenges because connecting to some of these lots to sewer systems, there's an extreme cost that it can sometimes only be accomplished through a special improvement district.
I was gonna add that, a lot of these annexations that we're doing, all kinds of, yeah, it makes sense, it's the right thing, but there is some issues with water and sewer a lot of times. They aren't in close proximity. So, the board doesn't have money just to, extend all these utilities to these people. So we're gonna have to think about what that looks like in the future of how we're gonna get these utilities, whether it's through a special improvement district or what, to get to these. We've had the one over there on Highway 30 in Pershing for eons. Those people over there have dealt with water and sewer issues. And things are starting to fail. We're getting calls more regularly on that little triangle of land. So we need to be thinking about how we're gonna, and you're right, we got to involve county health because.
Yeah, and to expand on that a little bit, when we do have new developments that do come in the community, something we need to be cognizant of is will these utilities be able to expand to the next door neighbors?
Yep.
So Board of Public Utilities, they're very diligent at making sure everyone extends their mains to the edge of the subdivision so they can capture that next property, so they can connect in. So you don't create unnecessary barriers. We've learned our lessons. There are some developments where the utility systems are internal and there's 300 to 500 foot gaps just to get outside that subdivision. Those are problems expanding the system because now you're looking at folks that might have a failing septic that are trying to connect, but they can't because they have this extra added cost because they have to go an extra 500-600 feet to connect.
So that is a requirement that we require. They have to extend the utilities to the furthest point on their lot. And that's exactly what Charles was saying, so that Brad Brooks comes along after Frank Strong just built this subdivision and I have water and sewer accessible there for me. And if you think about it, you know, I'll use, John's gone, but use John Ridge, for example, Saddle Ridge, okay? They're way out, okay? And we're on the, now it's, you know, it's close, but they used to be way out. Well, you know, you can look at it. They would have never had sewer get out to them if it wasn't for all the other people that developed property that extended it to their end and you just could leapfrog over. So it's vital that, you know, we enforce that so that people can have the access and ability to get to water and sewer services.
I was wondering before we move on to the next, what is on your itinerary? What was it you guys wanted to cover in regards to humanitarian crisis and conditions in city code? What was the driver behind this on the agenda?
So I think a lot of that kind of goes into what Brad referenced when we started in terms of failing septic, the ranchettes north of town, these little county pocket annexations, and just how we address that and what is our stance? How do we want to look at that? Do we feel like we extend to them? Do we not? Do we set up something that's a special district to annex them into city in a different way to where they don't have to put in sidewalks and all of the same things? I think there's a lot of different strategies that we could take to address that problem to where they're getting what they need and the city isn't left, you know, footing the bill, if you will. So I think that's something I think that's going to take more than just one entity coming up with the solution. It's going to take all of us once again to come up with a solution that makes sense. Because
I thought when I read that in regards to condition and city code. So if we actually have like, you know, a natural disaster that actually, you know, shut down huge parts of the system, that's what I kind of was wondering. As far as, do we have any kind of backup plans as far as, you know, reserves, how we take care of our infrastructure in case there was a large natural disaster, to get these people back online? That, you know, I know the pancake breakfast obviously you just try to use the, you know, feed, but does both who have kind of a natural disaster response team, like if huge parts of the network were to go down?
we do have plans for that. There are specific things. We do hold reserves in our accounts to address some things like that. I don't think you can plan and have something like massively huge. That might require outside assistance, but yeah, we definitely have emergency response plans for different failure points within the system that would be critical, and how would we respond to those, for sure. Casey, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
No, we do have our own safety and security officer position strictly to watch out.
The other thing, I think the humanitarian, I mean, that is a condition that's in city code too. That's one of the reasons we can do that, because it's humanitarian. And I think that was the other thing. We just want to kind of bring it up. It's written in there but for humanitarian purposes, you know, we can be required to extend services to these entities. So I think that's the other aspect of that.
Watching your blind side there.
You talked about how important education and outreach was for these issues. I wanted to know what the current stance is, what you're currently doing, and then what you have any plans for that.
I think one thing that we did recently within the WAC, we did a story map that just kind of, it was a summary kind of this meeting that people can go look at. You can see where Cheyenne's water comes from, the history of the water development. And it just kind of goes into also what we've been doing as a city to make these improvements. Like we have been conserving water. And it's taking credit that we have done stuff, and it's also acknowledging that there is steps to take in the future. We can't sit stagnant and be like, all right, we're staying constant at our water usage. We can do better. And I think that's one thing that we all need to come out of this. Collaboratively, we can all do better to make this place a better place to live for more and more generations, because we're all gonna die. We want our kids to live here. And their kids to live here.
Wow, got real fast.
I think another thing, there's a lot of, I mean, I've spoken to a lot of groups sharing this story about our water resources, how, critical it is, what we're facing against. There's a lot of people aware. And I think as things continue, we just can keep that up, like the thing we did last week on landscaping. Getting, people to the table. These things are kind of, I think, critical. This whole meeting spurred on by just a discussion with the board member, hey, what about having the idea of let's do, I don't know what we call it. We came up with Water Summit, but just kind of educate people. I think it's a great idea. Whether we do it every year, every other year, I think that's, but, and then, Aaron does a lot of our public relations. Aaron, you want to add anything of things we're doing just to keep people notified, updated? I'm sorry. Just updates on things we're doing public relation wise to keep people updated on what's going on with water, sewer.
And talking about promoting water conservation for a lot of grant money, specifically to water conservation and education on ways that people would conserve water economically in their home. She created an entire program called Our Water. And it was free for any BOU customer to receive kits for water conservation efforts.
In the home.
For your toilet, aerated, replacing shower. That was the third time Microsoft. She was right before she left. She's also with the process of research and debate programs that we can educate people just simple things in their homes, like replacing toilets. Just really using water more efficiently. I believe the first time I ever heard the fact that Cheyenne uses 30% of their drinking water for us. That shocked me, and I work for them. So that just seems like an excessive amount of water that we're putting out on the earth. So I think just really instilling that message that drinking water is really out. That's our life. That's real life. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to start with the younger generation on that. Going into school, going to our working with individuals. The next generation, they're going to be the ones coming up with the next ideas for how we're going to use it. I don't know, we really tried to put out a zero media much more than in the past. Pay attention to what we're doing. Make the world out more, create a website. People are interested. They want to know what's going on around here, and they want to know what we as the water utility, our sewer utility are doing. What we're doing, what is needed, and that's what we expect from that. They want to drive fully interested. So it's not what we do.
And Lonnie mentioned a story map that talks about where our water comes from. It's pretty awesome. We did it a couple of years ago. Yeah. So we can work to try to get that out through Aaron and also Matt Burke, our PIO. I think that'd be good to get it out there. It's on our planning and development webpage. It's pretty easy to find. It just says, where does Cheyenne get its water?
Yep.
It's right there.
That's really good. One last, we're about done, but George, I don't know if we ever got our question, and not, you weren't asked. So I guess run us through the scenario. I live in North Cheyenne and wells start failing. How do you see the progression of that going to where possibly would water development come to the city of Cheyenne and say, hey, we need, and is it water development or is it SEO? What's your thoughts there on that? Could you share in 5 minutes?
Not an official stance, just your thoughts.
Got 5 minutes.
Hold on, let me get the report.
Yeah, right. Okay, so maybe a little bit of background and perspective. So I feel like working for the office that supports the commission, I can never really predict necessarily what the commission would really say.
Right.
But you know, there is a little bit of a link there because the Water Development Commission has historically encouraged regional water systems, right? We've
Right.
stood plenty of them up. One that comes to the fore of my mind is Bighorn Regional, right? There's a whole huge regional water system up there, developed with the idea that there's this economy of scale benefit, right? If you can combine water operators and you can have overlap in qualifications, that's a beneficial thing. However, the piece that I think of as just a functional component for dealing with North Cheyenne and all of the individual wells is that the water development program we're sponsor driven, right? A sponsor is the legal entity that comes in and approaches the commission for help on a particular project. That legal entity typically looks like either a municipality, they look like an improvement in service district, they look like something with kind of taxing and bonding authority or some ability to make some decisions for a community. I think the first bridge to overcome with that would be that those, potential folks in the North Cheyenne area, they would have to establish an entity that could even approach a commission for a level 2 project. In the early 90s, there actually was a level 1 water development project, which looked at a couple of different scenarios associated with how could that area, north of the city limits, how could that come in or be part of more of a community water system? So they evaluated a couple of different options. One was, find your own well field water supply 14 miles away. They looked at a couple of different areas that might be a solution for that. They also evaluated what would it look like potentially to tie into BOPU's system. But essentially, since we're at 1992, the results of that were like, yeah, you could pick off one of these options and maybe pursue it, but somehow there needs to be an entity that does that. And just speaking off to the side, it seems to me like that's probably going to be their biggest challenge. When I work with entities that are trying to stand up their community water system, just collectively agreeing that everybody all wants to be together in pursuit of one goal is generally the biggest hurdle for that. So at this point, it seems difficult for me to imagine what that looks like just because we would have to have a legal entity. The second part is that water development, we typically think of our project steps as a level 1, which is like a really big picture look at something. Level 2 is where we would dig into one particular issue and think about developing some solutions to that. And then level 3 is where we would actually build it. Level 3 project application at that point, by our operating criteria, it requires letters of support or resolutions from affected municipalities. Mm-hmm. I have a hard time imagining what that looks like at this point. So I feel like there would be a lot of hurdles to that. The completely other piece of that is I'm also tempted to evaluate whether those fears and those claims might be something that's real. And so I would encourage you guys, if you're interested, you can go to the state engineer's office. You can go to the groundwater division page, and you can find hydrographs that are groundwater levels from monitoring wells that the state engineer's office has maintained in that North Cheyenne area. By and large, what you see is that sure, there are seasonal swings of water level, and I would argue that those seasonal swings get greater. The greater the demands on the aquifer, particularly during the summer for lawn and landscape watering, the more you see that those water levels, they decline during the summer. But on the whole, when I look at those hydrographs for water levels, their seasonal recovery in the spring doesn't really look a whole lot different than it did 20, 30, 40 years ago. So I think we should be careful about just presuming that there's automatically going to be that huge influx of demand. And a matter of fact, the 92 study that Water Development commissioned, they projected this off as part of the finances of it and said, we're going to assume for the financing that, by now, today, that those folks out there will be replacing 50 wells per year. This morning, I jumped on the e-permit system and I saw that in that particular township, over the course of 2002 and 2003, there were 9 relocate and deepens for wells there. That tells me relocate and deepen. That tells me that we're dealing with a population maybe less than we thought we would be dealing with 20, 30 years ago. So I'm a little bit careful to say, oh yeah, there's absolutely there's a big problem.
You may or may not know this, but I think you may. There is some of the big issue up there too, is they are fairly shallow wells, correct?
Yeah.
Compared to a lot of the,
Yeah, there's a couple of things that go on with wells. So the older wells tend to be shallower. It was just a practical nature. When people would drill wells historically, they drilled down, they said, okay, we've got 50 feet of water in our well. Why would we keep going? And interestingly enough, when I looked at those applications with the state engineer's office for folks to re-drill their well, relocate and deepen, they tended to be very old wells. Matter of fact, most of them were pre-1969 drilled completions. There's 2 problems going on with that. One, they maybe weren't penetrating the aquifer where they could take advantage of that and utilize the aquifer fully. The other is that a well is a mechanical creature and they do fail. So if you're looking at a well that's 50 or 60 years old, it may, even though there's plenty of water in the aquifer, it may be something that just mechanically has reached the end of its life and needs to be replaced.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks for the good news.
Mayor?
I'm just hedging.
George, your comments. If we think we can find third of all water irrigation, that makes sense to me that maybe we would go for the catch probably third of the water irrigation more. Get larger profits. Is there any, I don't know, needs to have the ability to target strict size of the lawn or maybe cut back and save these situations rather than just running a station, but it's a preventive step. Looking at bluegrass and other, because I would think about it about God, why the hell that is nothing. I don't get it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you do have pump lift costs, but not particularly, no. If there was such an animal, the authority with that would reside with the state engineer's office and with the Board of Control. I should mention that most of the permits that are out there for wells through the state engineer's office, by default, their domestic use comes with 1 acre of lawn or landscape watering attached to it. Sometimes there are, there maybe are other mechanics, other interstate compacts or issues that would come into play that would ultimately limit that. But I mean, the state engineer's office is not historically in the game of ratcheting people back further than what their authorization by their water right entitles them to.
I was just going to add to that just a little bit. If you look at the North Cheyenne area
Mhm.
and you look at people's landscaping, there's a lot of people that do have lawns.
Mhm.
You know, some people are larger than others, and I
Yep.
think that when you look at county development, there's the AMIC memo. You read the AMIC memo, a good portion of their water assumption is that you have I think it's 6,000 square feet of lawn that you're irrigating. And that's probably a good portion of your water consumption.
I think
State does regulate, gallons per minute. Residential. system, maybe?
statutorily domestic and strictly limited to 25 gallons a minute.
That's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, 25 gallons a minute is healthy, but I would encourage you not necessarily to keep your eyes on that instantaneous rate. What an aquifer really cares about, in a long-term sense, is the amount of water that you're withdrawing over a longer period of time. The aquifer really for North Cheyenne is feeling the annual demands that you're superimposing on it.
The cup, not the straw.
I would argue that it's significantly more than the gallons per minute that residential can gain from our connection to water. Like our 3/4 inch tap, right? So it's 10 gallons a minute.
Can you guys
We're-
repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question is really one of the nature of asking what are the limits to a domestic well user? And pointing out the observation that a domestic well permit through the state engineer's office would allow up to 25 gallons per minute. And I guess basically pointing out that there's a discrepancy between that 25 gallons per minute and what a typical residential customer that's tied to Board of Public Utilities might actually produce.
So
My
15.
quick
15.
my quick response to that is that although the water right allows 25 gallons per minute, what you would find functionally is that there are a lot more GS9 well pumps installed in those, and they're really, their pump curve is designed for 9 gallons a minute. There's a lot of 9 gallon a minute, 6 gallon a minute. There are a lot of wells that are really not producing that 25 gallons a minute. It's not to say that there aren't some that approach that, but on the whole, I think the more important metric to keep track of is what is the consumptive use happening throughout the calendar year. And actually, that's an interesting dovetail to the AMEC model that was briefly mentioned for the Laramie County control area. If you dig down into the guts of that, it assigns a consumptive use associated with those properties that is purely the amount that they consume during the irrigation season. The model actually assumes that everything that they're producing in the winter when they're not watering their grass, it's infiltration. It goes back to the aquifer. So the real demand there is the turf.
Okay, we're I think out of time. Let's take a break and we'll start again at 3:15. So thank you guys. Cool.
Yeah.
They're good. One of the speakers that was gonna join us was Renee Smith at the city. And I talked with her yesterday. She lives west of town and probably got caught in snow, so she said she may or may not be here, so. And Renee's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to loans and all that she's done at the city and even helping us at BOPU go after grant opportunities. So she's really, really good at that. So with that, we had Frank and Bryce up here with Renee. But I thought maybe just to start off, I'd just lead them into just so everybody here maybe understands how we typically go after our funding for large projects. And maybe you guys can just give an overview of what that looks like. And then maybe off of that lead into some of the things we've been looking at, additional grant and opportunities that we've even received just recently. So everybody in the audience kind of understands how we broach that. And then maybe we can talk, is there other opportunities out there that maybe people here in the audience may be aware of? So.
Okay, well, so, you know, we've had a lot of discussion today, and I'm gonna go a little bit further back. You know, we have three types of projects in our system. We have, you know, the projects that are being constructed by the developer for building of subdivisions, data centers, whatever the case can be. And that cost is borne by them. And then we have rehabs or repairs in our system. That's all funded through our rates, you know, what everybody pays for the water. And then since we do collect system development fees, and those system development fees are, you know, earmarked or designated towards expansion and growth in our system, those projects fall to us. So anytime we do a project like the Southern Transmission Main, I'm gonna talk about the water side first, I guess. The Southern Transmission Main or the Buffalo Ridge Tank, we typically apply for funding. And projects that are eligible for water development funding, we always apply to water development, which is typically 67% of the project cost. And then the other 33%, we go for loans to be able to pay for that project. On the sewer side, you know, we do have projects like the Southern Sewer, the Southern Interceptor, the Southern Pump Station, where our only funding option has been loans, because there is no water development on the sewer side. So on the sewer side, those large projects are typically 100% loans. On the water side, anytime we can go to water development, we go to them to get, you know, 2/3 grant.
The only other thing that would be on that with sewer, sometimes we of course spend our own reserve funds, because typically we can use our systems development fees, that are reserve funds. But we use our system development fees because it's either the only way we can use those if it's for expansion, enlargement of our system, additional capacity, upsizing, those types of things to bring more water resources or sewer resources to build it up. That's the only time we can use those. So if we have projects that fit that and we have system development fees, we can use that. Other than that, it's just using reserve money. So sometimes we may take $1 million out of reserve and apply it towards a project. But other than that, Frank's exactly
one other
right.
recent opportunity on the sewer side is the American Rescue Plan Act money. When that did come across, since we know that there's not a lot of other grant options, we definitely look for sewer projects for that, to try to use some of that money on the sewer side. So that has been one of the things of late that's kind of changed it up a little bit for us, is seeing some of that ARPA money, that Infrastructure and Jobs Act, however that one goes. So that's another one that we've been trying to run down of late. And then most recently, and Aaron alluded to this earlier, but Sarah really started digging into some of the EPA's Water Smart grants. There's a lot of money there that's available for water efficiency, those types of efforts. So we've been looking at some of those projects and some of the resiliency stuff through BRIC grants. There's things that we can do. So we're really trying to diversify what we look at and where we're trying to find money. I think historically, water development seemed like it was very well funded and you could always go get it and it was not a big deal. And, you know, with some changes in the state, that money is not as prevalent as it once was. So we're seeing a necessity to go out and try to find some of this other cash, because 67% of that what's the tank, $12 million?
Back 14.5 now.
You know, up to 14,000 or $14 million. I mean, that's a huge difference in terms of what ends up coming out of the ratepayers' pocket. So without some of this grant money, it would be very difficult for us to have affordable rates and still be able to maintain and grow the system like we do.
And I mean, going back stage one, not stage one, stage two, you know, these big projects we have, water development has been key in getting those projects to move forward. So as we've explored some of these other funding opportunities, we've run into a lot of brick walls. Assuming we'll go this direction. Yeah. Where we can apply for some federal money, but we have to have our matching funds already in place. And then we apply to water development, we have to have our matching funds in place. So we run into a lot of chicken and egg things on how do we secure this money and secure this money, but it happens as an overlap. So those are some of the challenges we've been facing to try to make our projects the smallest impact to you as users.
Yeah, so I don't know, George, is that, I saw you kind of lip the same answer that Frank had there, that doesn't sound like that's an issue that's, you know, just Cheyenne related. I'm just trying to figure out how you can stagger those applications to show that you do have that matching fund, and it's a challenge, and I think it's something that we're going to have to approach and figure out some solutions collectively to do that. I think some other things that I've heard of that's a little different, and approaches that the city has taken on some spur development type projects. I know Brad mentioned the southern part of town, and we put in a big transmission main and sewer interceptor, and that's spurred development. We typically haven't done that on kind of infill type projects, some of these county pockets and things like that that are underdeveloped. I know the city is looking at some projects where, you know, they're looking at, hey, if we come in here and we redevelop the street and sidewalk, is that gonna allow things to happen? And it's tough for us because we've always told people in the past that we don't do that. So I think it's an interesting challenge to try to figure out how to fund some of those smaller things. I know we've talked about the pocket annexations and people that need to extend water and sewer. For a typical homeowner, that's a huge expense to try to overcome, to be able to do that. So there are definitely some challenges that have always been there. How do you fund the big stuff, the rehabs, those types of things? And then I think we also have some new things. You know, one that we're going to have to address is the lead service line replacement. You know, that's a mandate by the EPA that within 10 years, I think, after 2026, after 2027, 10 years after that, we have to have every lead service line in town replaced from the main in the street to the home. And that's an additional cost that we hadn't ever planned for in our long-term planning. So that's money that's going to come out of some of our rehab money or some of our other things that we're having to do. So money is a big issue, and trying to control rates at the same time is a very challenging thing to try to figure out.
We have a question.
So if I heard correctly, you were mentioning grants for large scale infrastructure projects. Are there any grants or funding sources like that specifically earmarked for infill, you know, helping those existing people remedy problematic situations?
Not that we've found. And I guess that's kind of the part of this. We're trying to understand, is there stuff out there we're missing? And when we talk about lead services, right now, my best guess on that could be $64 million to replace the lead services in the city of Cheyenne. That's a pretty significant number. So we've got to start getting creative on some of these funding opportunities to help reduce costs. Like go here first.
What's the lag time right now on ordering materials for its capital improvement projects?
Yes. It depends on the project. We've had 3 months delays. It took us a year to get a valve for our hydro project. So it is, there's not a standard number out there. There's a lot of bouncing. Depends, is it unique in some specific way? It hurts us. If it's American iron steel, it hurts us. If it's build American, buy American, it hurts us. So it is a crapshoot sometimes on. We've had to extend a lot of contracts just because they couldn't get the materials they needed to build the project.
I have one for you. In regards to additional funding, this was brought up to me several months ago. And I'll make this simple, and if you need me to fill in some of the blanks, would the creation of a maintenance district benefit or hinder your funding?
What is a maintenance district?
So typically when you create a district in the state of Wyoming, there's electors that are selected through, the voting process. Like I know there's cemetery districts, like we talked about specific districts. There was, I recently wrote a resolution for an animal district that would assist with the funding where the electors actually are the ones that establish how much out of a certain mill that could be received for a maintenance project. But the other, even though you might benefit from a specific mill coming out of your property taxes, you would also have an extra layer of red tape with the electors that would be pursuing those types of funds.
I could see an application for something like that where we've got specific parts of town that need rehab, like the downtown would be a good example where we have old mains, undersized mains, issues where, new construction may be hindered because you don't have available fire flow for sprinkler systems and things like that. So I think in an application like that could be an approach if the property owners in the area are willing to pay that extra fee to help fund that, to make that happen, to help improve property values and do those types of things. That's
We
something
actually have
that's
examples of that too. I mean, the special improvement districts that put in some of the water and sewer mains are essentially a maintenance district that was a mill levy placed on those properties. So we have seen those in place. Typically, those have been driven by the homeowners or the property owners to improve their districts. I can't say that we have initiated any.
Yeah, but as far as like a lot of your rehab, like when you just said about, your lead thing you have to get done by 2037. If this legislature was to actually do the creation of a maintenance district where, say it was county specific, so each 20 of the 23 counties would have their own specific maintenance district that, boards like yourself would go to the maintenance district electors to request this, that it would be put on set a ballot or, it says, hey, we're gonna request a specific part of a mill goes to these types of rehab projects, like for example, your lead.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't exist currently. That's why the legislature would kind of have to build it off of their own district models that they have right now. And I know that this was one of the conversations they had in regards to the property tax issues where, how many different types of districts were affected if the property tax reduction was done by 50%. So it's probably an inopportune time to present a new type of maintenance district to them when they're already so wrapped up in the property tax part of it. But it was an idea for another type of funding mechanism out there. But it also would have electors that you would have to present your case in front of in order to get that mill associated with your project.
Yeah, I think that seems like it could have legs. I think you'd probably have to, partner that with hopefully a 0% loan for something like this to where you could have the money now, because we would probably need more than 10 years, I would think, to raise that kind of capital. So, that doing something like that, I mean, those are the kind of things out of the box that I think we need to think of. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so if you guys do need it, I mean, if you want to work on it, I can draft a resolution. I just need it done by April 29th to present to the Wyoming Association of Municipalities if this is something that we think might actually have legs and what the intent was, so that we can kind of pitch it to the legislature that this could benefit the entire state, not just Laramie County.
Yeah, I think that's something that, in my opinion, we would probably wait a little bit unless you're talking the whole district or the whole
maintenance boundary would be the city of Cheyenne. Because right now we're going through an inventory process on that, to where we could really define what that area would look like in terms of what portions of town have the lead service lines. It's typically older parts of town that would feed that. So I think if we had a little more homework and really had it, that probably would give us, in my opinion, probably a better chance to be successful in
And
that
that
venture.
would actually make it affordable for the homeowner side.
Absolutely.
Because one of the issues with lead services, we own to the curb stop, technically the homeowner owns from the curb stop into the house, but to get credit from EPA, we have to replace, the whole thing has to be replaced, so that could help address that particular challenge. I've got lots of hands going up.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, every water system in the US has to respond to this.
Yes, yeah, with our agenda.
That's what we say too.
I honestly think something's gonna change. I don't think it's practical or totally doable. I think we're gonna see some changes. If not, there's gonna be a lot of people that aren't gonna be able to do it. Who else had a hand?
Point out, part of the challenge is that they say there's funding available for disadvantaged communities. And that by having lead, you're automatically disadvantaged, but as drawing a line for what's disadvantaged and not, to hear that Cheyenne is one of the 6 larger municipalities in the state is above the line for being considered disadvantaged, puts us at a funding disadvantage.
Creating a district might help that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
What he said.
he commented that based off the current Office of State Lands rules, that there is funding set aside for disadvantaged communities. And there has been discussion that if you have lead, you're disadvantaged, but based off the rules that were put in place, Cheyenne, as being one of the 6 largest communities in Cheyenne, would not have access to, in Wyoming. I've been up here talking, not as much as Bryce, but been up here talking a lot, that we would not qualify for any of that grant money or even principal forgiveness that may become available. We could get loans, but that's it.
What other questions? Yeah.
Yes. So, are you kind of certain a legislative process?
So the question is, does anything, the legislature's current policies or procedures affect our ability to go after federal dollars? I would have to research into that a little bit more. I know there are some funding that we can apply for directly, but as far as, we took the ARPA money that was available to us. I know we take the drinking water SRF funds and clean water SRF funds. I know that they do pass up on some of that, but that has some grant dollars associated, but City of Cheyenne doesn't qualify, so we don't, I shouldn't say grant, it's called principal forgiveness in the SRF program. But typically we haven't been able to access those, but I don't believe they're causing us any restrictions.
I know that there are some grants that we apply for that we do have to be co-sponsored by the state in order to be eligible for that money.
Yeah.
I believe it's the brick grants that we've recently applied for. That's one of those situations where we have to get buy-off from the state to be able to apply for that, for sure.
And actually another one was for high hazard dams.
Yeah.
It requires a state sponsorship and some of the comments we have received is they just don't have the personnel to help process things. So it does create some challenges for us. No, that's George 2 hats ago. Or 1 hat ago. But the state does have limited resources, so they have to be responsible with their time too. So yeah, there are some restrictions that we have seen.
Why does somebody go to kidnap it?
I don't think that's word we've used, as the George.
One other thing we had on here that's maybe interesting, maybe you guys can address is explain the balancing act between conservation, revenue, and capital planning costs. Doesn't pertain to funding, but it is in the big realm of picture of how we
Yeah.
try to fund stuff and take care of everything, because it's.
Yeah, so I think we've touched on it a little bit in terms of promoting conservation ultimately reduces our revenue, right? So that seems like, why would you do that? That seems like a stupid practice. If you're trying to be a stable business or organization. The one thing it does allow us though, is it allows us to delay and offset growth costs. So, I mean, we saw the one number, the first year that the water treatment plant came online, it hit its max capacity. You know, if that trend were of to continued, we would have already spent tens of millions of dollars upsizing that plant. So there is some, it seems like, you know, one of those things that you're okay to let the pennies go by to save on the dollars.
So
from that standpoint.
And kind of what we talked about earlier, the trick is managing it. How do we do water conservation in a controlled process where we see gradual reduction so we can forecast that funding properly, so we can, you know, minimize those long-term costs like upsizing the plant or building new transmission. So, and we saw it with Holly Frontier. Holly Frontier was a great example where, I mean, we saw a lot of water conservation, but it hit us very rapidly. So it's affecting our capital improvement plan now because we've seen lost revenue. So it's really, it's a tough balancing act of trying to figure out how, you know, what to promote, how to promote it. So it's a manageable impact to our revenue.
And then capital construction costs, how much are we trying to do each year and what does that cost water sewer side roughly?
I didn't bring my cheat sheet. But I mean, really on the water side, we're probably should be doing $8 or $9 million of capital improvements a year. On the sewer side, I'm going to say that's probably 5 to 6. And honestly, we're not there right now because our revenues are down. So it is a very tough balancing act. You know, right now, the capital improvement projects we're talking about are our water rehabs, our sewer rehabs, replacing failing equipment at both plants so that they can continue to operate and operate properly. So it is a challenging thing. I mean, this is to give you guys perspective with the numbers I talked about, you know, 10 and 6, you know, essentially we want to replace the entire water system and sewer system every 100 years. So that means our water mains and sewer mains have to last 100 years at our current replacement rate. So some people would say that's not fast enough, but we have to manage that with our water rates. When you talk about a mile of water main to rehab, it's getting close to, you know, almost $2 million because of pavement, because of all the costs associated with it. It is very challenging to do, and we've definitely seen a significant increase in our water and sewer rehabs recently. Our water treatment plant that we just built, right? 20 years ago. What's the life of a water treatment plant? 20 years. We're starting to do, we have to do flock basin rehabs. We have to do filter rehabs. We have to replace pumps. We have to replace equipment because they have reached the end of their service lives. Matt, how's your water rec plants doing? We have the same thing there. They are old. They've reached the end of their life. Stuff is degrading. Stuff has to be replaced. So we are seeing an increased rehab costs at all these facilities because of their age. And that's what we've got to balance. But it's in the long term, it's going to be more affordable to you, the water users, to address it now than to do a complete rebuild later. So it's definitely a tough thing.
One thing I'll add to that is on the conservation side, most our consumers are on a winter quarter average for their sewer side. So if you conserve on the water, there is a subsequent decrease on the sewer side. So if you think about it, each 1,000 gallons is worth about $6. And if we have, and I'm going to say this slow for quick math real quick, 20,000 customers, that it adds up pretty quick. on both sides. So even though you put a big rate increase that may be 60 cents per 1,000 gallon, if you have a self-commissioned development at the same time increase of the 1,000 gallons, now you're only getting that much less of that increase.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it maybe underlines a little bit why it makes a lot of sense to really focus on some of this landscaping irrigation, because that does not really go into the calculation for our sewer rates either. There's plenty of communities, and it's a good thing, to where you focus on indoor use. That indoor use does have that reduction on the sewer side as well, whereas when we're just focusing on outdoor use, that's maybe, it only impacts the water income, yeah.
It's a tough balance. I mean, we'll have the discussion a couple times a year, you know, we'll have employees ask us, why are we doing water conservation to our revenue? It's that big picture.
How much are we gonna use out of our reserves this year to do our projects?
Are we proposing?
Yeah, are we proposing?
Proposing around $4 million on the water side, along with using $1 million of system development fees if we can find a growth opportunity for water rights. On the sewer side, we are proposing $1 million associated with system development fees. And then the other use, I think we've got like 200,000 that we're proposing on the sewer side, but that's really carryover of other projects that we budgeted for in FY20.
So we're just finishing, basically, we've got our budget first draft finished. It goes to our board this Monday. And then we'll be meeting with our board, council, then ultimately it goes to city council for approval with city's budget, but nothing's a secret, so I'll let the cat out of the bag. But just so you guys know, this year, we're looking at a 8% increase for water and a 10% or 8% for sewer, 10% for water. So last year it was just the opposite.
Go ahead, Seth.
So this is probably not necessarily the best thing for citizens to hear, but my question is, why would we set the rates based on a low water usage year and our needs on that year? And make that our priority as opposed to trying to like budget based on it.
Yeah, so the question was, why are we budgeting based off a low water use? Last year,
Why wouldn't? So.
Why wouldn't we?
We're anticipating X number of gallons of irrigation use, but if we have a really wet year like last year, or a really dry year, we just don't have the water because we're conserving the drought. Why aren't our rates more based off of those low irrigation usage years as opposed to trying to like move the irrigation water?
Brad, why didn't you address how it's looked at? It's
So we try to smooth it. So we try to look at 5-year average or 3-year averages, 5-year averages, and 10-year averages. So it's more of a smooth, because that way then it brings the rate down for the ratepayers. So we always budget on the least water year. You have a rate so high, because one of the things that's kind of like roads, the pipe under the ground has a life. There's a maintenance to it. It doesn't matter how much water is flowing through it. It's got an age to it. And so we've got a capital replacement plan we're gonna have to meet. It's gonna take a certain number of employees, whether there's full flow through that pipe or partial flow through that pipe, to maintain it. So there's a lot of, I'm gonna say, more fixed type costs that happen. So we want to try and get as close to as we can based on what we think the consumption will be of the consumer. So then the rate is right where it needs to be, so we don't have like, under the other way, if we set the rate here high and then we have a really dry year, then we build up our reserves really big, but then our rate's still high, because we don't want to do the yo-yo effect on our rates either, because we don't want to build more reserves than we need. But it's a balancing act.
so share on our reserves. How many days excess do we have on water and sewer? Water's a
So on the water side,
130.
Looking at the board book, I'd say we're 150.
Okay.
And we basically say that we should have 100. Well, our minimum reserve is about 120. We say 100
we have 150 days in excess. But if we took all that excess, we could then pay off the loans. So there's that balance of the cash flow on the sewer side. The number of days is way small.
Yeah, it's 30, under 40, 37 days maybe.
So for everybody who,
But wait a minute, that is above what our recommended reserves are.
And we
So that's in addition to
paid
what AWWA recommends that we hold for operational and costs. So we have what we need reserve recommended. That's just an additional. We have 37 extra days on the sewer and 100, I thought it was about 130 or something on the water, but maybe it is 150.
It fluctuates. And the other thing I'll say is that you're in that balancing act, and I'll put it out there, is the city's got a project that occurs. We know we need to participate in that project, but we still want to do our rehabs for the years. We still need to get through our replacement of pipe. So things get sped up and slowed down within our replacement cycle. And those reserves is what helps us get through those ups and downs.
What other questions? Good questions. Everybody tired?
What about the 5th and 6th penny tax?
Oh, yeah. Could talk about that.
I know that that's come up. I've had specifically reclamation folks ask about projects that make sense and regulatorily may be required in the future, and how do we pay for those? And they've asked about 5th and 6th penny, make it a 5th penny.
Can we get on the 6th penny, or does it have to be 5th penny? Huh?
City would have to be charged about on the 5th. And the 6th penny. Try.
We have done it. I think the last project we did it on was on the but I don't think it didn't, it was the overpass. Oh, no, the out in Business Park, out east. Whitney, the overpass. Or
yeah.
no,
well, yeah, I think
Christensen overpass.
we've been partnered in some of those road projects and things like that. I think I was more referencing a BOPU specific project.
But let's talk about that a little bit. The partnering thing is advantageous to us. Hopefully he's listening. The biggest problem we have every year is the city does their own set of street rehabs. And we have to evaluate every time those come in, does that need to be done compared to our other rehabs? And there's times, like right now, it's interesting, the city and the board kind of flip-flop through the years. Right now, the city is seeing a lot of sales tax revenue and they're doing quite well. We've lost Holly Frontier, so we're struggling. So the city has a larger capital outlay than we do right now. And plain and simple, it is very difficult for us to keep up with their street repairs. And right now they're attacking a lot of the Dell Range. I mean, they plan to do Dell Range, they're doing 18th Street downstream or in downtown. And frankly, we can't keep up with that rate. But we see like Dell Range, we want to partner with the city to replace the water mains under Dell Range. So in 10 years, we don't have water main breaks that's taken out the brand new road because we didn't participate in it. That would look very poorly on both entities. So that is an area where 5th and 6th penny money may be able to help us keep up with the city on their projects. So we would like to rehab water and sewer if it's appropriate under the street rebuilds.
And so, like we discussed earlier, in running the line out to Archer. So it has been done on a 6 penny ballot for that type of infrastructure. So yes, it could be done, but when it comes down to the specific language, it wouldn't, because we don't like to put things on the ballot that are recurring expenses where you tap out, after that amount's collected for what the ballot initiative was. So if you actually had your specific project that you were looking at, had a dollar estimate amount for that specific thing, so that it couldn't look like it was spent in other fashions. Like it wouldn't just be open-ended and for recurring.
Oh, sure.
Okay. I mean, just having it where we're going with you guys on your street projects would be significant, so we can keep up on your major reconstructions.
Have you discussed, I know that, I think the last two, 2017 and 2021, there was, tax initiatives that, to increase our road, our road improvements. but have you guys ever had a discussion with Public Works that it would be a joint venture for street repair and sewer and water repair at the same time, that we were to increase your dollar amount on that ballot initiative, that it would be comparable for you two to work together instead of, a ballot initiative strictly for road repair? Because that might be a conversation you have on the next, because the next one I think is coming up for election in 2025, that it might be better for you guys to do a joint amount to come up.
We've had discussions in the past and we'll continue, but that's a potential way for us to keep up in that avenue so that the city's not building roads that we destroy.
Because we can't advocate, we can only educate, kind of like what we're doing here today. So that would be, a conversation that would probably be beneficial to you guys for the 2025,
Well, we'd love to be at that table when we get closer to that. Yeah, we can work. Typically, we work with Tom's office.
Looking forward to, because we've already had discussions that, to get our items done, at least by January of 25, that we want to have our project list to supply to the county of what we want to do. So really, those conversations need to be happening now, not waiting for, potentially what could happen around November of 25.
Is that Tom Cobb we need to reach out to, or Nick?
It most likely would be, probably both.
Okay.
Because both of them are gonna have different entities on how they, do their road construction projects.
I will reach out to him tomorrow. Yes, Betsy. Can you speak up a little bit so I can hear you?
So on the 6 minute. So that may be the first. But I'm thinking about it because the lots. That was. For URA. Well, that's why I was thinking.
It's already 2 minutes. We have to get into names, but just say. And it's another, we've had people.
We'll get that.
Again, I'm just. It's hard to find. Some of these projects.
Yes.
That's what I'm.
I lost control.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't see the fish get that in the templates to get projects like that.
That, as long as it's that.
So I'll try to summarize what they're just talking about, because it's kind of a little quiet. It kind of sounded like if there was a URA project like finishing the Home Heights, if there's a way water and sewer could be attached to that project when it happened, could the two go together? And a lot of it gets back to what is told to the voters, how is the project sold during the 6-penny sales tax vote of how those funds can be used. So to be able to tie some of our infrastructure into some of these other projects, even though the project may be for a public purpose, or could a project of ours that could be attached to that same spot actually make that project be a public purpose. And they really didn't come to a conclusion. Hopefully I summarized that right.
The other, go ahead.
So there is an element in state statute called urban renewal. I don't think that's quite the same as the sixth planning conversation. Where we can set up if an area is blighted or underserved or unserved by water and sewer, that could be considered a condition of blight. We could designate that as a TIF district. The trick, and then use that money to replace water or sewer or upgrade or install, depending on the situation. The challenge there is that those properties then have to develop with something. If we just do it for existing parcels, that's not gonna help us very much. We need to have some, and usually a concrete plan to like put in some denser or go from vacant land to some sort of development, and then you use, basically we are borrowing from property taxes to do that. So that is a funding source, but it's has very limited application.
So it's really trying to find a developer who wants to do something in that area, teaming up with them, bringing that public-private partnership together to make the project work. I think that's a great concept, and I think it falls into the water land use planning thing that we can all work together and do some of this redevelopment, because one thing that we haven't really discussed today is the concept of sprawl. And as the bigger we get, the more mains we have, the more it costs to maintain versus reinvigorating what we already have. There's already a main there, we're already maintaining it. If we replace it with something new, that's long-term a lower cost to everybody than continuing to grow outward.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Bryce and his group developed a small Excel sheet. You open it up and you go get coffee, do your laundry, and come back, it'll open up. And it is, basically a 40-year plan of improvements based off what we know. And then every year we're looking at them. Did we meet that criteria? Has that hit? And then we shuffle things around.
And then we kind of base a lot of our rates off, we give our consultant the 5-year plan, because that's our immediate stuff that we think's hot, that's gonna have to be built. So that's kind of, we're looking out 5 years ahead to try to figure out how we need to fund stuff, so.
Todd had his hand up.
We also, like, life and public safety, we do have aspects of like 4-inch mains through town that are undersized for fire protection, et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One
Those are a priority for us.
One thing we also wanted to bring up is we started to do these public-private partnerships, 3 Ps, and we're actually starting to see some benefits. So we're still evaluating those as come in. So we're kind of throwing out an idea. A good example is Allison Draw South. Harmony Valley, I don't know if everybody knows where that is. It's over off South College. Wanted to come in and wanted to develop, and their plan was to build a lift station, pump it up the hill to South High essentially, and that's how they would serve it. It had numerous issues, numerous challenges. We teamed up with that developer to build the Allison Draw South interceptor that goes up and feeds them. The board had to shell out some money to do it, but honestly, that's what cascaded to allow Cosmo to go, the High Plain Business Park to go. So another example, hopefully, is going to be the gold mine, but hopefully we can find some avenues like that to kind of blend our funding to improve for more people than just that one little project. But those have been pretty hard to find and get to fruition.
So that developer put money towards the project that he would have put towards a pump station, lift station. And we'd rather not have more lift stations. They're just a lot of maintenance with those, so gravity's always better.
I mean, we ended up building, I think, 3 miles of 24-inch sanitary sewer main, which is really big interceptor main. I mean, Harmony Valley's using 4% of the capacity, 5% of the capacity of that pipe, but essentially that opened up everything out to Terry Bison Road for development in the future. So those are the areas we're trying to maximize our dollars to get the biggest benefit to the community.
The other thing that we have coming our way too, I'll just mention it, but just third parties. So we have a lot of entities, I won't share who they are, but they're big entities that are coming into town, and they are looking for opportunities. They want to invest in the community. And so, we're gonna have to talk with our board, but just looking at stuff that we can do that You know, and it could be obtaining water resources. So, you know, we talked earlier this morning about these large dollars for getting water resources. But if we can get some of these companies that want to come in and invest here in this community to work with us in giving us funds that we can go get these water resources we need, it's a huge benefit to us. So don't know where those will go, but they're definitely at the table telling us, hey, where can we help you out? So.
But it wasn't that really contemplated in a certain side. So. For specific infrastructure and use all of the. I would definitely. Yeah, we haven't talked about it. I have to do that. Years. I'm just going to start watching it. Most of the communities that actually have the. Hold on a second. Have really defined what the money can be used for, and not so much a shotgun blast for multiple projects. I know one up in Goshen County was to develop their business park up there. And last time I had to do their business. So it hasn't been terribly successful. I don't know what the issues behind it are now. I know Burton just.
You know, everybody will. Yeah, I'm hoping I can summarize this real quick, Jeremy, up to speed. So it sounds like there is the ability to do an extra quarter penny on sales tax associated with economic development. And the question kind of is going on over here is, can that quarter penny be used for infrastructure development? Or what type of stuff they can do? There was some discussion about Goshen County has had the quarter penny for doing their business park and some of that type of stuff in nature. So just the discussion of, is there another funding mechanism out there that could take economic growth and help build infrastructure to kind of the comments that were happening associated with what has happened with some of these public-private partnerships that have now significantly grown farther than anybody imagined when the first conversation occurred.
Just so everybody knows, the state allows us to do up to the 7 million sales tax. You can quarter. You can do a quarter.
Okay, well, a lot of things, a lot of good discussion, a lot of things to think about. I guess, in closing, people's thoughts on today, has it been helpful? Is it something you'd like to do? I'm gonna get input from you guys. Think it's a good thing to just do an update every year of kind of where we're at, getting everybody together. People in favor of that? What's your thoughts overall? I'd be curious to hear. I don't think we've ever done anything like this before.
Comment over there.
Oh, sorry.
It would be very beneficial to the and also
And then have microphones.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
My comment is, I thought it's great today, and I'm very impressed by the numbers of people to the government that are here.
Yeah.
That shows a real buy-in.
Yeah. Oh, I brag on, I mean, I feel like we have a great working relationship with all of the government entities that we work with, even the support we have from the state level, with Water Development Office, with SEO's office. It's really good. City staff, city planning, mayor's office, council. We have support. Dr. Rennie sits in on our board every month as a representative from council, which is very, very helpful. So we just make sure that we're all on the same page. So I appreciate that comment, but I would agree. Yeah, we're very fortunate.
Is there anybody that's missing in this group that's not on the WAC calls for Zoom or? Because I know that's one thing you talk about, isn't that what you guys called it?
Yeah.
The water wise, that you guys do about every 3 months or so. Is there anybody that's in the room that's not on that? You're not on it? Okay, so you might want to get the contact, and that would probably be a good idea, because I know it's
Alan's on it.
Because those conversations, I know when I've been on those Zoom calls, deal with a lot of these issues, so everybody would be kind of caught up.
Usually there's several parks. They're not here.
Yeah,
But
so I didn't know if you extended the invite to anyone that might not be on that group, at least they could be part of the continuing conversation in case you get a annual water summit, say in March, April of next year, that everybody in the room now will be caught up on the discussion that's happened over the year.
okay. What else, Mayor?
Let's say congratulations to that job. Phil. For me personally, I think that's a good information. I think we might be able to question. And we're going to do it next year. Start working on time to answer these questions. Do this again next year, but I have 30 pages of notes. I'm good. And I'd like to be able to answer this question.
Yeah. Yeah.
We could take some of those topics.
Okay. Good input. Yeah. Well, hope. Yeah.
I think one of the things that I heard out of that, Mayor, is that, and we've had a couple conversations in between sessions, is, this education piece is good, but I think the execution of some of the things that have come up is the really important piece. And I think that is on us to figure out how to do that. And it sounds like there's support. So I think making sure that we know that and that we put effort towards that is important. So I agree.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
And we'll take a copy of those notes. I had a hand up over here.
I was just gonna say that I recently finished working on the priority climate action plan with Renee Smith.
And in that, we recognized that there wasn't a lot of outreach, a lot of the community didn't know about the environmental issues that Cheyenne is specifically facing. So one of our ideas through that, we have to do a second portion of that, which would be the comprehensive climate action plan. Portion of that is trying to create more of an environmental equity steering committee. So if anybody is interested in that, or it would be a good idea, or discuss that later on, but that's something that we recognize Vicky and maybe got water as a.
We will make ourselves available. So include us. Yeah. Any other comments?
Yeah, so I had a comment if you don't mind.
Oh, you bet.
So a lot of the people that I deal with that are critical to my projects are in the room between BOPU, governing body, and planning staff. I almost always express frustration, but not often gratitude. So I'd like to take a moment just to say how much you guys mean to me and my projects. It's super helpful. Boku's always been a great partner, especially Bryce and Frank lately with some of these solutions for infill. It's nice to have someone been behind you. In recent years, I felt like I was the only one thinking ahead, but now I can see planning staff, governing body, and Boku moving in unison. So I'm super pumped up, really grateful for the opportunity to gain understanding on your turf, and I really look forward to next year.
Well, thanks. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Sure.
Okay. Well, just want to tell everybody, thank you for coming today. I know it was a full day. We got a little bit of snow out there, but it looks like the roads are still just wet. So it's warm enough. Stuff's just melting, but hopefully we're getting it in the mountains. I don't think there's any issue probably with this year filling reservoirs. So, you know, I'm thinking where we're at snowpack right now, we're probably going to be fine. We may not fill North Crow, which is up, but it'll be close. We kind of keep it down anyways, but I think we're probably looking okay for water this year. Again, our biggest thing I think you heard from today is just what happens on that Colorado River Basin, the impacts that that's going to have. And like staff shared, we are eagerly looking at opportunities. You know, it's just there isn't really a silver bullet that takes care of everything. So we're going to have to do a multiple kind of approach of how we make up that shortfall. So hopefully we'll have some good news for you over this next year and we can get some of these things tied down. But they do take a lot of work and effort. So, but again, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you being here. And again, if there's anything, comments you have about today, reach out. Some of us have put our business cards. They were over here on a table. A lot of you know how to get a hold of us, but reach out to us. We really appreciate you being here in your comments. So thank you.
Thank you.
All.